Hello, everybody. We are once again greeted on this stage. It is me and Turbo here as well, or as I like to call it, Late Nights with Turbo and Nua. Electric Boogaloo number 2. The North American Cup Fall 2024 is upon us, and hopefully you've had a great time. Hopefully you watched yesterday's as well. South America had a fun time, and hopefully North America will have an equally as a great time as well. A bit of a different mode to start us off for today with Swiss, but I think equally so we can have some excellent matches to come. I think you can agree with that, Turbo.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, yesterday's cup was already very nice, and of course, it feels like it's just yesterday. We
Yeah.
have the same lineup, almost the same time, and it's getting almost dark again outside. Actually, not. It's pretty bright outside, but since it's very cloudy, it makes the impression of doing so. But yeah, we had an action-packed weekend now coming to an end of Trackmania Esports. We had the monthly cup as well that I was casting as well. Then yesterday, the South American Cup, and now we have the North American Cup. Part 2 or Edition 2, and also, which is really good, is that we have a shared map pack. Only one map is different, if I recall that correctly, from those maps, because we have the Mephisto map, we have the Clement map, we have Manox map in there as well, Casitos map, but then we have a different map from SQLC. So one new map in there, and no more ice slide for you, I think, unless SQLC map has an ice slide.
Of
Maybe,
course
maybe.
it does. Loquat
Yeah,
does indeed have an ice slide. It always has to have a token ice slide in a competition. It isn't a true Trackmania competition these days if you don't have a token ice slide in it. But yeah, Loquat by SQLC and XPPHX. What a great name. People love their nicknames.
XPP.
We'll just call it a map by SQLC featuring one guy. That probably
One
works.
guy.
One
It's a one guy emote in the chat. Do we have that even here? One guy? No, we don't.
Uh,
We don't.
Indeed. But overall, today, just to talk about what we will be seeing today, compared to the South American Cup, it is in every ways different actually, because South American Cup started off with rounds mode and went into double elimination bracket. The North American Cup will start with the Swiss mode. So we will go, I assume people know what Swiss is. Everybody gets seeded into the first round. You play against the same players who have the same record. So if you win your first match, you will go up against people who have a same
Exactly.
5-1-0, for example, or 0-1. And that will go throughout. So you get to 3 wins, you're through. And then after that, we find out all of the 16 players and we go into a single elimination bracket. So there's no second chances in the North American Cup that much, only in the Swiss mode. And after that, well, if it goes wrong in the single LM, well, 0-7.
07 to you as well. I mean, a single elimination can be very harsh. We have seen that today already, and I'm sometimes passing the ball to the events that have happened today already, because, the monthly cup has also been played in single elimination. And if you then see Scandia, Wosal, and also Pussy Tupaco in match 1, you're like, well, one of you has to leave, right? It can be very harsh, but that's also the beauty of single elimination, that also we have some like maybe unexpected results happening, and someone who's maybe in a favorable position doesn't get a second chance. So that's really cool. So I do look forward to that, and let's see how this will go, as the match will be starting very soon here. Of course, as players still have to join the server here by the looks of it. But well, let's see the players as well, because I think we have quite the players on here, and I think more players that we actually know from the scene.
Yeah, there is a fair few names that, of course, spring to our mind. You have the likes of Nixotica, Oddass, you have Intimacy, Tankrom, you have Stokeine. Of course, you don't have you have Lingo, of course, yeah, CD, you have BMQS. Plenty of names that come and prop up in various competitions, couple of the days. You name it, basically, as well. They're all there. Of course, you don't have the likes of Neil, for example, or your classic Carl Jr. But I believe if anything, they probably will show their face in the Pan America Trackmania Cup that will be, of course, later on. I can't remember the exact dates off the top of my head, but of course, this is what they're also playing for. The top 4 from this North America Cup do qualify for the Pan America Trackmania Cup as well, with a prize pool as well. So nobody goes empty-handed. As long as you make it to the grand final, you're not going empty-handed home as well.
Yeah, that is for sure. But of course, you could say no one goes empty-handed. Only the people who do not attend, because you gain a
Hmm.
lot of experience in this kind of event. That is for sure. But yeah, I mean, we're gonna start off with a Swiss round here, first round, and let's see how that goes, because players are indeed on the server. So I do look forward to how this map will be developing. So there you go. Can see players warming up, and we have quite the match here between Kakne, Jampee, BMQS, and Sully TM. That will be the first matchup we're going to be following. And well, we already know that map, Saltari by Casidos. Yeah, another map that it's hard to pronounce. And let's go, because we are starting with a match. So good luck to them. And of course, now it's important to already win your match. But what does it mean by winning a match? What does it mean? I'm just a viewer asking questions. How do you win a match, Critty?
Well, the only way, well, first of all, you can have you can have Lightning McQueen as your car skin, like Jampee 15 at the moment. I'm proud to have a Lightning McQueen in our matches. Honestly, didn't expect that. Somebody should have informed me that we have a celebrity on stage. But regardless of that, how you win is basically very simple. In Swiss mode, we have a 100 points limit. It is cup mode. You have a repetition of 10, 6, 4, 3. And it is a very simple case. Get to the point limit, get finalist mode, and win. Simple as that. Top two get the win. The rest will get a loss for that round, and hopefully, well, win their next upcoming matches and don't go on a losing streak and make a quick exit out of the tournament. But indeed, clearly we can see it. Like the McQueen. Honestly, I hope hopefully he doesn't. Oh my God! Already we have some casualties on the track with. I believe that was Kakne who absolutely face-palmed that pole, and with BMQC and Jampee in front, and Sully giving us at least somewhat of a good overview up in front, looking rather good. And overall, at least it's a nice fight up in front. Usually the first round should be kind of clear-cut, because without the seeding codes, usually, you know, the top seed should take that preliminary win. In this case, I believe so. And if my memory serves me right, I believe BMQC and Jampee are the higher seeds one. But, you know, good rounds to start us off at least.
Yeah, and maybe at production, could you press escape real quick, that we see Lightning McQueen? Because then you can see that beautiful Cuskin. Okay, it didn't load just yet. Unfortunately, usually that kind of reloads. But maybe it will be there on the next map. But yeah, Jampee taking home the second position here ahead of Sully and Kakne, who has made a terrible mistake. And BMQS, for me, the clear favorite in this match to taking it home, wins the round. 10 points accredited to his name. And there you go. Point number this time is also 100. So match will be over a bit quicker compared to the 120 that we have seen ever so often. And Jampee with a great start. Very, very nicely done. Here, good line there as well, but BMQS coming back. The Canadian player in this match finds himself in the lead together with Jampee, and Kakne unfortunately making another mistake, and also Sully overtakes him. So it's another two-horse battle for that first position between BMQS and Jampee. Let's see who can make a Jampee. Good line though. I'm not sure how he's able to adapt to that with this a bit thicker car skin. You do not see it on your end. I think he has like an Azerbaijan skin or something like that on the screen. So Jampee not getting those 10 points, but another comfortable second place, 57.50. Good time as well. And also good consistency already. Only 1 second tearing first and last apart. And this is round number 1. Keep that in mind.
Yeah, and I will make my correction on my end. Actually, it is Kakne and BMQC who are the top dogs. But I am already seeing in-game as well by Rabi that Kakne apparently has been up for 16 hours and begging for bitch in voice chat. So maybe should have slept, you know, even a bit of a clip by both Kakne and BMQC, I believe. So it is Sully actually who's enjoying a very... Kakne is having a bit of a struggle there as well. Sully the underdog in this case, 28 seed in the lead, and a very commanding lead as well. Could be some free 10 points, I'm not gonna lie. The rest of the field making their way downtown, basically.
Yeah, it's going south there for them indeed, and it is Sully leading 1.5 seconds ahead, but also BMQS getting some good points here, of course. The second position is not too bad for him, because Jampee, who is in second place right now, will only get 3 points in this round, so BMQS will still extend his lead somewhat, but also Sully can overtake and will overtake with that first position. Jampee for P number 2. So there you go. We have a position swap in there. But I mean, it's still the same distance towards second place with 8 points. So there you go. Jampee dropping down to third. And then 26 and 18 points for first and second. And we go to the next round as it is Kakne with 10 points. So far only third position once, and the other races or other rounds were last places. So this is very unlucky for Kakne, but this is a much better start for them. And he is in the lead ahead of Lightning McQueen. Very good start from Kakne in this round. And we were expecting a close match. That's why we focused on this one. And Kakne in the lead. This could be the first 10-pointer for him. And this is also a very good entry into the turn. A lot of speed accumulated. And ahead of BMQS and also ahead of Jampee. Jampee on second. Let's go with him. Right now, very hectic round to follow actually, because everyone is kind of in the mix. But Kakne still ahead. And maybe the sleep deprivation does help him to win this round as Jampee goes into the wall. BMQS on second place. And Kakne with a great entry there as well. Doesn't go for the outside approach. Almost hits the wall. Well, it doesn't matter. Just one jump is remaining and Kakne wins his first round. Very important and also a good time. 57.222. So good time and much needed 10 points here. Great job.
Yeah, it is one of those cases where, you know, the outside line is probably preserved. Is first of all, A, if you're comfortable with it, and A, if you really need to push the ending if you're equal with somebody. But I believe yesterday I also maybe hinted at it as well, that the outside and inside line can be relatively equal as well. It just depends how willing you are to send it, that outside line, you know. Outside third always reward you if you're willing to just risk it to the pixel every time, so you can get some insane speed out of it. But we are moving on to Emerald. A very good map in my opinion, so a lot of good races here as well. And we saw, I believe as well, it was Charles yesterday who did a world record in rounds as well here, 54.138 here. So yeah, I hope NA has something to do as well. I hope we get a few world records, because I think as we progress throughout the tournament, you know, we get more hectic matches, more close matches, more pushing, more pace, and maybe we'll get some nice times on the board. But for the time being, at least, only thing you have to do right now in Swiss mode is survive. That's basically the only goal you have to do. Just don't be third is basically the easiest. If you get second, that is as good as first.
Yeah, true. Second equals first, but of course you get an easier matchup if you're first, because you only play against one first seed in that way from the other matches. But I mean, the match is particularly close right now, as you can see there. Sully 21 points, Kakne 20 points, and Jampee at 19 points currently on last. Kakne, of course, after this first place, really capitalizing from that. Jampee going for the line that Nuts also chose, and I don't like it here, Critty, I have to be honest, because you have to oversteer so much in that sector after that. I mean, it's okay, but it's definitely something where you really lose time, whether it's gaining, because also the line after that is really hard. So Jampee on his way to get second place eventually though. So good round for him, and also 54.679 for BMQS wins in the round. Kakne on third, and Sully gets overtaken there in the ending. So there you go. This is very good for BMQS, almost halfway through here. And then, of course, finalist mode still has to be cleared, which means you have to win one more round in order to make it or lock in your first or second position.
Yeah, and I'm glad production is now able to see the full might of Lightning McQueen as well. Hopefully next time North America gets a Rust Easy sponsorship as well. Maybe they can work it out with them. Regardless of that, it is good to see that everybody's getting involved, and BMQC also getting in a very solid lead. I mean, he's definitely kind of getting the more consistent end of the stick here, as everybody else is kind of struggling to finding ends meet as well. And I do have to agree, the line with that Jampee does, it's good until you get to this part, and then you lose all of that what you gained. You're gonna go very close to the walls. You should. Oh, still makes it actually. I'm actually kind of surprised that Jampee made that. But hey, fair play to him. I would have respawned probably. I wouldn't have gone for the jump. But that's why I'm casting and I'm not playing. So, but well done to BMQC. Gets another victory. But what a close race there. Equal time as well with Jampee and Kakne as well. With a 69 equal as well. What a nice deficit as well. But what a great race for the last few spots, not gonna lie.
Yeah, I followed Sully and he dropped from second to fourth. And then we had a tie there as well for second place. So this can be very, very weird to see it like that, dropping 2 positions and losing 3 points eventually. And we have 2 mistakes here already at the start. Kakne make it 4 mistakes because Jampee also touched, Sully also touched. What is going on? So that is a great round moment, but Jampee only with a slight mistake. Sully had it a bit worse by the looks of it, so I'm not sure what is going on here, but there you go. This is not looking too good for any of the players, especially from BMQS from Canada, as he is right now on 4th position, but already has secured so many points, 52 points accredited to his name, and it is Jampee in the lead. Lightning McQueen going lightning fast into the finish here by the looks of it, and those are some good points that will be added to his accounts if he survives the ending. That was very close though, a bit shaky, but enough to stay have a second clear of Sully. Kakne on 3rd and BMQS on 4th position do not change this time around.
Yeah, I mean, as long as everybody crashes, then it pretty much equalizes the round, you know. If everybody crashed, then nobody crashed, basically. That's how the philosophy goes, at least in my head. But overall, yeah, it's looking rather good. Everybody's slightly getting more into it. A few more mistakes to start off, but it is, you know, first match of the day. We got to keep that in mind as well. People sometimes, you know, it depends on how people come into the match. Some people have a bit of practice as well. We see that Sully and Kakne, not Sully and Kakne, Sully and BMQC have a bit of a fumble with the outside third touch. They're losing a bit of time as Jampee and Kakne do get the lead here at least. And hopefully, I mean, Jampee is making good advantage of these mistakes, at least getting some good pointers. But and that is why that outside line is an absolute detriment. Probably a perfect example why you really don't want to go for that outside line. But if he's comfortable with it, he can continue doing so. But at least for now, Kakne gets his 10 points, BMQC gets second. So he doesn't lose out too much and still keeps his point total increasing. And what a way to go. He gets the 60, well, his BMQC will be at 61 points. And Kakne, well, he levels out and gets a bit closer to Jampee at least by 6 points actually.
Yeah, that is for sure there. And it's still a nice fight that is going on between first or second, third, and fourth here by the looks of it. And we're gonna go to map number 3 now. So there you have it. It is still a map that we know. It is a Mephisto map, and BMQS is, I mean, quite far ahead. 61 out of 80 possible points is not too bad, but no one really fell majorly behind, which usually happens during those first kind of matches. I would say that one player majorly falls behind, so this is a much evenly distributed match. And now we're gonna go into this one. Small warm-up before we're gonna continue. Point limit is 100, keep that in mind, not 120. So a bit of a shorter match, but this definitely makes a somewhat of a difference, to be honest. And yeah, well, this map is not that easy, to be honest. The triangle checkpoint is not that easy to do, and then you have this very distinct line in the end with this super reactor boost that is not that easy to do. But let's see how players will tailor through the map, as Sully didn't get the best start, also having to release, so he also lost the gear and will lose a lot of speed there. So it is Kakne currently leading and could also utilize those points to move up to second place.
Yeah, it definitely would be nice as well. We saw a lot of this track has produced some of the most closest actions we've seen actually from the, for example, from the South American Cup. So definitely a track that we hope to keep an eye out as BMQC has a bit of a fumble there. So everybody's having a bit of a social distancing moment here. Everybody having half a second in between. So that is always nice to see. So, but for now, at least, doesn't look like positions will change unless somebody has a bit of a reactor moment, or we saw in the end, for example, a lot of times, well, BMQC had a bit of a fumble, and that's a bit unfortunate, but no clipping here. Oh, that is a faceplant and a half. Yeah, you went a bit too wide. I thought he wanted to avoid the inside clip, but then he decided, you know what, I'm gonna just absolutely facepalm the wall. So unfortunate for Kakne, but still gets it. Doesn't get last at least, but would have loved those 10 points.
Yeah, definitely would have loved those 10 points indeed. And they have it, BMQS now at 64 points, Jampee 55. And I mean, there's a little bit of a gap now between second and third, that is for sure. It is 9 points between them. But here we go. We go into the next round. BMQS touching the wall, so he will open those 10 pointers to either Jampee or Kakne. Kakne would happily take them because Jampee's already quite far ahead. In this round 10, it's too hard to say who's gonna take that as Sully touches and is out of the race. And then we have Jampee still leading the race. Kakne with a good amount of speed over that freewheel sector, so it is only 1/10 of a second, but Jampee losing grip. I think this would have not happened to the OG Lightning McQueen. He would have not lose the grip there. But, well, I mean, you cannot have everything, of course, and Kakne will win this round quite far ahead of BMQS.
He gets a reactor,
reactor boost up. Okay, interesting. Well, that's very interesting. Okay, so this happens if you over-angle your car a bit too much. And, well, I mean, having reactor boost up there, that is definitely an incident. So a lot of interesting things have happened here already. I mean, we have seen the choke, the 8,000s, right, from Rookie. In the South American Cup, and this was also something that we have not seen so far, so interesting to see that.
Yeah, at least, you know, it's producing new things we have never seen. I've never seen anybody get a reactor up in that booster, at least in rounds, so that's a first for us at least as well. So good to see that at least, you know, strats are developing. Maybe somebody can figure out how to use that reactor up. Lightning McQueen is figuring out how to give a hug to a light pole. And Sully is well, Sully's actually falling a bit behind from BMQC and Kakne, but still, you know, at least what we've seen so far, definitely close enough to capitalize on anything that can happen in front. But so far, at least, it's looking like a very good round. But that has been the case for the last few rounds until we get to the reactor section, and then everything just falls apart like dominoes. So we'll see how things go for now. Looking good, at least. Good lines, good speeds. BMQC much better here. Is able to take advantage, but then goes a lot wider to set up for more speed here. I don't know if that really works that well, but can they do this part clean this time? Kakne, third time is the charm, and you get it. Well done. Indeed, good end as well, and decent time. Not the fastest time in the world for Korean, but it serves to win, at least.
It definitely serves to win here. 10 points to Kakne, up to 60 now, so that is very, very good. And Jampee, well, worst case scenario for him, getting 3 points, and all of a sudden we have a close fight again. It's only 9 points between second and last position. BMQS at 80 points, beautiful scenario for him to eventually reach finals mode in 2 rounds, but then it's open, whoever gets that first position. And as Critty already rightfully said, this is it. Like, this is really important to not lose your first match. I mean, then the match will be significantly easier if you play against players who have already lost their match, because I think the players here are all capable of doing so, as BMQS is not capable of winning this round after that mistake, right? But
that is indeed true.
I think you just want to start the day off right and take that momentum into the next round. And I mean, this is just a Lightning McQueen incident where Jampee goes a bit too inside, hits the wall, and is out of the race. And Kakne will happily take another 10 points. Sully going a bit safer around the stern, hitting it there and losing a lot of speed. So Jampee will overtake. No reactor boost up this time is being called by any of the players. And Kakne wins the round here. Could have even gone for the safe ending, but decides to jump into the ending. Jampee very close there as well. And it is Jampee taking it on P2. Kakne now up to 70 points. So very good to see that. Up to second place as well. Sully losing a bit of ground. Only 4 points in this round. And there you go. We're gonna go to the next map.
Yeah, I believe that Jampee maybe have taken inspiration from the wrong Cars movie. Cars 3 is maybe not the best movie for Lightning McQueen in regards to racing. He did end up crashing in the wall. Should have watched Cars 1 at least, you know, or Cars 2. Would have been better inspiration for driving cleaner at least. But hopefully they can rectify it and they can have all a golden hour on Manox's map. So this time there is no mapper advantage of this kind, at least, you know. So, you know, we cannot talk about that anymore. So, but Manox didn't really have the best time on this map anyway. But hopefully these players...
Shots fired.
Yeah, but hopefully these players will have a great time on this track. Of course, this is one of those tracks where you can just clip on every single segment. And we've seen a few moments in the water as well. So surely everything will go as planned. But this is the first round on Golden Hour, and here we go. So mostly the case will be that if nobody just clips, that's probably the best way to win a round. We see Sully has already fallen a bit behind. Sully definitely taking more conservative lines, but you know, he still has, you know, 56 points. He's 56 points, not too far away, but of course he would like to be up in front, but those 3 up in front are not making it easy to really gather many points.
Yeah, that is for sure, and this is a very, very close round here. But just when I say that, Kakne makes a mistake, and also Sully, of course, is a bit further behind. Have a second, but it's a good fight between BMQS and Jampee right now. So let's go into the POV of Lightning McQueen. Very good line, but a better apex for BMQS. But Jampee losing out on grip and exiting the racetrack. We have seen so many slide outs in this kind of corner. And this BMQS quite far ahead of everybody else, and he will eventually win the round with a 57.768. Kakne on second, Sully on third, and Jampee losing control in this match. Was on second for most of the time, but now Kakne is just there and tries his best to defend that second place as well.
Yeah, it will be very much closer. I mean, BMQC has a very substantial, comfortable lead. Of course, if he wants a finalist mode, he does have to win. With Lightning McQueen in the wall already early on, so that removes one competitor. So it is Kakne who is trying to deny him that finalist mode and put him onto a classic 99 before the 100. We'll see if that actually works out. Good lines by both players. Definitely Kakne going for more riskier approaches, but good speed by BMQC. He will set up much wider, but he will have much more speed coming into the dirt segment here as well. Easy. Ooh, inside as well. Kakne has to release, or I don't know, maybe he clipped something, wasn't paying attention to his line, but has to go away, and he's already 4th position as well. So it's looking to be that BMQC is gonna be in finalist mode unless something absolutely catastrophic happens in the end. Maybe some pressure from Lightning McQueen, maybe forces him to crash into a wall, but I don't think the Canadian is even bothered by him, and rightfully so, goes into finalist mode with a victory and one more round to secure that 1-0 to move on in the Swiss mode.
Yeah, so there you go. He only needs to win one more round, and then he will make it 79, 76, and 64 points for the others. So he has quite a big gap to work with. And there you go. Let's move on into maybe the last round for BMQS if he wins it, of course. But right now he gets a really, really good start. And that looks very promising because Jampee also has made a mistake. And we have Sully and Kakne chasing BMQS down. Good line though from BMQS. Kakne is not slowing down, and Kakne, this is just one of those rounds where he really does really well, but now he makes a mistake, so BMQS is on his way to make it into the next round, into the upper matches of the Swiss round 2. And there you go, only this water sector really missing for him, but he does it really well. Kakne pushing though, but oversteers a bit too much there, so he will not be able to overtake. But importantly, he gets second place, and with that up to 85 points, so that is something pretty good as well. And look at that time as well, 57.668. BMQS is through, and the first winner of this match. GG.
Yeah, good stuff from BMQC. Definitely looked the most consistent player as well. And just kept going, cool, calm, collected, get the job done, and now can sit back and relax and watch Kakne, Jampee, and Sully slug out and figure out who will be the second position. You know, the points. If you look at the points, it should be Kakne and Jampee, but I mean, finalist mode can be a bit of a differentiator, and if Sully can now start getting some 10-pointers with Jampee and Kakne's mistakes, you know, that gap can easily just get closer and closer, but everybody's having a bit of a struggle time keeping things clean, and that has been kind of a difference if we compare to BMQC, for example. But so far, Sully taking the helm and the lead, but everybody's kind of trying to push him on the back here. No room to breathe whatsoever, and yeah, Sully is trying to keep it safe. I believe he had to release as well just to make sure that he doesn't crash anywhere. But everybody's going neck and neck
Wow, what
into
a
the
round.
water. Nothing to separate, and nobody flies out as well. So this will come down who will have the most amount of speed for the drift and who's willing to risk it. Will Lightning McQueen be able to get this win? And it looks to be with that insane final drift. Even
Wow.
Kakne also overtakes in the end. Very good round. Not the fastest, of course, with a few more releases than in there, but still good, great race.
Yeah, that was indeed a great race, but also Jampee now up to 90 points, Kakne at 91. So that means we have both players only separated by 1 point, but also whoever wins the next round, if one of them wins and not Sully, they will be in finalists. So let's see, maybe this will be the last map swap, but we could also see it coming all down to the first map again, if I recall that correctly. I think this is the 5th map in the rotation, and that's also a map that we have not seen so far on stream. At least we didn't do. We did see it off stream, but we have a map. You know, we thought maybe there's an ice light being erased from the other map, but no, you can see this beautiful ice light there, and well, also the remainder of the map. So a bit of a unique map, like a bit different than the map that we've seen yesterday, but especially a very cool map with cruise control being used there as well. So this will be fun to see. So good luck to the players. We are starting Kakne having 91 points, and also Jampee in close proximity of finalist mode. If they win, they will be finalists. And there you go. Already 2 mistakes have happened, and Jampee has a free finalist mode. Just like that.
Yeah, well, we get to see Lightning McQueen go for his signature drift as well, but now on ice. I mean, it is that I was wondering that if anybody's gonna get caught by the first pole in the first corner there, and Kakne and Sully rightfully got hit by that as well. So Jampee, yeah, if Jampee sees the splits, I think this is the most fierce finalist mode that he's ever gonna get. So nothing really fancy needed here. The track is definitely, if I compare the Cerveza for Suck and this one, definitely more difficult in my opinion compared to it as well. A lot of things can go wrong here. A lot more can go wrong here than it was in the South American 5th map. But Jampee, free finalist mode, now has to secure it as well. Kakne, well, ideally would like to win 2 rounds in a row because he, well, can rely on Sully, but, you know, easier to do it yourself. Just get 2 wins, get that dub, and move on to the next round. But first, no casualties at the pole. People have learned, and hopefully the next corners will be as easy as that.
Yeah, hopefully the next corners will be as easy as that. And also the next rounds, of course, because Jampee, oh, slides out. That was an over angle and a half, as I had a small black screen there actually on my end. Not sure what happened there, but it is Kakne with 97 points. Now trying to make it across and also activating finalist mode. So he could do it. And yeah, I mean, he just has to finish, but can deny some points to Sully, but also Sully will open a new point column. So this round, it doesn't really matter too much, unless, like, just momentum being built up, of course. But since Jampee's not winning, it doesn't matter who gets first or second, because Jampee gets third, and if Sully is at 81 or 85 points, it doesn't matter too much. So there you go. Good luck and have fun. We have a double final situation now coming into play between Kakne and Jampee.
Yeah, there is most likely this will be the final round as well, unless Sully goes on an absolute match streak of wins, 3 wins in a row. We'll have to wait and see. Things can go wrong easily on this track. It is a lot of bumps and humps here as well that can just throw you off and immediately chuck you into a wall. So it's not over until it's over, but Sully doesn't get the best ice slide, but Kakne and Jampee do get it rather very cleanly indeed. They are neck and neck, so nothing to really separate them after the ice. So it will come down to pure pace towards the end, and I believe that at the moment that with the lines they have, Kakne is definitely going for the full send here. Very good drift there to overtake Jampee there. Getting so close to the third, and it's very wide. Has to compensate for that. That plastic is gonna be very bumpy, so all in this uphill dirt. Bump there, hop there. Jampee has the best line unless he has a fumble in the end, and he doesn't. And there you go, Lightning McQueen wins and gets second position, aka Jampee. And that is now the top 2 secured. Kakne does have to go into the lower part of the Swiss. So very good runs indeed. So well done by the players. Good match, honestly. Very well done.
Yeah, very nice match here for a Swiss round 1. That is very, very good. And we see BMQS and Jampee taking it home. Kakne and Sully dropping down, but I think there will be very, very serious players, and I don't think that they're going to lose their match after seeing their performance on this match. So that was it. A quick one. I also like 100 points is like much more soothing. Also as a caster, 120 and 140 can feel very long. Of course, grand final, very cool to see that. But 100 points is the sweet spot, at least for me. And there you go. This was it for the first round of the Swiss system. And I guess, Critty, you will be back with someone else just in the next match for the Swiss system round number 2.
Yeah, there will be, I double checked as well, all of the matches rightfully have finished just as ours has finished as well. I believe one of them had like one more round to just secure finalists, so we don't miss out on any of the other matches as well. I believe there is also a bracket, exclamation mark bracket. Hopefully they have updated it to the NA version of it as well, so you can see who has won as well. Some predictable results from other matches as well, so nothing much to go here as well. When the next match will start, absolutely no idea. So stick with us as well. We'll go on a quick break until we figure out when the next match will be, or we will just jump scare you and we'll get back to it. So don't go too far. We'll be right back with the next set of matches. Welcome everybody to episode 2 of Late Nights with Turbo and Nua Electric Boogaloo number 2. And I hope, as you can see next to me is a new face as well, and we will be switching out throughout the entire tournament. So hopefully we will have a great time. We've already picked out a match. Hopefully soon they will actually start playing. The match seems to be underway, but one of the players joined in a bit late, so I'm absolutely clueless what is happening, but we will get to that once we get to that.
It could be a bit of drama. We love a bit of drama, you know. We'll not name names, but one of the players did join the server after the other three, and we're just assuming there will be a reset in a second. I'm looking forward to this. North American Trackmania. I'm going to be upfront about it, guys. I have to admit I'm not as familiar as I would like to be with a lot of the North American players, so I am taking this for myself as a bit of a learning experience to see who comes out on top. Of course, there are names that I do know, the names that I recognize, but I am genuinely just looking forward to seeing names I don't necessarily recognize come out on top at the end of Swiss stage and throughout our single elim bracket today.
Yep, and of course, while you were talking that my camera decided to freeze and the software decided to close, but gladly I can just one click and open it again. People saw the little cat icon come about as well, so it's all fine and dandy. So interesting to see as well. The match is kind of underway, so it is. So maybe it was.
Listen, I don't trust it. I don't trust it, Creedy. It's not real. No, I refuse to believe that it's real.
I'm pretty sure that Flimsyelbow TM is the man to watch in this match, clearly in the lead.
Absolutely smashing. We should probably, maybe mention the match that we are going to be watching. We're jumping into the second round of Swiss here. Players that won in their previous match, won in quotation marks, that means placed in the top 2. And we're going to be following Oddass, Tankrom, Flimsyelbow, and Intimacy. That is 3 of our top 4 seeds after the Swiss stage today, Creedy.
I mean, it's good stuff, you know, that's what you love to see. Clearly, everybody has qualified in their respective decisions, and the result from the first round went exactly as planned, because why wouldn't second, third, and fourth seed be in the same matchup already?
Yeah, it is maybe worth noting that what has happened here is Intimacy qualified as 3rd seed after Time Attack, and then unfortunately for him ran into Lingo in round 1, who, as far as I understand it, turned up a little bit late to qualifying last week, started maybe a little bit later than some of the other players, is on that quick learn strategy that so many of the top ex-TMGL players have been fond of in our monthly cups at the moment, and well, he quick learned pretty well, is I guess what we're saying here. Managed to beat Intimacy out in that first round. He plays Cup of the Day. I mean, he's used to actually discovering the map in about 15 minutes.
That's more than enough, you know. These are just your regular. These are just couple of the day maps, but a bit more difficult, and you can look at it that way. And surely that is a philosophy that clearly is going to work. And I mean, worked for Lingo, so who are we to question the madman's logic? But for the time being, I just love watching sort of like a bit of a pre-match to the match.
We're hoping it's a pre-match
while nobody sees what is actually happening on the server.
Discussions are ongoing as to whether or not the server is going to be reset. I mean, at this point, it's starting to feel like the players are just taking it as a race. As far as I can tell.
You're not going to question it. Maybe the admin comes in, you've already been playing. Just keep on going. It's fine. But we'll see. But it's fun to see, and this is what we love about these competitions as well. It's like yesterday with the South American Cup as well. It was that when we had the rounds mode, everything just completely went to discombobulation mode, and we had a sort of a seeding phase that took like an hour and a half instead of the usual like probably 30 to 40 minutes that it should have taken. But you know, we still got back on schedule, so it's fine.
I'm going to hope for everyone's sake that we are about to reset, because there was an insane snipe at the line just there, and I really hope that wasn't real and we didn't just miss it.
I mean, I have one eye on basically talking to everybody and one eye watching the match as well. So yeah, but there seems to be some struggles with people joining in as well, some lobby zones. We are switching maps, so I don't know at this point. We are sort of having a podcast. There's a match on the way that we should be casting somewhat. So no clue whatsoever, but maybe we'll get some info. But for the time being, at least you can enjoy our perspective of sort of third-person viewing the match, and maybe eventually you viewers get to actually pay. But if you subscribe to the channel, maybe you actually get to watch.
If we can get if there's a hype train going into a chat, then we'll show you gameplay.
Yeah, sure. Just get on going, get following, get on the socials. So yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
Hey,
we'll
we're
see.
just gonna go ahead and go into game and figure out, is this live? Maybe. As you can see, there are plenty of points on the board already, except for Tankrom, who is the player who joined late. So we're just waiting to see whether or not this is going to be a restart, or if it's just Tankrom deciding to deliberately handicap himself, joining a little bit late.
Yeah, well, I would love to also open up the in-game chat for myself, but I can't literally physically do that, so I don't
Yes.
even know what they're talking about at the moment. So whatever is happening, everybody's clueless here apparently, and all of the players are
Intimacy is just hanging out on the start line, I think,
Yep.
assuming that this is not real.
Yeah,
We'll
well, I
figure it
have a
out.
pre-match warm-up at the top
It's not
as well.
live. Confirmation.
It's live pre-match
No,
warm-up.
it's not live. It's not. It's okay. Live. Yep. That's good semantics. We love that.
Exactly. But that's good stuff. So basically, the players went through an entire map, got an entire practice session on one map. Now we're gonna go back to that map to play it again. So surely these rounds are gonna be crisp, clean, and absolutely nothing's gonna go wrong.
I mean, I've seen Trackmania players in competition before, so I don't know about that one, buddy.
It's fine. Don't worry about it. You know, this is the reason. What other competition gives you a full pre-match warm-up of rounds on a single map?
Well,
not a single
not this one,
competition.
because we didn't show it to anyone. So
Well, they didn't need to see it. This was a live pre-match warm-up. Nobody wants to watch the warm-up anyway. Nobody cares
that's
about
true.
that.
I prefer to just cast it. Is I think my general strategy to warm-ups.
That is the best way to do it anyway. But you know, at least the good news is the match is now live. This is not a live pre-match warm-up. This was a warm-up to the live match. So here we actually get to go. So Tankrom, Intimacy, Flimsyelbow, TM. Hopefully that doesn't come into play when he's actually playing Trackmania. And Oddass. Oh God, he renamed it a bit to make it a funny name. Oddass. Funny time. Either way, hopefully this will go much better as well. But honestly, the round to start as well, maybe that warm-up is doing well because everybody is having a good start. Maybe Tankrom has fallen a bit behind, got a bit less time on the track than the rest of the players because he joined late, of course. But looking good otherwise, and nothing has gone wrong yet so far.
Yeah, looking
And
pretty
as
solid
soon as
there
I
is the
say
first
that,
crash.
and
It's a
he's-
classic. You take the break to hand off to the other caster, and that's when a player chooses to crash, when there's nobody ready to talk. This time around it is Oddass, who's dropped a long way behind the other three cars. Tankrom staying in touching distance. It's a battle at the front between Intimacy and Elbow. As Intimacy is losing out just a bit, it'll come down to the line. Intimacy, in fact, does manage to take the win. Jumped a little bit further, jumped a little bit faster. By 27 thousandths in round one, picks up 10 points.
Yeah, good stuff, good stuff. That is what we love to see. If you want to know what the order of the seeding was as well, it is technically Odd is seed 2, Intimacy seed 3, and Tankrom is seed 4, so maybe it gives a bit of perspective. What we're seeing on the server is probably the reverse of it, apart from Intimacy, who is currently in the lead. So Flimsyelbow TM got second position with those little fumbles there as well, so looking good so far, but... at least, you know, I will say, like, I don't know if you were able to catch any of that South American Cup. My bet would be that you didn't see it. That would be my safest bet there.
Safe bet.
That you weren't awake at like 2 or 1 a.m.
That's correct.
to watch the South American Cup. You know, we can give you that much. You know, it's understandable. You at least you were able to watch the VOD surely afterwards, but
Of course,
maybe you didn't get to that.
Downloaded it all, man.
But, you know, at least we have some good racing because we are getting into the final turn basically and nothing to really separate it apart from the fact that everybody's trying to push that outside turn. Intimacy goes a bit too much, but with some close racing and getting faster and faster, we do get some more points, but the points as they are now will pretty much bring everybody to even Stevens apart from Tankrom, who is still at 7 points, the same amount that he had in the live pre-match warm-up.
Yeah, that was very quick from Elbow as well, who I do want to highlight is by far the lowest seeded player in this lobby at the moment. You know, we have 3 of our top 4 here, Oddass, Intimacy, and Tankrom, literally numbers 2 through 4 after seeding. Elbow qualified in 16th place, a little bit slower. Now, looking through the times, it does seem like maybe this map is one of their better maps, so... I guess we're going to hold on and see how things get from here on out. But also in round 1, sure, Elbow came through the 2nd place, but that's a 2nd place to Nixotica, who is the #1 seed coming through, has to be one of the favorites for the tournament as well. And Overall, I think Elbow could make a decent run today. This is not the round to show that off. It was an early crash, and I'm aware of that. I see that 4-second time gap back from first to fourth with Elbow sitting there. But still, impressive so far from Elbow, and this time around, Oddass and Intimacy definitely both warming up into the match. Once again, dueling it out at the front as we round the final couple of turns. Nothing in it. Oddass has a little bit more speed, and I think he's going to snipe to the line. That is very well played from Oddass to pick up the full 10.
Yeah, you can get just a hint more speed right as you jump through the hole there, and so that is exactly what Odd did in the in that part there as well. Just a bit more sliding there, hint a few extra speed per hour. Technically, it is not kilometers per hour. We have a unit of speed. We all love more speed in this case, but we can call it whatever we want. Technically, if we are in America, we should call it miles per hour.
No. We're not going to do that, first of all. Let's make that very clear. But, oh, there's a full slide out. Is it a unit of speed or is it a unit of velocity?
Well, it depends on what you define as a unit of velocity in that sense.
Speed with a direction.
Unit of velocity, isn't that, acceleration? In that regard, miles per square per
velocity is just speed with a direction.
That's a fair point.
Yeah, if we're going by listen,
but
I remember I did physics
in some sense, a bit.
Yes, vector is just a force acting in a direction. That would be acceleration.
That's a fair point. We're getting a bit too technical for our mind. It's getting close to 10 p.m. I didn't expect to go in a bit of a low course of physics and mathematics here, but Intimacy is going for a very good time. A low 54 is very solid. The only person that has really broken the barrier of 54 is Lingo, of course, with a 53.927. So getting a low 54 in rounds is pretty solid. So Intimacy definitely getting intimate with Loquat, which apparently is a fruit of some kind, which I did a bit of Googling as well, because apparently everybody has named something of the maps after something. For example, Saltaire in Latin means to jump, to leap, educational stream. Why don't we have a tag for that?
We're learning so much. I don't think that anyone wants to actually be learning anything from us. That seems like a bad idea. Fact check your sources, especially when your sources are two guys casting Trackmania.
I think Wikipedia is a very reliable source. That's where I got the
Wikipedia is fine. It's us that I'm really concerned about. Like
Wikipedia, there could be possibilities
pretty
that
solid a lot of the time.
Details.
Like me paraphrasing Wikipedia, not a great source.
Yeah, maybe a few details then and there get lost in translation or, when you try to paraphrase the situation. But I'm sure it's fine. People get the idea, and I'm sure everybody will surely be using Saltaire in their vocabulary, because Latin is a very commonly spoken language in our modern history right now. So, unless you are maybe a lawyer or some kind, but that would be pretty weird that if you read laws about jumping.
I did, in fact, study Latin in school, so...
How much has that become very useful in life?
Not very.
So, well, at least maybe
it's
you never know. Maybe you go on to a show where they ask about Latin words.
It depends on if it's meant to be Italian or Latin here, because the Italian translation is to jump, but the Latin translation would be to dance.
Oh, that's exquisite.
So it really
internet lied to me.
What was important? Well, I don't know. Maybe just didn't it depends on if it's Italian or Latin. And Italian, a lot of it is based on Latin. It's just that one of them is a modern language and the other one isn't.
Yeah, but at the same time, Flimsyelbow is getting a very clean win of 10 points. Intimacy second, Odd is third, and Tankrom is fourth. So Tankrom hasn't really gotten his run going. Has been at the lower end of the spiel at the moment, so hasn't really gotten into it. It seems more that Intimacy and Odd is the ones running away with Flimsyelbow pretty much getting the scraps whenever everybody else has an absolute fumble at the start or whenever on this track. I mean, this track definitely, I feel it's more of the easier ones in my opinion, but things can definitely go wrong even on the most simplest of tracks. I say that with a light-hearted word, this being the simplest of tracks, when we've seen some of the most craziest ways to crash into every imaginable block in this game.
Yeah, every obstacle is in fact a potential obstacle. But this time around, we've got 4 players managing to dodge all of them cleanly. It is a very tight race. Tankrom first into the wall, touches on the outside of the dirt. It's Elbow who is the next to touch, and that's a full crash as a result as well. Intimacy and Oddass, the only 2 players then left racing. They are wheel to wheel around these final few corners. It does look like the outside dirt from Intimacy might pay off. A little bit more speed, but Oddass on the inside has maintained enough speed to hold on to this lead. Should be clean to the finish line, and that is a clean round win from Oddass, who will take a 57.2. It's a pretty solid time as well. Not the fastest we've seen, but about 4/10 off world record at the moment is nothing to sniff at in rounds.
Yeah, it definitely isn't. And I'm still expecting, hopefully, they do get some of the world records, because all of the world records, apart from the track that is specifically made for the North American Cup, is held by the South Americans. NA could do a yoink a few. Maybe we'll see that later today as well, because South America did get 1 world record in live rounds driven, but that was on Emerald. There is possibilities throughout the day. We have some very fast players, and if they get pushed far enough, I'm hoping for some world record.
All right, someone's going to have to explain to me who that face on Oddass's car actually is, because I see Twitch chat talking about it. I've only just actually noticed that it isn't just the usual, skin with a bunch of cool lines and stuff on it. What's going on here, guys? Also, yeah, there was a full crash earlier in this round. Intimacy is gone. He's out of this one. Intimate no more with the podium positions, and it will be Oddass trying to chase down Tankrom. Has gotten past Flimsyelbow, and that will be a touch on the outside, look like, from Tankrom. It's a full touch from Flimsyelbow behind, who is now dropping away from this top 2. Tankrom will take the round win. Oddass will take second in the round.
Yeah, and apparently we get some commentating from Sam Kimby that is absolutely Alxer's face, who is technically the owner and moderator of the Twitch channel as well, and I believe previous also organizer before Stokeine took over.
Is this targeted harassment? Is this bullying?
No, he's a fan of his great idol and hero. Wants to emphasize it. Dude, yesterday,
I think the eye positioning is a little bit unfortunate on either side of the cards. I'm sorry, it's not doing you any favors.
It's fine, you have a bit of a side eye there, it happens as well. Yesterday that we had a player in South American Cup who literally put his own face on his car just to look at it and smile at it. And had his teeth on the spoiler, so every time the spoiler went apart, the smile went bigger.
That's insane. You got a full commit. Oh, Tankrom survived there, barely. That was pretty close. I gotta say, you got a full commit and get a horn that is just you shouting beep at that point, I think.
Of course, it depends. We haven't had actually many horns. But then again, I don't know if I have my horns on as well. Sometimes it can be a bit different, because I don't have even a horn binded on my things, because I'm not in the horn community. So yeah, that's one of the things as well. But I do like to hear them. That's definitely for sure. I've had metal pipes screamed in my face. I've heard ducks dying, basically screaming as well. So all kinds of good stuff. But for the time being, at least, I haven't heard many horns in the tournament so far.
As far as I can tell, the horn community exists just to invade my Twitter feed when I'm in public. If you know what I'm talking about, then I'd run.
Well, I mean, honestly, the only times every time I now think about you is I think about the most recent LAN you had with the RPG stuff as well, and then you had some few oopsies there. We're just not going to talk about it. At least you cannot do anything of that tier. So.
Hey. We were very wholesome over there. It was a great time over in France.
Good time. I definitely look to be in. Where did Tankrom go?
It's warm up. We're not stressing.
Oh yeah, fine. I was wondering as well. It looked a bit odd there. I almost started to cast it. I just questioned what Tankrom was doing.
He's just gone to explore the stadium floor just to check it out. He might find himself there later on. Hopefully not in live rounds. We will get into, I believe, our third map of the match. It is currently a lead for Oddass, who is 59, 10 points clear, second place. Intimacy sitting in second at the moment, and then it is Tankrom and Elbow tied on 38 points apiece. We are, of course, looking mainly for our top 2 here. So that gap from second back to third place, very relevant, but Intimacy does find himself in fourth place as we start off on Emerald.
Yeah, and Tankrom now taking a very solid lead to start off. He's just absolutely driving into the sunset. I mean, as brilliantly as Emerald at the moment, Intimacy is having an intimate time with the checkpoint back there as well, as Tankrom is just going faster and faster. Maybe not here in this section, but this quarter pipe can be quite hard to get through as he clips as well, and that puts everybody right on his neck as well. So now it comes down to this final dirt, who's willing to push a few more units of speed out of this corner, but Tankrom still holds on, gets those 10 points, and very valuable 10 points as well, given the fact that Intimacy is the one that he's targeting and who only got 3 points there. So that gap of 11 immediately gets cut into 3/4 and is now at 4.
And I think you got to be feeling comfortable now if you're Tankrom in that first round on Emerald. That was not a flawless map. That was a round with a couple of clips and things, but Tankrom still looked to be the player with pace, still looked to be the player to beat. And he just had a round where he kind of clipped near the end and still won. Well, okay, never mind. That's rough. He's had a bad touch this time around, and things all of a sudden look significantly worse than they did in the previous round. He's looking for some big mistakes out of the players in front. Those have been coming on every previous map. They even happened in the last round here as we start things off on Emerald. So Tankrom is not out of it just yet. He really wants to pick up more points. He's already gaining on Elbow. Will manage to overtake Elbow through this corner. It's neck and neck between them. It's neck and neck between Intimacy and Oddass as well as we enter the quarter pipe.
Yeah, but quarter pipe is looking good for the front too, so no gains for Tankrom and Flimsyelbow there, so it's gonna come down to here. I haven't seen anything go wrong in the finish. Nobody has actually just facepalmed the finish but quite yet, so far that incident has not happened. People have been rather close, but not quite. So aim is on point for people, and at the moment Oddass is definitely making sure that point cap does not go any smaller than double digits. It is 17 points, but it's Intimacy who might be just looking at the moment to the back end and seeing, wait a minute, that is 6 points of a gap. That wasn't that small just a few minutes ago. What is happening?
Yeah, it's scary, and if Tankrom can keep it clean, I do still think the pace is there, but it's once again a poor start. This time around, it is going to be joined by Oddass at the back. That's a big touch from Flimsyelbow, and that's a mistake Tankrom was hoping for in the last round. Never came through, settled for third, but did manage to haul down third off the merits of his own driving through the middle of the track. Is now looking to haul in a full 3/10 gap up to Intimacy. He goes much tighter on the inside of that dirt, drives a much shorter distance than Intimacy did, and didn't really seem to lose much speed for it. He's going lower on the jump as well. Has fully closed that gap at this point. It was 3/10. It's down to just over a 10th. He's running out of track to catch up to him on. Final dirt turn. He's still close. I don't think he's close enough. This should be Intimacy holding him off to take the round win. Tankrom sent it. The gap closed finally to less than about half a 10th. That was close, but Tankrom just gave himself too much work to do after those first couple of turns.
Yeah, a tight squeeze there, that's for sure. Definitely was a squeeze and a half there, but that early touch gave him that deficit of 0.3, but he gained that back up, so that just means as long as he gets past that third turn, it would be fine. The problem is that he only has, I believe, one more round on this track, so would be nice for him to get it done now in this round. So he has touched that same corner twice in a row. Third time is the charm usually, so let's see if that is the case, and truly it is so. Well, it is not, because he touched that outside wall again. Third time is the charm, clearly to just do it again.
Yeah, it's unfortunate because I do think on every other turn on the map, Tankrom has looked like the best driver right now. I mean, he's really been able to push to take tenths of advantage where nobody else has. He's just starting from half a second to 3/10 down every single time. And that has cost him dearly here on a map where you really needed to start to haul some points back in, because Oddass is already nearly past the 80-point mark. Tankrom really pushing this time around, has ended up clipping the inside of that. Might even lose out. Third place Elbow is going slow. Tankrom has been handed a lifeline. I think is looking now to pick up second place. Intimacy, meanwhile, at the back has full crashed. And that means that Tankrom will happily take second. Oddass will be given the 10 points basically for free in that round. And importantly, Intimacy finishes in fourth, only picking up 3 on the final round on Emerald.
Yeah, it's not as bad as it could have been. It's still gonna close the gap a bit between the two.
It should have been so much better. It should have.
It should have been. I mean,
like it's rare that you see a map where you're just like, someone should be coming out of this with a clear advantage. Tankrom, I think, should have won every round on that map. Like,
yeah, that would have been nice. But life is a cruel mistress, and at that point, that cruel mistress is one outside third that just decides to just give you a hug every single round in this case. But hugs aside, I'm sure Tankrom can see that pace is there. He just has to, you know, clean sweep a few of those, outside third mistakes, and should be all good for him as well. And he's getting more into it as well, it seems as well. And maybe not able to get to Oddass, but Intimacy is definitely in line sight, locked and loaded. That tank has a few shells remaining, and that target is definitely Intimacy.
Yeah, I don't know. Have you ever heard the old Ayrton Senna story of F1 driver, for those who don't know, who was an incredible driver. And at one point he had a crash during a lap, during a qualifying, I think. And he genuinely came back. He clipped a wall and he came back and he said, the wall moved. And people were like, what are you talking about? No. Someone went out and measured where the wall was. The wall had, in fact, moved about like 5 centimeters out from where it was for whatever reason. I think it was tires. It had just been vibrated 5 centimeters further out. And he'd been driving so close to it that, yeah, the wall had, in fact, moved about 5 centimeters. And so he just kept clipping it. So that's what I'm saying. I think Tankrom, the wall had moved out there by about 5 centimeters. And obviously he had the track down so flawlessly that he was done in by that 5 centimeter shift.
Yeah, that's the thing, though. If only that fictional story would apply here, and the physics would allow for the deformation.
Someone
blocks.
made a new version of the map, accidentally uploaded it to the competition servers, and the wall was 5 centimeters closer in.
Well, that
seems
could
like
be a
the most reasonable
possibility, of
explanation.
course. As long as he did. I was about to say, if he clips there, then I might think that your story of 5 centimeters might actually be true. But for the time being, Tankrom is the one to win actually the round with a 102.9, and Oddass, Intimacy, and Flimsyelbow to follow up in suit with Corion. Basically, a way to spell the crayon incorrectly is one way to put it as well. I don't know what's the story behind that. Yeah, Corion was the Pokemon. Now that I remember it as well, it is named after Pokemon because Mephisto loves his Pokemon namings for every single map he ever makes, basically.
I think I fell off after like Gen 2, so I'm just going to take your word for it.
To be honest,
no, surely not.
I could be wrong. I mean, you can cast for now. I'm gonna fact check that now.
Right,
and
yeah. Hey, Elbow
has
has full crashed. And I've never claimed to be a Pokemon fan. I'd love to be. I'm simply not. This is a tight race though at the top, and it is a relevant race at the moment. Oddass sits on 95 points. A second or first would be good enough to lift them up onto finalist mode. At the moment though, sitting in third place, just going to miss it out by a single point unless he can overtake Intimacy or Tankrom. He is gaining, catching, and there's the mistake. That was Tankrom, who has dropped back now into third place. Intimacy battling Oddass, trying to hold off. Oddass is just looking to deny points at this point. Second is good enough to get up into finalist mode, but it'll pick up a first anyway. It got close to not being good enough, hitting the wall, allowing Intimacy within 15 thousandths, but it is a round win and finalist mode now for Oddass.
Yeah, now he has a fair few chances to get at it as well. Minimum 2. If depending on what results has, 3 is nice, but I'm pretty sure he wants to just get it done with one shot, one opportunity. And of course, I have to deliver some bad news as well. Corion is indeed a Gen 2 Pokemon. So I don't know what kind of Gen 2 you watched, or you just faded away a bit
so here's
from
what
Gen 2.
Here's what's happened in chat. It turns out that it was actually called Corsola in English, and Corion is the French name.
Ah, fair enough. Yeah, it would make sense regarding Mephisto, of course. Okay.
I still wouldn't have known.
I mean, I wouldn't have known that it was the French name. I don't even follow Pokemon.
Oddass, right, that's important. Oddass clips. Tankrom is chasing at the front of the moment. Unfortunately for Intimacy, as you said, it is 2 rounds of grace for Oddass if Intimacy wins the next 2 rounds to join on finalist mode. Intimacy is sitting in third place, about half a second down from Tankrom and Elbow, who are really going socks at it in this round. They are neck and neck. That is the inside line then for Tankrom, who carries more speed through the reactor down section, continues to carry that speed, and as it is going to be Tankrom to pick up the round win, Elbow in second. Oddass will snipe out Intimacy, which is an extra point denied away. Oddass hasn't even finished yet. Hang on a second. No, he has. I'm just being trolled by the scoreboard a little bit. Don't worry about it.
No, it's because he's in finalist mode.
Yeah, I was just... My brain was... I'm slow, okay? I'm warming back up into it. Don't worry about it.
It's fine. Don't worry about it. We are here. We catch up to speed. That's why Swiss mode will take an eternity to complete in the first place.
Hang
By
on,
the time
sorry.
to finish,
Tankrom
we are all
overtook
ready to
Intimacy
go.
in that round.
I mean, we'll be fine.
Yeah, it'll be fine. That's relevant. 88 points for Tankrom.
Well,
84
and nobody
points
will be
for Intimacy.
finalist after this, so Oddass has opportunities to still go at it. But honestly, nobody's really making it really easy for him, because even Flimsyelbow is, wants some points. But Intimacy and Oddass both having trouble, and Intimacy finds a rather peculiar spot to even park his car for a moment. So basically, more points for Flimsyelbow and Tankrom.
Yeah, Tankrom's going to be moving very close to finalist after this round, and Elbow currently sits 20 points behind Intimacy, who is in third overall. But a couple of round wins closes that gap real quick. That's not going to be a round win, though. Well,
ideas.
Never mind. Tankrom, on the other hand, is going to be sitting on 98 points and guaranteed a round win. Elbow's had some serious issues at the back and is probably going to be finishing this round in fourth place. We'll wait and see. Oddass should come across in second. Intimacy and Elbow are basically nowhere to be found, but it will be Intimacy crossing the line in third place, moving to 88 points, and Elbow will unfortunately only move up to 67. It looked so good for a brief moment in that round.
Well, this map basically has been one of those cases that I saw that it was also in the South American Cup. Everything looked good until we got to the reactor parts, and then everything's just one clipped, one hit the wall, one got an absolute face palm on a wall, and somehow somebody managed to, almost miss the finish as well. So everything can go wrong in that final quarter of a map. Everything else can be absolutely even Steven smooth as a baby's bottom, and then afterwards it's just absolutely rocky roads.
Yeah. Well, it's going to be somebody's golden hour, because we move on to golden hour. It's golden hour here in Ireland at the moment as well. Sunlight looks beautiful outside, but for these players, they've got a little ways to go. It'll probably be golden hour about when this tournament is wrapping up for them, I'd imagine, depending on what part of North America they're in. But this one should be a bit of fun. A lot of plastic. This is probably going to be our final map as well. Can't see us getting out of here unless Flimsyelbow wins a lot of rounds in a row.
I mean, anything's possible at this point,
It is.
Maybe that Flimsyelbow is not maybe doing him rather well. Hopefully, that Flimsyelbow can go to, a proper elbow TM at some point. But for the time being, it's a bit flimsy, so maybe it's hampering the player a bit there. But the one player is not getting hampered by at the moment is Tankrom, who has gotten into an absolutely devastating lead, and as everybody just sees that name become ever so smaller, and just get to watch as Tankrom, well, technically only needs to finish it. But the 9 points from Intimacy is more than happy, so he has more chances. The only person that is sort of watching everybody in front doing well is Oddass, who's like, I want to be in that first position. That would be quite nice.
Yeah, how many rounds now are we into Oddass having finalists? 3? 4? I mean, it's been
a fair few
while
at this point.
But it's definitely the pressure starting to mount. The longer you spend on finalists without converting, the worse it kind of starts to feel, and the harder it does get to maybe actually eventually convert. Of course, all it takes is one good round, one round even where your opponents make mistakes. But it also feels better if you can do it yourself off the back of good driving, right? It doesn't feel great in terms of your momentum for next round if you're relying on a round where all of your opponents crash.
Well, that is at least, well, it is a plan. Flimsyelbow at least giving everybody the chance to make that happen. But the only person who really is looking to deny here is Intimacy. A first position, of course, denies Oddass and Tankrom the opportunity to move on to 2-0 after this match. But as the lines are going at the moment, you might have to go for that plan B, which is everybody crashing. There's one. We would need one more for that plan to come into full execution here. Tankrom is very close, or Intimacy just decides to just fully outpace the man and get that victory himself, because he's doing a rather good job of it, not gonna lie.
He's doing it. He carries the speed all the way through there, entering the water. Intimacy slightly ahead. The wheels slide out ever so slightly from underneath him, though. That's going to be the opening that Tankrom needs to regain the lead, as Intimacy just could not hold the line. It is a lead for Tankrom, potentially a first place here in the second match. Swiss, he crashes! He's gone at the finish line. He could not send it through the mailbox. And so Intimacy holds on. We're going to triple finalist in round 2 of Swiss.
Ain't no way if that is an absolute disc slam of a moment. And funny enough, that's the first time I've ever seen anybody do that. Not gonna lie, I didn't see that happen once in the South American Cup, and I now see it in the Swiss round 2 in the North American Cup. That has to be a kind of a tilter moment, especially if, it's a bit rough, and everybody's kind of dead, and everybody's dead. Not gonna lie, only Oddass is like Flimsyelbow is struggling, and Tankrom is having a bit of a one-man run, apart from Oddass, who is kind of close to him.
Yeah, Oddass has managed to pull this back at least a little bit. Is within 3/10. That is a closable gap on pretty much any of these tracks. At least 3/10 is, I don't know about 4 or 5/10, maybe a second or more. It's maybe up to Elbow. Now Tankrom's full crash. Never mind.
God.
We're going to go for another round. I'm calling it now. Elbow's in the lead. Oddass has touched the wall again. Elbow is on a clean run. This is not going to be the quickest run that anyone has ever seen on Golden Hour for a winning time. But there has to be a winning time. And right now that looks like it's going to belong to Elbow.
God forbid somebody get the Heimlich movement in, because the choking hazards are unreal here. Intimacy, Oddass, and Tankrom have an absolute
triple
momentous...
How does Elbow come out on top? This is dumb.
Hey, it's fine. Just 2 more rounds. We have quadruple finalists. Isn't this what we want, ladies and gentlemen? Quadruple finalists. Yeah. Surely it will go now well. It's I believe it should be one more after this still as well. It's absolute chaos on Golden Hour. It definitely hasn't been Golden Hour for anybody. Apart from Flimsyelbow, who's reaping the benefits of everybody just having the worst time of their life, apparently. Oh. And there's already one. Tankrom is kind of out of it. So Intimacy and Oddass maybe decide the first winner of this round.
Yeah, hey, Intimacy and Oddass chasing it down. There goes Oddass. Intimacy, you know what you gotta do, buddy. Somebody send the sleeper code activation. We gotta get another round win here for Flimsyelbow, who's going wide on the dirt. He's gonna have more speed than Intimacy. He's gonna have the speed to overtake into first place, and there is not a huge amount of track left at the moment. Intimacy is still close. Intimacy full crashes. Tankrom has recovered from the early mistake, is gaining on Elbow, who's gonna touch. Tankrom is through. Last couple of turns. Tankrom might be the first player to have had enough and leave. We've seen a crash here before. We won't see it again. Tankrom will lock in first place and move to 2-0 in the Swiss stage.
Jesus Christ, how to make the most complicated way to get the finalist mode, at least gets it done. Well, it's not as complicated as one specific person who has been in finalist mode probably longer than anybody so far, and we're switching maps of all things as well.
Elbow could win. Elbow is 1 first place and 1 round win. He needs to win 2 rounds back to back, and Elbow is the second place player in this match.
Yeah, but you did say that on paper, actually, this is Flimsyelbow's one of the better maps as well. And we saw some of that as well happen as well, but surely Intimacy in Oddass. First of all, Oddass is probably fed up with that red on his screen at this point, so probably wants to get that off there. And Intimacy, well, would like to win, would be just nice. And Flimsyelbow is just like, you know what, I'm here. I'm just doing my thing. I'm seed number 16 against 2nd, 3rd, and 4th, and I might be able to win this somehow.
Yeah. Hey, welcome to Twitch chat, Tankrom. I feel like you could have been here about 5-10 minutes ago if you'd, just maybe not crashed a few times. But we're delighted to have you in chat now, and we're delighted to watch the rest of this match. Can Elbow do the back-to-back? Will it be Intimacy or Oddass who manages to just pick up that 1-round win? It's only 1-round win. It's a clean minute of driving.
Clean minute of driving, but as I always love to say these days, ice is a great equalizer, and we can see at the moment that so far not really equalizing as much, and everybody got through it so equally. So now surely while Flimsyelbow is out, I mean dreams are crushed here. So
my
Intimacy
second triple
Oddass,
finalist.
Intimacy Oddass, if you have the absolute massive cojones, you both will DNF, get Flimsyelbow to finalist mode, and then decide who's the bigger man.
Yeah, hey, Oddass dove down the inside there. It's Intimacy with the first touch. Close to the inside, and it turned out to be too close. Oddass is uncontested in first place. There's a gap of it must be over a second. It's about half a second back. It's plenty. It's enough. The player who entered finalist mode first will leave it finally here in second place overall. And I believe that means Intimacy will pick up 3rd place in the match. Doesn't really matter because we are counting firsts and seconds and thirds and fourths. And oh my lord, that match. Creedy, welcome to round 2. We've got 3 more of these Swiss rounds to go.
Yeah, but hey, I don't have to worry about it. I'm gonna go on a nice little break here.
True.
You and Turbo can enjoy
Creedy, I just want to remind you that does mean that you are going to be casting round 4 and 5 of Swiss, which are going to be the most stressful ones.
It's stressful for the players. I don't have to worry about it. I'm not the one at the helm of the wheel here. I'm just here commentating and having the best time of my life, watching how Flimsyelbow almost overthrew the second, third, and fourth seed in the North American Cup. What more would you want from Trackmania than that? I can't even imagine anything else. But that was a good match. I don't know if anything else is ongoing. I rather think not, but it seems there is actually
not.
one more match that is underway, actually. I don't know if it's still ongoing. It is in finalist mode, but we don't really have to jump into it because that has all just settled as I just jumped into it with Thombern and Stokeine, our tournament organizer, getting through to the 2-0 match. So this is definitely not rigged and scripted whatsoever.
Well, we'll wait and see. I think the plan now is probably to throw to a quick break. We'll be back with round 3 of the Swiss stage of the North American Championship number 2. Don't go anywhere. I'll be back. I'll have ditched Creedy, but we'll get him back later. Don't worry about that.
And we are back here with another great match coming into play. Raistlin, Nixotica, Thombern, and Tankrom are fighting it out here for the 3-0 match, let's say like that. And with that, they are qualified already, let's say like that. Nua, what kind of match what was I witnessing in chat? Like, this was crazy.
It was some nonsense. Listen, I'm not going to try and break it down too hard because okay, just to break it down a little bit, one of the things that happens in Cup Mode Turbo is people get to finalist, they see the red name on the back of their car, and they do sometimes forget a little bit how to drive. There's the panic. It's scary. Red is a scary color, Turbo, okay? And when you see it on the back of your car, what's it doing there? That number's meant to be white. Why is it red now? And yeah, sometimes that doesn't go great for some players. And unfortunately, there was kind of 2 or 3 players in that last match who had some struggles once they hit finalist mode. You know, listen, we're not going to name names, although I think it's fair to say that Oddass spent longer than should have been spent on finalist mode. Was still able to pick up the 2nd place, was still able to move through. Of course, it was Tankrom who picked up 1st place in the end, and it is Tankrom who will be following through into this round as well. This is going to be a tough match, though. In terms of players who you might hope have maybe the competitive experience, maybe will not panic if they get to finalist mode and will just be able to close it out. I'm going to say that I think Raistlin and Nixotica in particular, players who've definitely been around and playing a lot of competition over the last couple of years. Thombern, I'm less familiar with, but I guess we'll find out.
Yeah, I think this will be a great match. I mean, all of those players for me ring more than a bell. They're all high skilled and great players. So I think it will be hard to really pinpoint it down. I think the skill level in general is very close to each other, and it's already about who is practicing more. Of course, Nixotica has a lot of experience, played in the Challenger League back then in the day. Then some incidents happened. He got banned. You know, this kind of stuff happened. But Nixotica is definitely a player who is able to win it and also has a good mentality when it comes to that, right? So he's a good player. But let's see if it will be enough for Raistlin, who comes from an RPG background, if I recall that correctly. Then Thombern playing a lot of couple of the day maps as well. And Tankrom, I mean, you just know from a lot of competitions.
Yeah, I feel like, look, it's a safe bet for anyone watching. Is like, oh, does Nua actually know one of these North American players? Yeah, they probably show up in mini RPGs a decent amount of the time. And that is definitely true of Raistlin, who plays plenty of mini RPG across there. And is a very good mini RPG player too. So yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing how this one shakes out. Obviously, this is not a mini RPG tournament. We are here on our kind of intermediate mixed tech is how the rulebook described these tracks. And I think that's a fair description.
Yeah, intermediate mixed tech could also be RPG maps, of course, but in this way, they are not. They're kind of nice multi-style maps. Of course, the map is also being shared, but yeah, I mean, stakes on this map is you can't skip a match. You can chill a bit until the Swiss stage is done, right? Yeah. You take the top seed. You're like, okay, guys, you still have to play. I'm just chilling here. I'm vibing, you know. In the morning. For us, it will be in the evening. But, well, there you go. I think we will be starting very soon in 2.5 minutes. And I just remember, or like I had to think, when were we casting the last time? Because I mean, you're on LAN last week. I think it was when I had COVID during mini RPG of the week.
It could have been, yeah. It's been
a hot 24-hour race.
24-hour race. Yes, yeah. Which, to be fair, look, I was not there for the second shift that I was meant to do. So look, it's fine. We're putting it out of our minds, Turbo. We're not talking about it. It's fine.
Yeah. Yeah, everyone was worrying where you were, but we all knew that you were going out with some people. But you know what? It was fine. That's the vibe of that as well. So that was really cool. I didn't want to like pinpoint you. Yeah, you know, you didn't show up.
I'm being attacked. I come here to cast the North American Championship, and I am under fire.
Yeah, under fire. I mean, firing in North America. Name a more iconic dude. Okay, let's.
God. We're done. Speaking of getting fired, Turbo, after this match, this man wants to go to bed, and he's gonna make it happen any way he can.
Yeah, I'm getting fired. Yeah. Nice word game there as well. Oh my god, dude, what is happening? What does sleep deprivation does to a
randomize, start the match. Start it now.
Start it now.
We gotta get out of here. Stop looking at us. Oh, it's horrible. Yeah, we'll get there. Yeah, plenty of players warming up. We've had all 4 players in lobby for a little while. No one late to their match this time around, not naming names, Tankrom, who was a little bit late to the last match. But we should be good to go in just a few seconds here. At the very worst, we're waiting another minute and we will start things off. I'm looking. Like you said, I mean, this is a stacked match. I mean, the level of competition in the last match, while it was exciting, was also high. I mean, every player kind of had maps. Even Elbow had a couple of maps where they were looking very, very quick. And I'm kind of expecting that to only be more true as we move into this 2-0 portion of the bracket.
Yeah, I mean, already the 0-0 match looked absolutely promising. We had rounds where players would just have a second from each other. Usually one player just completely cannot match the pace or doesn't occasionally finish a round. But that wasn't the case here. The level is great and players are seemingly ready and try to at least look good on the surface. You know, if they're like fully risking like, ooh, I have to save this one now, or like I have to go out of my comfort zone so much, you know, we don't know that. So there you go. The match is starting here. The warm-up begins and we're going to start on the new map for me. SQLC's map will be played here and it is called Luquat. How to pronounce that? Luquat? Je n'ai compris parler français? Oui.
Wait, here's what I'm thinking. It's like, have you ever gone to the gym and then like you're kind of like, I'm having a chill gym day, so you throw on some lo-fi beats and do some squats? Call that a loquat.
Oh my god. Oh my dude, what was that joke, man?
Hey, not even a joke. I think I'm just right. I think that's exactly why the map is named what it is.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. We start with round number 1. We are starting, guys. Raistlin, Tankrom, and Thombern playing against one American, a player that we all know and you've also already seen today. Actually, it is Nixotica. So let's see the ice part, all very closely done by Nixotica, able to move up into first place. And look at that, 33,000 tearing those players apart. Very good line from all the players there. Only Thombern dropping a little bit further behind, even having to respawn. And Nixotica leads the race. Over the cruise control we go. Good amount of speed accumulated from Nixotica, finding himself in the lead. And Raistlin is not too far behind, but makes a mistake as well now. So Tankrom elevates himself up into second position. And the positions look to be set in stone unless Nixotica completely fumbles it here in the end, but surely he's not gonna fail the end, right?
Surely not. Must be impossible. Nixotica, this at least as a finish, I think one of the least failable ones. You can touch on the outside dirt, but in terms of a full crash, we shouldn't see it, right? We're not going to see someone full crash this finish at any point. Tankrom also, I just want to highlight, I think was probably the most consistent player in the last match. Feel free to fact check me on that, anyone who was also watching it in chat. My brain is clearly mush. But while Tankrom was quick on a couple of the maps, I think the one map that he was clearly quickest on didn't manage to actually convert that. I believe that was Saltaire, whatever we're calling it.
We didn't know how to pronounce it as well. Saltare?
Yeah.
Saltaire?
Saltare? Yeah. I don't know.
It's Latin.
Yeah, we did. We found out if it's Italian, it means to jump. If it's Latin, it means to dance. So we need to get confirmation what the mapper meant.
I think it's Saltare, I think. If it's Latin, I would be like that. But what do I know, of course? But yeah, mappers and their names, and also players and their names, you know, completely bamboozling us and trying to mess with our brains, of course. As right now, Raistlin is certainly not messing with our brains. As to bring a little bit of a throwback, mesmerizing gameplay here from Raistlin in first position. And I think he's gonna take that first position right now. Nixotica has made a mistake, and Raistlin setting a good time here as well. Good ending. And Zuck into the finish. 54.204 in first. 0.7 ahead of Thombern. And then Tankrom comes in third. And Nixotica has to concede to the Canadians in this round.
Yeah. Best round from Raistlin. We'll take the lead, 14 points, but you know, it's very close after our first 2 rounds here. Feel very much anyone's to start putting a lead on at this point as well. The only player who maybe needs to step it up and show us a good round as we kick things off on low quad is still Thombern, who has had, I believe, a 3rd and a 4th place, sitting on only 9 points. No, that's not right. A second and a 3rd place. Second and 4th. That's the one.
6 plus 3 is 9.
Yeah. I would have gotten there eventually. I would have just iterated through a few different versions before I managed to.
Yeah, makes sense. But sometimes that can be very rough, especially if your brain is already mush, as you have talked about that beforehand. So let's go into this round. I mean, this is very, very close again. And Raistlin leading here again, and we see the first casualty that has been reported. It is Tankrom, but look at that line from Thombern. Wants to get another second position, maybe even more than that, because Raistlin didn't have the best line. Nixotica also still in the mix. The outside dirt line will decide it, and it will be between Raistlin, Thombern, and Nixotica, but Nixotica will not stay ahead. It's Thombern on second, Raistlin not even close on second, on first position, gaining another 10 points, and Tankrom after that mistake 1.5 seconds behind, but highly competitive round here. This is very nice to see, like such a good consistency, and not so many mistakes are happening actually.
Yeah, that was a much closer round, 12 thousandths between second and third. A little unfortunate that we lost Tankrom along the way, because that was looking like a very close round all round. I do think one of the things we saw from Tankrom in the last match that ultimately contributed to success and them finding themselves in this match is that mistakes from Tankrom tended not to be full crashes as much as some of the other players. They were touches. You know, it was losing half a second rather than losing 3 seconds to a full reset. And that's genuinely, if you're going to crash, that's a better way to do it. It leaves yourself maybe in the running to pick up some extra points if someone else makes a full crash. Yeah,
I mean, I would completely fall out of the map, so this is what would happen to me. And look at that round here again. This is so close. Tankrom and Thombern 7 thousandths apart, but Raistlin with a lot of risk touching the wall, but also Thombern with a mistake. Who's gonna get second place? It will be Raistlin, barely staying ahead, and Tankrom really getting through here and winning the rounds. And we see Nixotica now only with 3 points. Not a good start here from Nixotica. The first position, then I think third, fourth, and fourth. So only 20 points accumulated for him so far.
Yeah, and it was so interesting at the finish there. It's definitely something I'm going to be keeping an eye on when we head back to that map again in future rounds. Raistlin fully compromised speed in order to just head left to the finish line there, to take the shortest path possible. And we saw Thombern try to keep a bit more speed by, you know, not drifting as much on the dirt, head further right. And it was Raistlin who came out on top in that situation. So it does kind of feel like making the decision to even lose a little bit of speed just to get as far left and take the shortest path possible to the line at that finish might be the way to go if you are in a tight battle.
Yeah, that's for sure. I mean, like, distance travel loses you, of course, time, and in this way, that has been shown accordingly. So Raistlin leading 30 points. Very good first map. 2 first positions, then 1 second and 1 third place. And we're gonna go to our beloved Saltare, whatever you pronounce it, the map here, this one, but also try to pronounce the mapper.
Oh, Jesus, don't do this to me. I was deliberately not doing that. Casitas?
Yeah, I would also say it like that. Very, like, I think that's correct.
Yeah. You got a K and then a C. Like, I'm going to assume that, oh, that's a full crash. Yeah, I'm going to assume that it's a soft C after the K of some form. Maybe I'm wrong. Someone can correct us.
Yeah, actually, emotes. Put that in chat. But it is Nixotica in the lead. Very good start for him on this map. And this map also has a very tricky outside dirt line here in the ending that Nixotica opts for. And you can see Raistlin will not have as much speed than Nixotica here in this corner. And there you go. Nixotica wins the round, 57.175. Also good time. Tankrom on third. But also Nixotica actually lost time due to that outside dirt line. He was like, I think, 0.22 ahead. And at the end, it was only 0.18. So it has to be done very well, or Raistlin just got a very good inside line. This could have also been the case.
Yeah, I mean, the outside dirt line there, obviously, you can go faster. You can keep more speed on outside dirt, but you need to do that by getting very close to the wall. And we do occasionally see, even if you don't touch, you know, the slight release to make sure the touch doesn't happen, which does mean it's a little bit riskier, right? Like, even if it's only a momentary release, you give up all of those speed gains that you have. And as we were literally just talking about for the last map there, Turbo, going a longer distance, unless you're going much faster, is bad.
But would you walk 500 miles?
And I would walk 500 more.
Yeah, I think you would do that, right? To maybe
just to be the man that fell down at your door.
Yeah, that fell down 1,000 meters on Deep Dip 2. Anyway, no, we're not on Deep Dip 2 here. We are on Saltare by Casedos. as this would be the German pronunciation, and Thombern and Raistlin have to concede the first position to Nixotica, and Thombern with the first major mistake. 1 second behind Nixotica with the outside line again. Raistlin cannot control the line there, but is in close contention to first position, can get a much more inside finish, but it will not be enough. 17,000s here in Nualek. What a good round yet again, and Nixotica slowly but surely coming back into the match.
Yeah, I'm going to agree with what you said in the last round. I'm not really enjoying this outside dirt line for Nixotica. It was kind of significantly further ahead going into that turn than they exited it. Won by 17 thousandths, and what an exciting finish. Only 17 thousandths, but that should have been like 2 tenths.
Yeah, that was 2 tenths to call there indeed. And Thombern has to pull the trigger. 25 points on his account. And of course the point limit is 100. So he needs to make something happen to not fall majorly behind. LT has to play one more match, but I think it will be significantly easier. And just seeing the pace and the level of those players, it will be very hard for the players who just, like right now, playing themselves in the 1-1 match, because they're going to be playing against the losers. So the winners of the 1-1 match will be playing against the losers of this match. So they're both 2-1 then, who would have thought? And I think it will be hard to beating them. But also Nixotica now, after we praised him, he has made that mistake, still opting for that outside dirt line. Thombern can find himself not that valuable 10-pointer, only with a lot of speed in the ending to the line. And it is even closer in this round. 6 whopping thousandths of a second. Great round.
Yeah, that's a great round. Look, I guess maybe I have to be a believer in the dirt line after all, because Tankrom goes for it and then wins the round. So as much as it doesn't seem to be working, in the following turn, obviously, they're going into a much better line to the finish, which is allowing them to like kind of choose their jump to the finish line a little bit better. It's worked out for Tankrom in that round as well. So it's another round win for outside dirt. And I think I'm being forcefully made into a believer.
Mm-hmm. That could have definitely been the case. Are you a believer? Are you a believer?
Listen, I was a teenage boy, unfortunately, at the time when Justin Bieber was famous. I'd like to apologize for my words and my deeds at the time. I was most definitely not a believer, but I think the level of hate was unwarranted.
Yeah, I think that was like a very common trend in that way. You know, girls were like, Justin Bieber, and then boys were like,
and as a teenage boy, I hated girls.
Yeah. Oh, you hated Justin Bieber because...
Raistlin. Oh, he's gone. He's done. He's in the mud. Yeah.
Yeah, but listen. I mean, talking about Justin Bieber, I mean, right now, Nixotica doesn't care if he
Tankrom
likes or hates Justin Bieber. Tankrom maybe hates Justin Bieber as well, because...
what does hating Justin Bieber have to do with low jumping into the finish line?
Maybe.
Explain that one to me, Turbo.
Yeah, maybe Justin Bieber likes to low jump into the finish. Maybe.
But then why would Tankrom do it? Then he'd high jump into the finish.
I do the parenting argument. Yeah, why not? I do it because I do it.
Why not? Yeah, that's fair. Hey, this was a great time to get a raid. Welcome, everyone. We're delighted to have you. This is the North American Championship, round 3 of Swiss, where we are watching one of the 2-0 matches. Top 2 seeds from this match, as in the player that finishes first and the player that finishes second, will be qualified directly into the single elimination bracket stage.
Yeah, and we're also gonna lose our mind here in the meantime. So also, I mean, I've been casting for like 10 hours, and I took a 1-month break of Trackmania, right? And now I'm back.
And you were like, right, so it's time to do 1 month straight of Trackmania.
Yeah, 1 weekend straight of Trackmania, and then also the night shift. So I have to see how much I can still be casting, but right now I feel good. I think I passed that point of no return, right? Where it's like, I'm tired, but like I feel energized again. I actually was eating some pizza. Now I'm doing good again. So let's go into the next map. Wait, what did you have?
A gyro.
What is that?
It's like the Greek kebab. It's probably the easiest way to describe it.
Oh, I think I know what that is. Like,
it's like kebab meat and like in pita with like you get some chips and tzatziki.
Ah, yeah, that's great. We have that as well.
It was real good. It was very good. I also had some cheese croquettes with it. It was very tasty.
Yeah. I mean, I made a pizza in the morning because I knew that I would be casting the entire day. And I was like, what are you doing in the kitchen at 12 making a pizza? I was like, yeah, chill. Like, I do not have time later, right? I do not have time.
Yeah,
but who certainly will...
so close.
Yeah, and who certainly will drive a good time here on this map is Tankrom right now. Beautiful out... Oh my god, the beautiful line there. and 54.573 is certainly a good time. Nixotica on second, Thombern on third, and Raistlin on fourth. And right now we can see a clear tendency of actually no one going anywhere because look at Tankrom coming closer and up to P2, and it is only 4 points between first and third. That is spicy.
Yeah, that is. And I mean, like, look, I'm not going to count Thombern out of it just yet. Sure, it is a gap of about, what's that, like 18 points, something like that. That's closable. 17 points. That's a couple of rounds later on with other players on finalist where if Thombern can pick up a couple of wins, you know, I mean, as long as you continue to stay in touching distance here, at the end of cup mode, it becomes very easy to turn the tables very quickly.
Yeah, even if you're like at 80 points, so if you're 20 points behind, something like that has happening almost, or has happened almost in the previous match, so those things can definitely happen. And right now Tankrom has a good line. Raistlin pushes a lot on that one RPG section. Raistlin catching up so much. How come? I don't know. Maybe play the mini RPG of the week a bit more often here at Tankrom, at Nixotica, but no, they're also really good at this RPG style, and Tankrom will win the round. Raistlin almost overtaking there, but it wasn't meant to be. Thombern, however, now dropping gradually behind after another not so good position. Only 41 points now, and look at that. Tankrom tied with Nixotica. And Raistlin also like only 6 points away, so this is getting spicy and dicey. 35 points away of reaching finalist mode, but nothing of course decided because the Reds name, this is changing a player.
Yeah, it really does. Thombern kind of needs to start picking up at least some second places. Is unfortunately not looking very comfortable so far on Emerald, but off to a much better start this time around. Leads the race through the first 20 seconds of track, but it is all four players within a couple of tenths of each other. Tankrom is sitting just behind Thombern, and in fact is making the dive down the inside, trying to get in front, and has a wheel, has a nose in front of them. A little bit wider on the dirt. Raistlin sits just behind the two of them. Nixotica is catching and is going to nearly overtake Raistlin. Quarter pipe jump we go into. It is very low from Raistlin. Maybe a little bit too low as Thombern still holds on to that lead. Final couple of corners now. Tankrom and Raistlin wheel to wheel. Thombern with a lead. I think it's the battle for second place. I think Raistlin hitting the platform earlier is going to hold on to it. It was close. It was very close, but Raistlin did in fact hold on. Nixotica missed the finish behind, but he was close if there was someone else missing.
Yeah, that is for sure there. But I mean, the finish timeout is large enough or big enough for Nixotica to finish, even though he almost fell out of the map. Maybe he has seen that safe finish for the first time. Who knows? But now 69 points for Tankrom, nice. 68 points for Nixotica, and 65 for Raistlin. They are inseparable here in this top three, and no one is really walking away with anything here. And let's move on to the last round on this map as Raistlin gets a good start. Thombern insanely close there to the wall yet again, same as in the previous round. And let's see if he can get himself another good position into play here. So far ahead already here, 0.15 of a second, and that looks to be a promising run from Thombern.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things, it's been hard to judge Thombern's pace across this match so far because it's just been a lot of mistakes, right? But in the last couple of rounds, starting off on blistering pace. Now, it has dropped a little bit here. Again, had to release a little bit through that grass section as well, so drops into third place, but lands much cleaner. Maybe too clean through into first place as Tankrom full crashes, and it will be Nixotica trying to chase down Thombern. There's not a lot of track left, though, and hitting the platform early here for Thombern. Once you get to the platform, as long as you don't miss the finish, you should be holding on to that lead. That's another first place for Thombern. Nixotica takes a second, and Thombern has immediately closed that gap, just like we talked about.
Yeah, this was the best scenario for him because the first person got last position, so everyone just got closer to each other. You know, the gap has shrunk quite significantly, and now it's only 13 points between first and last. And here we go. We go to Quarterfinals, which is a Pokemon. Yeah, because Mephisto names his map after Pokemon, as always.
Listen, we figured that out when me and Creedy were casting there, but the issue was it's apparently the French name for a Pokemon.
Yeah.
Which, how was I meant to know, man?
Yeah. So what? I mean, I figured it out because, like, I usually always Google map names. This time I didn't do it. But usually I always check, and I'm like, oh, this is cool. Because I'm like, okay, what thought, like mapping, naming a map is really hard, actually, if you think about it. Like, what should you name the map? Of course, Emerald makes sense, right? You have the color theme.
Like, that's actually why I've never made a map.
Yeah.
It's the only thing holding me back, man.
Yeah. Oh, so you have 10 maps finished, you just need names, right?
Yeah, no, I've just like I've never even opened the editor because I'm just like I know I'd get to the stage where I'd have to name it, and that just seems like too much.
Yeah, I see.
Thombern kind of took off there.
It would be called like my first map.
Yeah, I'm gonna name every single one of my first map 2, my first map 3, my first map 4.
Yeah, why not? Better than not building a map. I think building a map is really fun. It's relaxing, but on the other hand, it's also really hard. And then, of course, naming the map. I think enduring this is really hard, of course, you know, going through that thought process. But, I mean, right now it is Nixotica going through no thought process because he's not really thinking about his run because he's on autopilot right now. And that looks really good, 1 second ahead. And he could jump a significant step closer to finalist mode.
Yep, looking clean, over a second of a gap back. In fact, over a second between every single one of the drivers on this. Just don't miss the finish. That's not the hardest risky fin in the map pack, and Nixotica will hit it cleanly, as does Raistlin, as does Tankrom, as does Thombern. And that's worrying because, you know, you said in the last round, that was all of the players kind of finishing in reverse order, bringing the field closer together. The exact opposite nearly has just happened. Nixotica takes off into the distance. Thombern, once again, that gap that he'd worked so hard to close over the last couple of rounds, re-extends.
Yeah, disintegrated within 1 round. Those things can just happen. But, you know, there's some more rounds still to be played. And, of course, the finalist mode. Ooh, you know.
It's spooky.
This is spooky and scary. The red name. I mean, I remember there was a competition when Pittsburgh Knights was still in Trackmania, and they were organizing a Trackmania competition, and people were struggling so much with that red name being attached to their car, but also the position change on the car, because I think that can really mess with you.
Yeah, no, absolutely. There are some players who, you know, obviously turn that off. They just don't want to know anything about what's going on. But, hey, I don't know what these players are up to. Maybe they're all just playing full cars on. We're having a good time. It's the North American Championship. You got to keep everyone in sight. Probably not, though. Raistlin will crash. He's dropped back into 4th place. Nixotica, once again, out in the distance, getting very, very close to that finalist mode and that all-important red name. Should finish cleanly here. Thombern takes 2nd, risked a bit harder on the finish, but was just too far back to make an impact. Tankrom picks up another 3rd place. And importantly, I think, Raistlin comes in 4th.
Yeah, it's a really good map for Nixotica so far. 94 points on this map and 2 victories. And I remember that, like, in Trackmania United, there is some, like, people who say, yeah, you have to, like, competitions are played with cars on, forced cars on. Like, and they say, yeah, we're gonna have that every time, and then you just do not see anything. Like, if there's a part, force cam 3, yeah, good luck, man. Good luck with that. I mean, it's just a stupid thing, but that's just how boomers are sometimes. It's a very weird take. I mean, they have their arguments, but how do you want to argument against them? Anyway, let's go into the next round because Nixotica could activate finalist mode here if he gets at least that 2nd position, and that looks really good right now as Tankrom is ahead of him, but Nixotica with a great line, good apex here over on that part, setting up very nicely and having so much speed here over that sector, but it's still not decided. But what is certainly decided is that Nixotica will activate finalist mode until he will survive this run.
Yeah, just needs to get to the finish line in one of these positions and is looking good to do so. Picking up the 1st place would be nice to keep the pressure off your back a little bit, but Tankrom is quicker through that final corner. Nixotica carries the speed. Tankrom goes low, goes long, and holds on by 23 thousandths. The angle from Nixotica was much shorter. He got very, very close to sniping there.
Yeah, very close, but it doesn't matter. I mean, just denying some points, and of course Tankrom now also very close of reaching finalist mode, because 90 points would mean 1 victory would be enough for that. But I mean, after that
was relevant. That was genuinely relevant that Tankrom was denied the 1st place in that round, because yeah, if he has 1st place, he's significantly closer to getting finalist mode. Would be able to get a 1st or 2nd in this round. Now needs the 1st. Is in a decent position to do so, but Nixotica is looking quick. Thombern continues to drop a little ways back away from the field as well, though, and would like a good finish in this round. Raistlin has also had a pretty horrible couple of rounds here. We've been quiet about it, but he is slipping away from Tankrom and back towards Thombern. So Tankrom, I think, starting to look like the player most likely to lock in 2nd in this match, and is still trying to be the only player really up there denying Nixotica.
Yeah, this is the only battle that is really happening right now. Raistlin has been falling behind quite a lot in the last couple of rounds, and it's only between Nixotica and Tankrom, who have had a very good map here And right now this is really showing. But as you said, this first position was really important for Tankrom because he could activate finalist mode after that if he gets first position. Nixotica the more inside line, and it will be Tankrom staying ahead 500th of a second. And we have a double final situation between right now the clear favorites because they have just reigning the map for now, and Raistlin and Thombern couldn't make anything against them.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm not saying they should do it. I'm not saying it would be great if they did it, but like handshake between Nixotica and Tankrom. Do not push each other too hard. Maybe just pick up an easy first and second place. I don't know. It doesn't seem like it's going to be easy. The thing, Raistlin and Thombern, that map ended at the perfect time for them because they were straight up having a bad time. They were not doing well. And now they get to go to a new map. We head to Golden Hour and we see if either of them can clean things up and maybe deny a couple of these first places.
Yeah, they have to do that eventually. And I mean, they can let one slip away, of course, either Tankrom or Nixotica, but after that, it's really game on because it's do or die. But I mean, they're also 2-0, they won 2 matches, they can chill a bit, right? And maybe take their revenge in the normal bracket after the Swiss system as well. So this could also be going through your mind. But then on the other hand, maybe you should not apply too much pressure because you know that you have another chance and maybe then another one. And then it gets a bit worrisome. If you go from 2-0 to 2-2, right? Then it gets worrisome. But here we go. Double final situation. Let's see if Tankrom or Nixotica will be going through.
Yeah. One of them might.
Could
still completely turn around. We could end up sending through Raistlin and Thombern, but it is Nixotica who's looking good off the start line and starting to pull out, well, a little bit of a lead. It was a dive inside from Thombern, trying to deny the first place for at least the first half of the map. And is carrying a decent amount of speed now, maybe a little bit too much onto the plastic, drifts a little bit wide, but is still right behind Nixotica. There is the paint on the front of the car between the two of them right now. 3,000ths of a second through that checkpoint as Nixotica just starts to edge away a little bit into the water, and we've seen players lose their grip just a little bit here. Raistlin with a flawless line through the middle there is looking great onto the dirt as well. Clear through into first place, and Raistlin the big winner through the water section. Thombern now goes inside, and it's 2 players in front of Nixotica as we cross the line. Our players in 3rd and 4th place pick up a 1st and 2nd and get a little bit closer to finalist mode themselves.
That was a beautiful line from Raistlin. I was on Nixotica's POV and I was like, this was a great line. And then, hello guys, my name is Raistlin.
Just appeared.
That was
crazy.
Set him
up so cleanly for the next turn as well. If he can replicate that, well, he's going to need to replicate that because that is that's slow. That is touching the wall off the start line, slow.
Yeah, and Raistlin now have a second behind it. I think also this line will not really help them to make it into first position because now the finalists are reigning and are leading. And I think we're gonna see our first winner here if Thombern cannot do something incredible. I mean, 2.2 is definitely something that you can catch up to, but you need a very good end, a Raistlin-like ending. And this is not a good line from Thombern. Actually, it didn't work out that bad.
Yeah,
I thought it was way worse, but now this part will decide it. Thombern drifting and almost going into the wall, but this is not a good exit. Tankrom or Nixotica, who will take it?
Yeah, Tankrom leads the way at the moment. Nixotica, I think, a little bit too far back, loses speed, will be overtaken by Thombern, who full crashes. Nixotica, look, Tankrom's through. Tankrom's through. Ignore everything else. It's fine. It's fine. Tankrom's fine.
Oh my god, what is happening? Dude, there were 10,000 mistakes in the ending. It is not Tankrom taking it, it's Nixotica.
Tankrom didn't cross he didn't cross the line?
No. Tankrom crashed twice. Crashed twice.
What?
Hello, YouTube. Hello.
I was like, okay, Tankrom's made it through the slot, so he's fine. No?
Nope. No, and then he failed again.
That's absurd. That's... Oh, Jesus Christ.
And then Nixotica's like, yeah, thank you, let me have that. Oh, that was a great clip, guys. That was a great clip. I think you're gonna see that tomorrow on YouTube on the Trackmania eSport channel or something like that. Clip it and ship it. This was a great moment, really. I make sure to clip that. This was really good.
Thombern can't even hit finalist yet, by the way, which is crazy. I mean, Raistlin just needs to finish and he hits finalist. We'll be on double, but Thombern needs to win this round and the next round. Oh, Lord. Oh, Jesus.
This is crazy. This is crazy, but it's not over just yet. And I did not think that this slot in the end would turn out to be a slot machine in that round, because this is not the hardest jump, actually.
No, it's not. Hey, here we go again. Thombern, can he strike it lucky? Yes, he can. So does Tankrom. They're both clean through. And that does mean 2 finalists, and Thombern on 97, but nothing below a win will be good enough.
Yeah, and we have 2 finalists. Thombern needs to deny, though. So do or die it is on, I think this is the last or second last round on this map. I cannot even...
Oh, sorry, before this match ends, and while we still get one more chance to see Raistlin's name, pretty sure the Milky Way club tag is meant to have a drop shadow, which just means I think he's missing a hashtag or something in his club tag to give it a drop shadow. So, you know, sort that out, Raistlin.
Wow. That is very picky, but yeah, I see that. Okay, so Raistlin, aufpassen here. Yeah, make sure to add the hashtag. So Raistlin now leading, but I do think that we're going to see Raistlin very, very soon again in 2 hours.
He's DNF'd. He's DNF'd. Thombern's touched. Raistlin's clean. Hey, we're going to get to see it again. Raistlin should be safely through at this point. He is so far away from anyone else. Thombern needs to at least stay in a position where maybe Raistlin crashes the end and he's able to deny. But Raistlin surely has learned from the mistakes of previous rounds, from seeing competitors crash. Needs to nail the jump once. Does so. That is Raistlin through, following in Nixotica's footsteps. And we do have our 2 drivers qualified from the Swiss stage already. Perfect. 3-0 from the 2 of them. I don't actually think either of them had a completely perfect Swiss stage in winning all 3 of their matches. We'll have to wait and see. I think Lingo might be the only player who's capable of doing that at this point, depending on what's going on over in the other 2-0 match. But it does mean it's been kind of all over the place here, Turbo. It kind of feels like anyone can still beat anyone once we head to brackets.
But that's really cool. I really like that, having this kind of situation. And of course, the brackets will be entered, and also from the other matches, the participants will be, like, the results will be entered, and there you go.
Yeah.
This was it of the Swiss stage round number 3, and I think we're gonna be back after a small break where we're gonna see matches that are definitely a bit more tense, because now players are 2-1 or 1-2, so it's do or die, or players go through. So everything will get a bit more exciting now.
We're gone.
Welcome, everybody. We are on your screens now. Hopefully, you haven't been away for too long. We're not going to be on your screens for very long as well, because people really want to get this tournament underway. And at the moment, we are going through the process of actually manually starting these matches because the timers are quite long. And if players are ready now, why not just jump into it, right, Turbo?
Yeah, why not jump into it? I mean, the timer set 30 minutes. Now we are literally starting, so that is a good way. And we have a good match here between Matrix, Elbow, or Flimsyelbow, one could say him. Elbow TM, what a name. I mean, that's the most common US name that I've seen. And then, of course, also our event organizer, Stokeine, on the server, as well as Berree. So this will be a nice match. Point number is still 100, and all of those players are 2-1. So whoever wins will go into a good standpoint into the single elimination brackets.
Yeah, this is now their second opportunity to get into the, well, for some maybe and not so much as well, but for a few players it is their second opportunity to get into those qualification spots, so it's more than important as well. Honestly, Flimsyelbow definitely was a surprise as well. Elbow might be flimsy, but his gameplay is pretty solid, to be honest, especially when he was, well, not in that round specifically, but Matrix and Stokeine at least are looking rather good. Matrix at least dodging like Neo all those poles, unlike Flimsyelbow, and almost overtaking Stokeine as well, but not quite the best dirt. But it is 1-2 up in front with Flimsyelbow in third and Berree in fourth. So your usual around so far. I mean, overall it has been good stuff as well. Even the match you casted beforehand as well with Noah, it was absolute a banger as well. But some good moments there as well, and hopefully that continues.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely want to clip this one moment and forward it to the eSport channel, and hopefully this can be featured. Let me actually write that down, that we do not forget that. Clip four-way fail. So I just wrote that down. It's on my to-do list, so I'm gonna do that after I fell asleep and just, like, I don't know, wake up in like 20 hours or something like that. But no, I have to work at 10 in the morning. And, well, Berree with a very, very interesting line there. Look at that respawn.
Yeah, not the most, not the most
sure.
best way.
Like, how do those things happen? This is so fun. Like, you know, I think the South American Cup was filled with so much momentum and just temperament, and here's like so many weird things to happen, right? If this makes any sense. And Flimsyelbow is making it through and gets himself a nice position in there. Matrix with a second place here in a row, and Stokeine now tied up for first, and Berree also able to finish it. But that's what I mean. Oops. You know, not barely able to finish there. And here we go. 6 points for Berree right now.
Yeah, there was let's just say that with the South American Cup, it was more about, you know, things went wrong that you expect to go wrong.
Yeah.
Some you push some corners and do things happen. Here, I've seen things that I didn't see once in the South American Cup, and we have only barely halfway through the tournament. We haven't even completed the Swiss mode, and I've seen reactor ups on Gorayon. I've seen people just absolutely faceplant on Golden Hour, Tankrom twice. So apparently Lightning does strike twice, at least in Trackmania it seems. So all of the chaos that NA loves is definitely happening in this case. But one thing is for sure, it's definitely not chaos in this round. Well, I try to make it a good round as Matrix completely ruins that statement. It is Stokeine and Berree who are up in front again. So at least Stokeine is looking as our tournament organizer to make it through the tournament and letting everybody else manage the tournament, so he doesn't have to do anything and he can just drive.
Maybe that's why he organized the tournament, that's his master plan, is to go as far as possible that he doesn't have to organize anything, or like handle the organization during the tournament, right? Because he did contact us and just was taking care of that. There would be casters for this event, which is really cool. And Stokeine now 24 points after 3 rounds, so this is looking really, really good for the Canadian. And I mean, here it's just a different story. It's 3 Americans versus 1 Canadian. The other match was 1 American versus 3 Canadians, so that's very interesting to see this kind of development. And Flimsyelbow with a great start here. Look at that, finding himself in the lead this could be his shot of just solidifying his second position, which would be very important as Stokeine gets a good line. Coming a bit closer, very, very good speed here over this uphill sector. And he comes a bit closer, but still 0.11 away from his opponent, and Flimsyelbow still holding strong. Oh, but this is not a good line, was able to stick it through, and we see a mistake from Berree, who will most likely not get that third position. He will actually. I thought that he would not get that jump across, or like slows down a bit more, but Berree still getting third. Flimsyelbow winning this round here and up to 28 points, so look at that, first and second with good chunk of points after map number 1.
Honestly, yeah, if anybody has been a pleasant surprise for me, it has been Flimsyelbow, honestly. It is a name that to me either is a rename of some kind, or it's a name that does not pop up in my visual perspective quite a bit. And then a very pleasant surprise, has been very competitive, and honestly has been able to maybe not be the fastest thing. Well, in the previous round, a 54-3 on Loquat has been pretty good. So honestly, a very pleasant surprise. Hopefully they play more. I mean, it's always interesting to watch because a lot of these regional tournaments, you have these players who just play these regional tournaments. Even we have one of those players, for example, who would probably just wipe the floor with a lot of players if they just played more internationally, because we consider him probably one of the best in our region. For example, Morioka is an Estonian who can even rival, at one point was able to rival Sander in one of the tournaments when they participated. So again, one of those players who regionally plays exceptionally well, but is absolutely not interested in international stuff. And I feel like that happens quite a bit in these smaller regions, because, you know, it's just comfortable. You know, you don't have to really go and out of your way to practice even that much more, but you will be able to play with the people you already know on the Discord, for example. So it's all good fun.
Yeah, I agree with that. There's a lot of good players from some regions. This is really, really cool. And I mean, Morioka is definitely a player that rings a bell to me. And it's so interesting to see that, you know, you do not see someone Flimsyelbow TM. I'm not even sure if I've seen them on any Twitch chat or anywhere, but now he's in here and just playing a good race. But that's cool that those kind of communities are developing, right? And you do not know those people. That shows that Trackmania is indeed not a small racing game, that there's something more to it, right? And now Flimsyelbow has made a mistake, of course, and he's behind. So it is Matrix winning the round up to 28 points and Stokeine up to 36. So not looking too bad for the Canadian to hold on to the lead.
Well, yeah, well, for the time being at least, Stokeine can maybe rely on some strategy. Maybe he has to pour some maple syrup on the ground, maybe make it a bit more slippery for the other drivers. But fortunately or unfortunately, this is not Mario Kart, so for the time being at least, nobody has made a game mode where we can still use consumables. I know there's been effects that have been able to be used on certain times. I believe that is very much possible. Chaos mode rings a bell to me, if I remember quite correctly. But for the time being, the only chaos, hopefully, that is happening is on track. Well, hopefully not for the players. They would like to drive pretty much very cleanly, which for the time being is looking rather comfortable. It is Flimsyelbow who has fallen a fair bit behind, but it is only 2 tenths. But I believe Flimsyelbow goes for the safer option here. And I heard that, of course, you and Nua had a bit of a discussion regarding this outside line as well. And yeah, it is one of those cases where the safe line works much as well as Matrix does not. How did he stay on that platform? I have no idea, but he's able to still finish. But yeah, that outside line is basically meant if you're willing to send it, it will definitely help you out.
Yeah, I don't know. It's really odd because like it hardly worked out for the players in this regard. But I think like if you get it very well, you will be able to make it across and just get a lot of speed out of that one. And we already gonna go jump into the last round here on Saltare. Stokeine is 12 points clear of last place. It's a very, very close match again, and this was the trend for most of the matches here in this region, which is really cool. So I think maybe the 120 points would have been maybe a bit better here compared to the South American Cup, something like that. Maybe you would agree with me or not, but I think the matches are so close in this regard, and maybe just seeing 5 rounds per map, and then you know, you have 120 points. This would be very cool to see, to be honest, because now Flimsyelbow is trying to make a move, but Stokeine having a very, very good line. And look at that, now we have the direct comparison between that, and that's what I mean. Stokeine didn't really gain too much with that, of course, overtaking one person, but not Flimsyelbow, who was seemingly on par with him. So kind of he lost 0.1 of a second there.
Yeah, it is one of those cases you really need to nail it to benefit it as well. It is faster, but it doesn't well. But I do have to agree with you. It is something that actually like we can take a direct comparison as well, something from our Baltic competitions as well, that when we've had Swiss mode, we've had 100 points as well, and we've kind of felt that it has been a slight smidge a bit short in that regard, that the 120 kind of works just well. Berree having stuck on the corner there, so absolutely out of it as well. But I think I can agree in that regard that the 120 points feels a bit smidgen, just enough. Like it's you know, you have the porridge, you know, that is a bit cold, a bit too hot, but then what is just right is 120 points for Swiss mode. I think is rightly justified. But you know, you kind of have a bit of a ladder as well. Swiss mode 100, single elimination 120, Flimsyelbow in the corner of the block. You know, some things are, you know, just generally come as natural as well. And with the grand final being 140, but that's a long ways away. With Stokeine getting 10 points at least, that's gonna be quite nice for him. With Matrix getting second, Berree will get that third, and Flimsy will come in fourth. So for the time being, it's relatively close. With Stokeine still able to take very much advantage of the fact that Flimsy only gets 3.
Yeah, Flimsy here is still on second place, but it's so early to really call it there, because one good map can really change anything there. And look at that, 58 points for Stokeine, looking really good right now. But of course, Emerald is a map that is certainly not that easy to drive. I mean, the quarter pipe jump in particular is not that easy to do, and in general I really like this map, but I think the ending here gets really messy with that reactor boost section, and then also you have that dirt part where it's really important how you exit the turn and then the jump into the ending, where we could see difficulties happening, but usually players do not fail that, right?
Yeah, well, I can definitely see your point of view with that. It is one of those cases where it can just immediately go so wrong there as well. The ending itself, you know, the turn afterwards, the third turn, is actually quite nice, but that reactor can chuck you so horribly wide, and of course you're going onto a very tilting sausage block where it can get a bit lovely. Of course, this dirt outside turn has probably claimed the most victims out of anybody. Like, So that is one of the cases where people fumble the most. It's very easy to just push a bit too much and just ever so slightly tap your back left wheel onto the dirt outside. So that is more than fine. But Flimsy has to really struggle to keep himself on the track and has to give out a lot of speed, and now is stuck in gear 3 hell right before the quarter pipe. But Berree and Matrix are the ones to take full advantage of the fact that Stokeine is maybe not having the fastest round, but as I stated, of course, Matrix wants to go for the quarter pipe again one more time, just for the fun of it.
Yet again, but look at that, Berree now, Bink with a great time, finding himself in a good spot of catching up. So this is getting spicy and dicey like that. This is really cool, and Matrix getting overtaken by a lot, and Flimsyelbow, maybe his elbows will become flimsy after that round, but who knows? I mean, it's too early to say that, because we're only halfway through for Flimsyelbow. It's 4 points between them, and then also Matrix only 9 points away of that second place. And then Stokeine 64 points, looking really good. Very important round now to just kind of arrive at the mid to end game of this match. Of course, there's still the finalist mode to be cleared, but Stokeine could go up to 74 points, which could come from importance. So here we go, Stokeine the leader of this round right now, looking really good. Berree with a great line here as well, and this map looks particularly good for him, especially because of that previous round as well. So he can do some more damage and collect some more points, but of course he needs that first position preferably to apply some pressure. But Flimsyelbow with a mistake, and actually doesn't get away with it. It was Matrix right now in the fight with Berree, and Stokeine will get first. Look at that, 0.4 ahead. Matrix not with a good line. To the line it will go, and it will actually be Matrix staying ahead by 18 thousandths of a second. Great line there, and Stokeine with a good time as well, 54.809, winning the rounds.
Yeah, looking rather lovely indeed, and that is very much a good point for Stokeine. If he wants to quickly get this sorted and done with, it's probably going to be more of a battle for that second position because only it's basically 55, 52, 49, 3 points separating all of the Americans, as the Canadian is just slowly running away with it, and they have to watch as he just flies into the sunset at the moment, which ironically I believe this no, this isn't the. Actually, it might be the sunset mode. Actually, now that I think about it, I'm just
think
trying
it
to
is,
think.
yeah.
Yeah, I think it is the sunset mode because the dawn mode is more orange-ish, I believe. So if my memory
Or
serves me.
sunrise. It could also be sunrise, actually.
Yeah, yeah, I can't remember the difference because usually I just
Should be
build my maps.
sunrise. No, wait, let me check. I think it
You
should be
could check as
sunrise and
well.
not sunset.
Could be,
Sunset
yeah.
is more like more vibrant, like more harmonic in colors.
Could be, yeah, indeed. Yeah, actually, fair point. I only build my maps in day modes. I wouldn't quite remember at the top of my head. But one thing is going well is Berree, who has been really good on this track, which you said before as well. So definitely a good map for him. Gathered a lot of points, and if anything, he has gathered enough points to surpass all of his competitors around him to go into second position. Stokeine sitting comfortably on 80. Only 2 rounds away to actually get first position. So looking good for him. Doesn't have to worry about too much. If anything, it's the rest of the field that has to worry that they get enough points to stay in contention for the second position as Matrix hits the wall. So it's Flimsyelbow and Berree to deny points either from Stokeine or Stokeine to get another victory on the board. So that is to be seen in this round.
Yeah, but this is a great round that is happening right now. Matrix is on 4th position right now, but the others are just so close to each other. Look at that. Stokeine is looking very strong to go up to 90 points, and then there's only one more round left to activate this finalist mode. Berree, oh my god, what a risky jump there. Also Flimsyelbow almost missing the reactor boost there, but that was a beautiful jump that he could have spotted there on stream. And Stokeine crashing into the wall and will barely able to make that risky jump. And also Berree setting another great time here. And with that, Berree, this is really his map, up to 72 points. Very, very nice. And we have Stokeine up to 86, so not too bad.
Yeah, it's looking rather good for him. Now Berree is also getting a bit of a gap to his fellow competitors, so all fine and dandy in the hood. But of course we have to see how this track goes for these people. It is Korayon, and I'm interested to see, of course. I believe Flimsyelbow actually had a fair few rounds. A fair few good rounds actually on this as well, but did struggle a bit to keep up with the pace sometimes when he was going up against Oddass, Tankrom, and Intimacy. So we'll see if that continues here as well, with maybe less formidable opposition, but still good enough opposition that maybe he still has to push a bit. But for the time being, the only thing he has to worry about is to just get points, because he cannot allow Stokeine and Berree to just get away with it, to put himself in a position where he has to full send it just to avoid somebody winning finalist mode.
Yeah, this is very important, but I mean, right now Berree had a really good map, is 10 points ahead, so he has a little bit of a gap to work with, and this could be very important later on during maybe the next and last map that could come into play. But first we have 4 rounds here, and this could theoretically be already the last map. No, never mind. I mean, Stokeine. I mean, there has to be 2 winners. Maybe it works in some way, but I don't want to get my head around it. So here we go. We go into the first round, and Berree has a very, very good start. Look at that. But also Stokeine with a good setup into the grass, going a bit wide, losing a bit of control, but coming back with a lot of speed into that free wheel sector. So that's how the line pays its dividends. Very close and competitive round for the top 3. But Flimsyelbow going a bit too inside. Also Matrix joining into the fight, and it is Berree overheating there a little bit, not oversteering as much as Stokeine. So Berree versus Stokeine it is here in the ending. Berree not with a good exit out point out of that one, but still the last turn will decide it, and also the risky jump that he can take a bit earlier. And it is Berree right now coming closer to Stokeine, but it's not enough, and Stokeine up to 96 points, only in need of a 3rd position in the next rounds.
What a great race there as well, and kind of rightfully so. I was looking at as well, Flimsyelbow, maybe not the most biggest connoisseur of Korean as well. Does find himself in 4th position, but the rest of the field giving it a good fight to the final moments there to get those 10 points. Well, Stokeine now has to finish minimum 3rd just to secure finals mode, so that is a bare minimum that he needs to do. Honestly, has been on a good roll at the moment, has nothing major has really stopped him, to be honest. Has been relatively clean throughout. A bit of fumbles and there. You know, we're all human. You know, at the end of the day, and there is no real inherent boost to playing this tournament as an organizer as well. So all he's doing has in his skill. So well done indeed. But for the rest of the field, they have been also catching slowly up as well. But the point cap hasn't really diminished much. It's relatively stayed the same. But for the time being, one thing that hasn't changed so far is another close round. Everybody's in the mix and trying to catch up. Berree gets even a bit of flight, and that puts him in a line where it chucks him into that reset block, which is a bit unfortunate. But yeah, but Stokeine is not even giving any points away, looking to secure that 10 point. A bit of overkill, but that is more than enough to make sure that nobody else gets a big margin or even gets any sniff closer to finalist mode. So now a fair few chances actually for Stokeine. Minimum it is at least 2 unless Berree goes on a massive win streak.
Yeah, and I mean, Berree now 81 points, so 2 victories away of reaching finals mode himself. And if Stokeine closes it out, it will be a complete different game, you know, because then only 3 players are left and those 10 points are up for grabs a bit more likely. Because Stokeine, of course, on average, got first a bit more often than the others. And we see one mistake already happening. Berree almost touching the wall here as well, getting a very, very good line with a lot of speed there into the sector. And it is Stokeine who is setting up very nicely for that sector, as well as Berree, both with different lines though. And this will all come down to the second part of the map here yet again. Entering with this free-wheel sector. Berree with a good amount of speed, not flying off. We have seen players making mistakes, but look at the slingshot here from Berree. So much speed. Stokeine was a bit too hesitant on that sector, but Berree going so wide there. And Stokeine coming back, clipping a little bit, but not slowing down too much due to the reactor boost. And this is all in the ending again. 15,000 of a second. Stokeine with a good line, using the reactor boost to his advantage, slingshotting to the left there, and can win the round, and he will do so. What a great ending from Stokeine. What a back and forth, and this is it. Stokeine is through 3-1. Pretty good result.
Yep, that is a very, very nice indeed. Another player qualifies for the single elimination bracket, so he's the 5th player to do so. Don't know if it's actually factual, maybe some other match has had somebody win earlier, but let's just, for the sake of argument and for our simplicity and for brain cells, he's now the 5th player to move on into the single elimination bracket. But now becomes phase 2 of the race, is to decide who will be the 6th person to go through into the single elim, because the point totals, you know, they favor heavily Berree, but we've seen Flimsyelbow make a miraculous a final push to get closer, and we see Matrix having that final push into that segment there as well. So Berree, well, trying to get those 10 points, but cannot really afford any mistakes. And this reactor part has been a bit flimsy, unlike, for example, Flimsyelbow, who's been relatively good in this section. But this time it seems Berree at least definitely pushing it to the very limit, getting very close to the walls there.
Yeah, so
that is even worse.
Berree. That was a bit too close for comfort, having to readjust, but still on first. No problem whatsoever. There you go. So this is it. First place for Flimsyelbow, second place, I mean, and first place for Berree, 1 finish away of reaching finalist mode. And then he has to win 1 more round to make it through. But all that on the last map, maybe, of this round 4 of the Swiss mode. I mean, players will get seeded into a single elimination bracket depending on their position. Top 16, of course, in that way will go through. So here we go. 25 seconds of warm-up, and it will be golden hour again as the decider. Oh man, this map has provided so much content in the match beforehand. So it is Matrix with 74 points right now, having to pull the trigger, but also Flimsyelbow, 78 points. Not looking too good right now.
Yeah, it's gonna become now very much evident whose favorite map it's going to be. It has, rightly so, definitely provided moments of, let's just say, absolute mayhem at some points, and definitely moments that you would very much would like to watch back as well. You know, even so much so that Turbo had to write down one of the moments just to make sure that he doesn't forget about it the next day. You know, this track is a wild ride, but we'll see who will be able to take the most advantage of it. At the moment, at least, Berree and Matrix are the ones to take dictate the pace for now. Flimsyelbow, you know, shadowing, making sure that he bounces right when the opportunity comes about. But for the time being, everything looking rather good. Matrix gets a bit hugged into the wall and isn't able to get out of it. So it comes down to this segment now. Berree, Flimsyelbow getting ever so closer. It's not as comfortable as it first seems. Berree is really gonna need a good drift here, but it seems, Flimsy's going for it. What an excellent drift. That was sublime. Berree was so safing it, but Flimsy went for multiple taps just to preserve his speed there and made it absolutely clean cut there. But Berree gets still finalist no matter what, but that was perfect for Flimsy.
Yeah, what a great drift that was from Flimsy. Eventually securing that first place, but he needs 2 more rounds of those because now Berree is finalist, and it is between Matrix, Berree, and Flimsyelbow yet again. So let us see what this round will bring us. Matrix in the lead. We have seen some okay rounds from Matrix, but it seems like he has been falling apart during the mid part of the map eventually. But now he gets a really good start and is right now leading ahead of Berree. But maybe Berree can pull the trigger. Oh my god, Berree and Matrix doing the same mistake, and Flimsyelbow is capitalizing from it. Look at that here, Critty. I think we could see another round, at least one more round happening on this map, because Flimsyelbow has to win one more against Berree. But again, a double mistake has happened, and Flimsyelbow surely not throwing this one away. No, he is not. No slowdown. Everything is good. And there you go.
Yeah, I mean, at the moment it seems that Flimsyelbow is getting a bit of a Clutchmeister title here at the moment, because he's been put into this situation now a fair few times. It seems it was the same case against Oddass, Intimacy, and Tankrom. Now again, same position. He has to now deliver. Hopefully this time it will bring in some merit. He needs to do it one more time, or hope that maybe Matrix is the one to deny Berree, or Berree having, well, Matrix is in the wall immediately, so that might be out of the window right away. So it might be just, you know, when in doubt, just get the job done yourself. So Flimsyelbow has to deny Berree, or Berree has to now make a mistake. Maybe not the worst spot to actually touch the wall. It is a slow segment still, so it still keeps within touching distance, and things can go very wrong very quickly here. Berree actually not so far ahead. It's only 2/10, so a good push here can still bring Flimsyelbow into the mix. Good outside segment. Yeah, Flimsy has a more speed here every single time with the engine off. That only gets multiplied there. Neck and neck into the water section. Good section here. Good turn, and this will come down to those final drifts. Last time Flimsy had a Berree's number, and it seems to be another case. Berree cannot survive the pressure, and Flimsy is gonna deny another round, putting himself into finalist mode, and now it gets ever so spicier.
That is insane. Flimsyelbow does the unthinkable and just denies Berree here back to back. A lot of pressure being applied, and keep in mind, there was a mistake happening at the start, so this was almost over already, but it didn't work out eventually for Flimsyelbow and or Berree in this way. I mean, for Berree, of course, and we see double mistake again. They are happening so often today. I cannot believe it. This has to be scripted. Matrix now in the lead, and he could go up to 98 points himself, and we could go to the next map here if the positions stay like that. Matrix just has to play and cruise through the map. Oh my god, I thought for a second that he has made a mistake, but nope, that wasn't the case. So this is a round where nothing really is happening. Only a denial will be going on if Matrix survives that round. He just has to get into the finish. And then we have at least one more round happening on the next round, or next map rather. But at the ending, we have seen content happening there, and this time Matrix setting up nicely, can't even go for the safe finish. Probably Marius would have done that. And here we go, Matrix surviving 57.9, also a good time. And Berree and Flimsyelbow, well, they could have just hoped that their opponent would have made a mistake, but that wasn't the case. And here we go, it's not over just yet. I thought that this would be the last map.
Well, it seems like that there's more to this tale than meets the eye, and I believe that probably by the next points that the other matches probably, I can already see from the master sheet, other matches are already slowly completing, so probably this will be the only match we get to see at this point. But what a way to end it, because Matrix is one round away from getting it, and we're gonna go on to Loquat as well, so what a track to go into as well. I don't have the possibility to quickly check what their times are, but if there's one thing I know for sure, is that the fact that Flimsyelbow actually is probably this is probably his one of our better maps as well, so could go well for him as well. I don't know so much about Berree or Matrix in this case, but it seems that Matrix is having a nice warm-up segment there, so will be hard to see, but this could be one round done, or we could go into triple finalists to decide who will get that final position or what that final spot in the single elimination bracket, at least from the 2-1 set. Everybody else has already decided, so this is basically a race to the finish line. Who falters first at the moment? So far it is the finalists who are in front, and it is Matrix looking in front of himself as everybody's getting a good segment. No fumbles here, clean racing so far. Flimsy's the one to have the pace so far. He takes it with a 110. Good line by Matrix, gets a bit of airtime, loses out on that advantage, but Flimsy is the one to make the mistake, and Berree also makes the mistake, so Matrix gets the possibility to get that triple finalist on the board if he just keeps it clean. Oh, that's a bit awkward.
That's not a good line.
But he holds it, and it's good enough, but Berree gets too close for comfort, but it is triple finalist, so sudden death to decide who gets that spot.
Oh my god, what is happening? I think that was the third time that a double mistake. Like, people do not make a mistake, but then they decide to do two mistakes just literally in the same split second. This is just incredible. And here we go. This is the last round. This is it, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. I think this is round number 22 of this Swiss round number 4. You don't want to go 2-2. This would not be good. You want to close it out now, but only one person can go through. Matrix with a terrible eyesight is completely out of this one, so it will be a 2-horse battle between Berree and Flimsyelbow. Flimsyelbow has been denying Berree so often, but also like it was such a back and forth between them in this match, and now Flimsyelbow finds himself in the lead. I would not be surprised if we see another double mistake. Berree pushing though, very good outside dirt line from him as well, and he finds himself in the mix for that first position, but touches there, steers in a bit too early to the left, but he had to because he would have not been able to make the turn otherwise, and Flimsyelbow now in the lead, but just has to survive that last outside dirt turn, and there you go, Flimsyelbow finally makes it. But what a match that was. It comes all down to the wire yet again. My god.
What a way to end that round. We got an absolute blockbuster of an ending there, with all of those players there finally giving us that those winners as well. Stokeine and Flimsy move on to the single elimination bracket. We also have other results from the other as well, exclamation mark bracket as well. We saw Lingo, not Lingo, in this case, it is actually, if my memory serves me right, it is Stokeine. Well, we just saw Stokeine and Flimsy get through. We have Tankrom and Oddass moving through, Thombern and Kakne as well. So we are setting ourselves up for a very interesting set of 2v2 matches. Basically, now it's your final opportunity to get through. So basically, good luck.
Yeah, basically good luck. Also, thank you guys for having me. This was my last match that I was casting for today because I'm getting really tired. But I mean, it will be Critty and Nua Lake taking care of the rest, and they will certainly do a good job. So good night, everybody. Thank you so much for watching. It was a great Trackmania weekend, and I think the matches will just become better and better from now on. It was just great to watch, and now we'll go all down to the wire. There will be one more set of matches happening, round number 5, and whoever wins it is through, and whoever doesn't will get the lower seats, right?
Yep, that is indeed so. So give it up for Turbo as well. A phenomenal cast as well for both for South American and for today as well. Even doing the monthly cup as well. A man is putting in the work as well after his break and deservedly getting the love and attention that he deserves. So give it up one more time for Turbo, and keep in mind, hopefully he gets a good night rest as well. And me and Noah will take over from here and hopefully don't go slowly insane, which we probably are. So for the time being, enjoy your break before the final round of Swiss mode. Hello once again to the late night hours with me and Nua, our daily show at this point as well. It's been a long break as well. We've had some Nando moments in the background, and I'm already getting blamed for tech issues that are not even my tech issues to begin with. For those who are following the North American Discord, there are the NCSA Discord should join as well. Keep in line with the socials as well. But me and Nua will be taking over the show for now. Turbo did an excellent job these past 2 days as well with a lot of casting, so hopefully he will have a great rest. But for now, it is now us here, and hopefully all things will go well and nothing will go wrong.
Love the Discord command in chat just not working. Hey, so if you want to join the Discord, you should, but tough luck. No option to do that. Someone will figure it out. I'm looking forward to this match. We are heading into round 5 of the Swiss. 4 players in the match we're following: NAC, CD, Dummy, and Matrix. It's an all-American affair this time around. There's a band. Creedy, what's the name of the band I'm thinking? All-American Rejects. Oh my god, it's perfect. This is round 5. This is their last chance to make it through the Swiss. This is the All-American Rejects round.
Yeah, well, I don't know about calling these players rejects.
Creedy, if they weren't rejects, they would have made it through in 4 rounds of Swiss, okay?
Well, they will. Half of them will come rejects after this, so maybe they want to join the band. But the other 2 will be going into the final segment of the single elimination bracket. Of course, we've had a lot of time to talk as well with our producer and all of that stuff as well. And there's one person in mind that maybe doesn't want us to be casting this match, and it is Dummy. Who technically is 32nd seed, but that shouldn't definitely keep that away from you, because he is definitely a good player. Maybe he hasn't had the best of luck when it comes to very important moments in matches.
It is, definitely worth keeping in mind that the fact that these 4 players are still here means that they have finished in the bottom 2 in 2 rounds, sure, but they have finished top 2 in 2 rounds already. They've won enough to keep their hopes alive, and 2 of them will be heading into the single elim. I mean, it is top 16 for 2 of these players, and it's definitely going to be exciting trying to see which of them it is. As has been mentioned there, Dummy comes in as the 32nd seed, but is potentially higher than that, was maybe a little bit unsure on whether or not they were going to be able to play in this competition, and so kind of started practice a little bit later than some of the other players. And if there's one thing we know about players that start practice later, they're a little bit less familiar maybe on the maps, is that as they manage to stay in a competition, as they go a little bit longer, it usually means that they have much higher ceilings on the day.
Yeah, that's higher ceilings as well, but just like the 2 of us here, maybe slowly losing their sanity as well in that regard. I mean, hopefully knee won't take an arrow to the knee. Hopefully CD won't get scratched on the track by the walls. Hopefully Dummy won't have a lapse of judgment with his 2 brain cells. And hopefully we don't get lost in the Matrix, because we are underway with the final round of the Swiss mode with Matrix, Dummy, CD, and knee on the server. There are 2 other matches that are happening as well. That we do actually have a B stream as well with randomized, giving at least more opportunities to have POV. So if you want to just chuck 2 streams open and listen to our podcasting through this entire tournament, then you're more than welcome to do so. But for the time being, it is Matrix who is taking the lead with Dummy in the back, and knee and CD actually not too far behind. A close round to start us off.
It is, and it's worth noting at this point of the day as well, round 5 of the Swiss. Most of these players have faced at least one of the other players in this match already today. In fact, in round 2 of the Swiss, Knee, Dummy, and CD were all in the same match together. Knee came out on top in that one, Dummy came second, and CD came third. So level of competition expected to be high. These players probably have a little bit of an idea what's going on between them. That was a quick opening round to start things off. And unfortunately for CD, he bounced off the finish line trying to snipe out Matrix.
Yeah, went a bit too low there. Yeah, I've seen a fair few times people have wanted to go for the low jump, but I'm gonna be honest, I don't think that really is gonna save you much time at best. I mean, just get to the finish. I mean, what's it better worth? You maybe lose by, you maybe still get the points that you want, or lose by 3 seconds. Well, one thing is for sure, CD is continuing his shenanigans of crashing into a few things, so he already has a bit of a touch at the start, so the rest of the 3 will be able to just run away with it a bit there. But it is Matrix, who we saw have a bit of an interesting time in in one of the matches where it went down to the wire, and then he got a miraculous comeback to make it triple finalist, then crashed and immediately DNF'd afterwards, because that's supposed to be the over for him. But for the time being, maybe gets a bit of redemption here against the likes of NAC and Matrix, because looking good so far. It is only CD who gets to just watch these three fight in the front, as the full American freedom matchup ahead is going well, with NAC in front and Dummy in the back, and a Matrix coming in third. I believe that's an awkward line, but it is Dummy who doesn't make the jump and does the same mistake as CD before. So it's a bit of a rough one to start off for the two.
There's one more thing I want to call out here as we kind of ease our way into this match. Dummy and CD both come from the 1 and 2 bracket, so both of them did get the top 2 in their last match in order to make it to this point. On the other hand, Matrix and NAC both finished bottom 2 in their last match. They were in the 2 and 1 portion of the bracket, so maybe coming in with that little bit less momentum. You know, you're not feeling as good as the players who fought their way up to be here, as you are kind of slipping down from already being in a position to capitalize.
I mean, they're all holding hands. I mean, the people who are top came for the top matches are 16 and 16, and the ones who came from the bottom matches are 7 and 7. So clearly, you know, even everything is perfectly scripted and works exactly as intended. But for the time being, it is at the moment that we have a bit of a mixed match. So one of these ties, well, both of these ties will be broken in this segment at the moment. Matrix, Dummy, and CD are fighting for the top end. It's more Matrix who's holding on to the front end here. Will go for the Dummy, will go for the outside line here if he gets it good. Definitely not so good. So we'll have to succumb with the position and give away those points to the next competitors, even so much so that NAC goes for the save. He gets it.
Oh no.
NAC went for the absolute save, but Dummy just, you know, sent it and got it in the end.
Yeah, I mean, it was close, right? It was definitely... NAC was very, very nearly okay on that situation, but nope, not quite. Dummy comes through, snipes away the place, and that's an extra point in the direction of Dummy. It's a 2-point swing, in fact, when that happens. As NAC loses a point, Dummy gains a point. Not the biggest thing in the world. Matrix really the big winner and all that. Out to a 26-point start out of a possible 30 points so far. Feeling pretty good about how this match has started off. And when elimination or qualification is on the line, getting off to a quick start, keeping the momentum and just getting out of here as soon as possible, that really has to be the goal in this match almost more than any other in the Swiss stage.
Yeah, I mean, I've had my fair share of 2-2 matches in, for example, in Baltic competitions. I just cannot get away with it. No matter the tournament, I end up in this situation. And I'm gonna be honest, it's the most annoying thing to drive, because these players are fighting for the same survival as you are, and they're not gonna just give you that win so easily at the moment. And we can see Matrix getting the better end in this final corner as well, and making sure that he just gets to that finish line as quickly as possible. 36 points out of a possible 40, and that is as close to perfect as you can possibly can. So the Halcyon members are clearly in the front end running, with CD and Dummy making up the back end of it.
I do love a club tag that is just the word but with vowels removed. Very easy, even if you don't know the name of the club they're in, to be like, yeah, that's probably Halcyon.
I mean, it could be Halcyon as well, but most likely, yeah.
Creedy, no, hang on, Creedy. You're gonna have to explain the difference there to me. You just said the same word I did.
Well, there's Halcyon and Halcyon.
That's the same word, Creedy.
Sir, you're Irish. That's probably the problem.
Give me a spelling difference here. Give me something to work with.
It's Halcyon and Halcyan. So it is Halcyon.
Halcyon is a water conditioner, apparently. It's a brand of water conditioners.
I just said a random word. I didn't know if it was actually a word, to be honest.
I mean, Halcyon with an O is a word, which, you know, like Halcyon days, better days gone by. Oh, knees crashed.
Hopefully it didn't get bruised from that wall. So Matrix and CD are the ones to take it into. Maybe CD is a bit of a DJ himself. Get that CDs spinning as well. That is definitely not what the DJs do, but some form of a relation in that regard, making correlations between the two. But for the time being, they're neck and neck, and going into this segment, nothing to really separate them. So it could be in the water here. But even this part, at least CD is the one to take a bit of a helm as we go into the final part, which has claimed many a victim.
Yeah, it's very close though. Matrix and CD neck and neck. Final turn into the finish line we go. Matrix gains an edge, just needs to fit the finish, will do so. CD crashes out, and that gives Nee the opening. Dummy's going through the safe Finn, which will ultimately mean CD actually manages to just win. That was very close, couple of hundredths there in the end as Dummy decided to say Finn. That's the second time we've seen this match, Creedy. Player goes for safe Finn, punished for it.
Yeah, that slow mode does make you quite a bit slow. Hence why it is a slow-mo. Yeah, does a very well job. The person who built this map clearly calculated the fact that even going for that safe finish, you're gonna lose out on quite a bit of time. But in this case, it is a bit of a clip for Dummy, so it leaves the other three a bit of a good running here. All in all, looking good as well. I mean, at the moment, it is Matrix who enjoys quite literally a throne of his own, while the rest are scrambling to get points. But if Matrix just keeps on getting first positions throughout and out, then it's gonna make it pretty much a case where we'll see Matrix go through, and then we begin the match again. But if he crashes the wall, maybe he lets others get closer.
We've seen a lot of issues on Golden Hour, and that continues here in the round of 2-2. Dummy will slide completely out into a wall, allowing Matrix to hold on to that second place. CD uncontested up the front at the moment. Just needs to hit the finish. Easier said than done so far on this map, but CD looks to have had no issues as Matrix takes home second. Dummy takes third, and needs to get around the track and get to the line. He's not far away, but you do not want to miss the finish in this position. Could just go for the safe, goes for the risky, full crashes it.
Has to go risky.
Running out of time, has to go risky. This time around makes it with a couple of seconds to spare, and will pick up at least the 3 points for their troubles.
Honestly, the tournament organizers have been very lenient with the timeout there.
They kind of have.
20 seconds is a lot of time, honestly. I mean, it should have been, honestly, if I had to choose, 10 would have been more than enough. It would have given us some more hilarious moments.
Listen, Creedy, it all fits in. The tournament philosophy is that the maps are kind of intermediate mixed comp maps with the idea that everyone can at least finish them in rounds. And it's just, I love to see a consistent philosophy. In the 20-second timer, that's part of that philosophy.
I mean, I guess that makes sense why everybody intermittently is hitting the wall.
They know they have the time, exactly.
So yeah, I guess that makes sense. Everything falls into pieces in that regard. Fair enough, fair enough.
You have the time,
but I will still say, for more chaos, it would have been nice to have 10 seconds.
Yeah, this is really close. As Nee is sitting in third place, but CD is only less than a tenth in front. Matrix even closer as they are inside each other going around this final turn. We've seen Matrix go a little bit deeper into this turn. Nee will have to go for the safe in. CD will manage to snipe out Matrix at the line as well. Gap of a tenth in the end, and I don't know, Matrix's line there definitely seems to go a little bit more inside going into the final turn, ends up wider, and I think it's giving the advantage, you know? Classic in any racing. In wide, out tight, that's the fastest way through a corner, Creedy.
Yeah, it's what I have my own term for it. In order to go tighter, you have to start wider. Basically. Definitely don't take that out of context whatsoever. But in every regard, at least, it is Nee who's the one to suffer a bit of a start fumble, as well as the rest of the field is having a more fun time as well. But I do agree, we've seen some very interesting approaches to that final turn. The drifts there can make such a big difference, where one good slide can just slingshot you in a perfect trajectory to make that finish, while the other person has to release, adjust, hesitate a bit more, and that can be a difference between 10 or 6 points. In this round, at least, it seems that Dummy has had enough. CD gets really close to the wall, but Dummy is the one who gets ever so close. Everybody is there, and Matrix, like Moses opening up the floodgates of the ocean, gets everybody, goes left, right, and he goes through the middle to get the 10 point.
Yeah, hey, you'll take it. Happy enough with that one. I mean, Nee probably pretty happy to pick up 4 points in that round rather than just 3 after a pretty horrible start. Started a long way back down the field. maybe he was hoping for a little bit better. I mean, those crashes could well have resulted in a second place, but that's it. Golden hour gone. I definitely didn't nearly say something else there. Nobody worry about it.
Well, it's fine. But we are moving into Loquat, the legendary track of your absolutely nail-biter, not blockbuster pun that you were able to do as well. Like I said before when we were talking, got a giggle out of me as well. Definitely goes in the Hall of Fame of best bad pun of the season, I think.
I mean,
so
just
far.
be glad I haven't made any puns around the name Golden Hour, because none of them are safe for broadcast.
Our literal lobbies are, some of them are interesting. I mean, we had a person whose literal name had ass in it, so I don't know. We have now a knee.
Dummy, get out of Twitch chat. Dummy, you're playing in a match right now.
Let him have.
Focus.
He's taking a break.
Focus.
You know. He's
No
taking
breaks.
a break.
Only focus.
Yeah, but that would be very much nice, but sometimes you just have to go into autopilot mode. If you start focusing, you start overthinking, you're gonna crash the ball. See, he's doing rather well. He's in second position, and he's gonna now overtake CD on ice. See? No problem whatsoever. I know it's all scripted to begin with, that I know that he's gonna overtake CD, but that's besides the point. Well, regardless of that, maybe he was now glancing at chat for a moment and is in fourth position, but we will just ignore until that point.
Listen, Dummy was into a chat, was told to focus, said watch this, and is now going to finish fourth place. And I, for one, respect the grind. That's incredible focus right there. It's a close battle up at the front. We round about a few more corners left to go on the track as Nee sits in second place just behind CD, but this could come down to the wire. CD with a better line, nearly clutched the wall on the outside. I think that's enough. I think CD has made it in first. That was a clean finish from CD just in front of Nee. Oh, Dummy got third.
Tommy got third indeed. I'm still waiting for somebody to have an absolute discombobulation in that segment. It looks absolutely the most easiest way to make a finish, but there's just so little things that can go wrong that you could just go a bit too wide, hit the wall, don't make the jump. You can easily just jump a bit too much to the left, hit the border there as well. You know, things can go so easily wrong. It's one of the more simpler finishes. Just drop down the hole. How difficult can it be? But we've seen plenty of holes being gone through, and Tankrom probably can attest to that. Lightning does indeed strike twice, at least on Golden Hour.
Yeah, Tommy's still in Twitch chat, and you know what? I respect it. Still in fourth place at the moment, but I'm sure us talking about that fact will give them the boost that they need to climb the rankings, overtake the three players in front. Getting a little bit aggressive through that corner. Unfortunately, it's not worked out, as the group of three just in front stays tightly packed. This is incredibly close in this round. All three players within half a tenth of each other at the moment, and I think that gap is shrinking. Dummy's in a flag, and it's up to Nee, CD, and Matrix to figure themselves out on this final quarter. Nee goes very wide. He has the speed. I think he's first to the line, just about. Matrix 11 thousandths behind. CD less than a tenth there as well. Incredible round between the top three.
Absolutely close affair. Just the difference in who jumped more to the left there, and Nee was the one to take full advantage of that line as well, and made sure he got those 10 points. Of course, we have a bit of a gap forming in here as well. Of course, Matrix in a world of his own, still basically like almost 19 points away from the next opponent, CD. You have Nee and CD sort of chasing that second and third position. Then we have Dummy, who's probably messaged more time in chat than he has gained points in these last few rounds, so maybe get on that as well.
That was a sick ice slide. It was a sick ice slide from Dummy. Good enough that, I mean, even with the mistake there, we're still holding on to second for a moment. CD, unfortunately, has made it up into second place, and Nee is running away with this one. CD's hit a wall. That means Dummy back through in second place. Matrix gone from this round. 3.5 seconds behind. I have to imagine something went horrifically wrong at the ice slide, as that seemed to be where the time was lost. This one feels wrapped up on the round. Nee sitting so far ahead that unless there's something catastrophic at the finish line, things should be safe. Evo, CD, a long way back. Matrix even further away. That was a much less stressful round by the time we got to the finish line than our previous one.
Definitely so, but that definitely allows you as well. I like how Tommy is just now challenging us as well in chat. So turning on stream mode to do your worst. Well, you already missed a bit of a savage comment by me, but I'm not gonna repeat myself like a broken record as well as. I mean, I could do a bit of a savage and say, yeah, a broken
hang
record
on.
like you, dummy, who has been every single round touching the wall like a broken record.
No,
but,
see, the thing is, if he could break a record, that'd be ideal. That'd be a good thing, actually.
Yeah,
I was going to ask if
That's nice
records
thing to
are,
break.
in fact, the superior format to CDs, but, like, listen, that's actually not a fight I want to start with anyone who cares deeply about it. So let's dive back into the round where dummies hit a wall. That's, well, unfortunate. CD will move up into third place as a result, a little bit out of touch with the top two, Matrix and Knee. Gaps forming between them, daylight between the two cars, as there is plenty of room. And I think you just stay safe. Processional to the end. There's not really a small enough gap to try and force anything, I don't think. Although CD is gaining a little bit on Knee. There might be room around the final turn here, but we haven't really seen major changes on this final corner. There is room to maybe make up half a tenth, but not enough to overcome those gaps of 3/10 that they crossed the line in.
Yeah, also a very solid time. If you proceed to get closer to low 54s, then that's a very good rounds time indeed as well. So Matrix with a solid time as well on the round, and all things considered, at least for the time being, only 10 points away, another round win away to get into finalist mode, and then let the rest of the players as well. I mean, hey, that's your own thing, dummy, as well. I mean. If you want to listen to us, I'm more than flattered as well that you're very happy about it as well. But you know, you maybe want to, you maybe want to you want to hear my insult as well. I mean, I can't even remember what I said.
We loaded into map there, and Dummy somehow had a 0-5, a 5th place on the back of his car in a lobby of 4 players.
I mean, that's how well it is going. I think that game is already realizing
that is brutal.
Like, you know, maybe the casters can do a better job at driving than Dummy can, but we'll see about that.
I know I can't. I'm not even going to entertain that. I cast for a reason.
I mean, I can technically drive. I think I am relatively well skilled as a driver. If I put in the practice, I can do relatively well. I don't know where I would rank myself here as well, because it's very hard. Because first of all, I haven't driven the maps as well, and it's very hard to gauge my own skills as CD and NC, well, Matrix go into the walls. It's very hard to gauge my own skill against players that I don't really often come across as well. So I know CD a lot as well. In many parts as well. I've seen Dummy a fair few times as well, but Knee and Matrix, for example, absolutely unknowns for me in major regards, but they are playing here, and they are playing for a spot in the single elimination bracket, so they must be doing something, right?
Yeah, I mean, Knee with a great line through there, managing to get the drop on Dummy, overtaking for first place, but he touches, and Dummy will go rocketing straight through. Knee needs to be a little bit careful on this jump, does just about have the speed to make it up. Dummy clipped as well on the way through, he's totally safe, but it does mean this race is back on. Oh, my throat is collapsing. I'll make it another 3 hours. These players only need to make it another couple of 100 meters, and Dummy will get first to the line. He said, watch this, took him 6 rounds. He's gonna get there.
I mean, at this point, I mean, we were also told by the producer as well that he has a tendency to usually, you know, have a disconnection issues and then come back into an absolute comeback dream. Maybe it's just setting him up to be the absolute kicker chat. You know, I am at the moment 35 points behind Matrix. To Tommy, maybe that just seems like a bit of a handicap, and who knows?
Yeah. Sure. As this outside dirt continues to cause problems on the evening for some of the players, this time around it is Matrix who's going to drop all the way back on a touch on the first outside turn. CD sitting in the first place. Knee will get overtaken by Matrix, who's come roaring back with a vengeance. But the battle is up with the top two at the moment. To CD versus Dummy is the fight. CD's very wide through this turn, setting up a little bit wider for the turn. Allows him to exit quicker, but I think a little bit lower exit speed. It's going to be enough to hold on to first place at the moment. Into the quarter pipe we go. Dummy sets up wide, goes low. They'll land at about the same time, and that is the gap fully closed as both of them are now completely wheel to wheel through these final few turns. CD is once again, though, reopen the gap slightly. Dummy's going to go straight into the wall. Too close to the inside. There go Matrix. There goes Knee. CD into the finish, and Dummy will have to go safe. Everyone else has made it through. And if I'm being honest, I think Dummy nearly missed the safe fin there.
Well, that was something that almost happened to some other people as well. People really want to go for that triangle finish, which is absolutely not necessary. But you know, it's fancy, it looks cool, you know.
Yeah.
And for me, as a Cam 2 player, probably the most disgusting thing that has still exists in the game, because I love whenever I go under a checkpoint that my camera just resets and I'm forced to just realign everything that I see in this game. But those things aside, that's why we have gates in this game, but people still refuse to use them and put these things in these games, and then you just, as a Cam 2 player, have to suffice with that, which is kind of annoying. This track, on the other hand, does it well. There is no real... You see there's a gate there, you know, very well done. No, there's a gate there. Very well done. There's a wall for dummy. Very well done. And in the next corner as well, here you see, oh, look at that. There's another gate. You know, see, a good usage of blocks that you're given. And these checkpoints, you cannot crash into the black part. Perfect.
Hey, we're finished the round. CD's going to come first. Knee with a second. Matrix unable to lock in that finalist and pick up the win. CD also going to close the gap and, in fact, overtake Knee after that round. Dummy's still a few points behind. That is 65. But, you know, a couple of first places. We've kind of said it before. 20 points is not a safe gap, I think, so far today is my pretty clear. That's what I'm going to call. I think you need to be like 30 or 40 points ahead for hitting finalist if you want to be guaranteed to lock it in before anyone else gets there. And that was not the case, really, for Matrix. He is still maybe at risk. Still has a couple of rounds left to try and lock it in before anyone else hits finalist yet. But I also think just looking at where Dummy is relative to the rest of the field, second place, even if Matrix does lock in first pretty soon, is very much up for grabs.
Yeah, and with the finalist mode just elongating this match even more so, and with their point repetition, if you get those first position, that's just easily catch, or
Huge.
catch-upable, as Sinus Apple would say as well. So, and we see Dummy is currently in the wall again. As soon as I try to say that he's in the lead, immediately that goes away as well. But Evo and CD are the ones who will benefit, reap the rewards, as Matrix is unable to still close it out. CD, of course, gets absolutely close to the line with 99 points, has to just go for one more time just to make sure to get finalist mode.
Yeah, always dangerous as a mapper to put your name right at the start line as well, as, for example, CLM did on this map, because it does mean that players can, you know, crashing around. They're like, God, who made this map? First thing they see is the next round is starting. While the countdown happens is your name staring them in the face. I'm sure there's no bad blood. I'm sure it's fine. It was big, I'm going to say. CD won those last two rounds, Creedy, and that means Knee sits on 93 points. That means needs a win in order to get to finalist mode in this round. CD just needs to finish. If Knee had managed to beat CD out in either of those rounds, all of a sudden, both of them hit finalist at the same time instead.
Yeah, and it is one of those cases, ifs and buts, and everything in between as well. I mean, it is one of those cases where basically now it has to be denial. First of all, people have to deny Matrix. CD just has to finish. Knee has to win, and Dummy has to win just minimum 4 rounds in a row, just to have Korai absolutely on full lockdown. That is a wall. That is definitely not going to happen in this round.
I gotta give it to Dummy. The comedic timing is insane. Like, it's just been so on point in all of these recent
we make
rounds.
a good duo, definitely. Maybe we should get him to cast as well, or join the booth at some point.
I'll say, yeah. You know, like, it's, I think in the wider world, the saying is those who can't do teach. I think in esports, it's most definitely those who can't do cast. Speaking for myself and nobody else in this situation. CD holding on to first place at the moment. Doesn't really matter for Knee here. I mean, obviously first place would be great. Hitting finalist would be lovely. But you're guaranteed at least one shot at finalist here if CD wins the round, because even if Matrix or CD win the next round, you will also be on finalist as long as you finish. So Knee, I think the focus is right now, just sit on second, be happy with it. If CD makes a mistake, great, you take finalist this round. It's not going to happen, though, and it will be Knee taking second. Matrix still unable to capitalize on this finalist mode as Dummy continues to creep up in the points. I mean, it's still 3 round on round, and crossing the 70-point mark has a chance. It's a slim chance, but it exists.
I mean, it's still the same scenario. 3 wins in a row becomes finalist as well. and you know, just get the job done as well. You know, that's how it goes as well. And also we see a bit of a clip there, so it's all up to Knee to deny the finalist win here, either for CD or for Matrix. Matrix has also fallen behind, even so much so that Dummy is able to overtake. So it's again Knee versus CD on the track. CD got the better end of it last time. Will Knee be able to sort himself out this time? It's a close round so far. A good line by Knee. Will have a lot more speed and a better line coming into this grass section as we go into the final segments. But we've seen plenty of this track as well. All of this is irrelevant because it all comes down to who is able to do the reactor part most of the time, because that's where most of the time and everything is lost. Because currently neck and neck, nothing to separate the two, all is well in the hood. And now with the reactor we see CD falls off, L-Bus fell off, but the ratio, and Knee's the one to deny everybody.
Yeah, Blu-ray is the superior format. CD is gone. I guess MP3 if it's CDs. But look, doesn't matter. Knee's going to cross the line. The superior joint, I guess. I don't know. Not going to worry about it. I think, based on how these previous few rounds have gone, it's going to be a bit of an upset if Matrix actually manages to make it through at this point. Knee and CD have just been cruising for 4 or 5 rounds in a row now.
And that is definitely true. It's basically at this point, honestly, no idea. I mean, the one thing is true. No matter what happens after this round, that we will have a map switch, if I can count to 4 in my brain, which probably will be in immediately after this round absolutely denied and put a stop to that. But I'm gonna just fake my brain to think that this is the final round on this track, so we will have a map switch at least, and all things considered. Or Dummy just decides, you know what, I'm gonna decide to win this round, because he's currently at the front end with CD and Matrix all there in the mix as well.
Yeah, it's very close between these top 3 at the moment. 2 of them vying to get out of here. Knee, unfortunately, has fallen about half a second down and will be relying on mistakes from the players in front. Dummy is extending that lead up to a 10th, probably 2 by the time we hit this next checkpoint now. A little bit wide on that grass, though. Might give an opening for one of these drivers to get back in. Still, the gap sits at exactly a 10th. Back to CD in second place. Couple more turns to go. CD pushing hard, trying to get there. Dummy needs to nail this finish now. Stay in front. He's crashed. He's still across the line. Just about found the rim shot and in, and it's 22 thousandths to hold on and keep this match going.
Well, we seem to be taking this the distance at the moment, so it's not over until it's over, and the game does indeed prove me wrong. There is still one more round here, and with Dummy hitting the wall, he knows his job is done, because he only has to now worry that there will be a map switch, or everybody will internally combust.
What was the point of winning that last round, Dummy? Huh? What's going on here, buddy?
There is a point to this. They will all crash, and he will win again.
Yeah, well... Yeah, I mean, he's given up on any points from this round with the DNF, and I mean, a second place would still have been relevant, and with all 3 of these drivers pushing to try and make it out, I don't think that was completely out of the question. But hey, the master plan, I won't question it. It is going to be a battle between Matrix and CD in this round. That's what's relevant right now. It is CD with a clear upper hand at the moment, gap up to 3.5 tenths, cruising around the final corners of this track. We've seen reactors cause problems in the past. Will everyone make it through? This time around, looking clean from the 2 drivers. Gap stays, even grows a little bit as CD weaves his way through these final few corners. It is Matrix who makes the mistake. It's Dummy. He's back. I was lied to. It was Neo DNF. That was my fault. I lied to everyone. Dummy, he does hit the finish at second place. Doesn't really matter. It matters a bit, though. He's 1 round win away from finalists. It is CD who qualifies, though.
Yeah, I mean, there is a GG for CD. Funnily enough, in the spreadsheet, this match is also named GG as well, as a code name GG. So very fitting indeed. But we are moving on to the map here as well of Saltaire. And there is only one outcome here, which is the fact that Tommy will get 2 victories will get 1 victory right now, and then choke the final round, giving Knee and Matrix the opportunity to get second position.
I'm going to blame Acronator, our producer, for Dummy's comeback here, if it happens, or if it doesn't happen, because he literally, before we got into this match, was like, yeah, Dummy's had a bunch of like near miraculous comebacks before. And here we are again.
This isn't his first time.
This is not his first time in this position. I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, he's not ever managed to actually capitalize on one yet. Which is very entertaining. And God, I kind of want to see I don't know if I want to see the streak broken. I don't know if I want to see him go all the way. I guess we'll wait and see. Dummy starts off the line just a little bit slower, but we are still early enough that that does not matter. And I like that line through here, setting up for the drift a little bit earlier than the other two drivers and starting to hold his own. Either of these drivers, though, if they win, we're done. We go. It's knockout time. Matrix and Knee racing for a place in the playoffs.
Yeah, but this was the track where Matrix almost had a flawless segment with 36 points out of 40. But that means absolutely nothing, because in one of those rounds he did go and absolutely died, and here is the case. So Knee, all he has to do is not have two brain cells, have a discombobulation. All you have to do is just clean driving. You should be able to see that you have a gap. I hope you check your splits. You don't need to risk it. You're probably going to go for the safe third line. Exactly. So as much as Dummy tried as well, he touches the ball in the end. And unless Knee now absolutely misses the finish here, which he does not, he secures his final spot in the single elimination bracket. It was close. It was nice. There's a reverse 69 for Dummy as well to end it off as well, just to have a nice ending to it as well. So all things considered, GG in every right.
Yeah, GG's. What else can you say? This has been a Swiss stage with everything that entails, some wild behavior the entire way through. And I, for one, am glad that we're going to something much more sensible, like single elim knockout, where everyone is going to be that much more desperate and everything is going to be absolutely wild the entire way through. Creedy, we've got 3 more rounds of Trackmania to play this evening, and I have the feeling that, I mean, this was, you know, elimination or advance, just like our knockouts are going to be. In some ways, this was kind of a secret first knockout round, and I expect them to all kind of hit this level of entertainment.
I mean, all I'm looking for as well is more chaos, and which is clearly being the theme of North America, where South America decided, you know, we go for, you know, absolute passion, you know, till the very end and progressively get better. If anything, North America has progressively given us more chaos and all kinds of entertainment, which is equally as exciting as well in my eyes. But for the time being, indeed, you are correct. We have now the single elim to go through. 16 remain, and there is no more second chances. Get it done, or be out of the tournament and enjoying dinner like Dummy will be in just a few moments. So stick around, and maybe you have to catch your dinner before we get into the next matches, so don't go too far.
Welcome back to the North American Championship number 2, as we get ready to leave the Swiss stage behind for good and head on into our single elimination knockout. 16 players remain from 32 that entered the Swiss stage from however many tried out. Over 57 from the time attack. Some of whom, look, it has to be said, didn't actually put up any times. But the point is, Creedy, and really I think what I should lead with is we're down to our top 16. And the competition, the sheer level of talent only goes up from here.
Yeah, we are getting to those final moments. It's now a one-shot, one opportunity, as famous words would say, is that now there's no more second chances. Swiss mode gave you your 3 lifelines. Some didn't need them, some needed to take all of them, and some are enjoying dinner somewhere probably. So for the rest of us, at least, the rest of the 16 are now enjoying a single elim where it's basically what we kind of talked about in between as well, with a lot of good points. You don't have that cushion now anymore. It's basically you have to fully send it now to get the points, to get the win. Top 2 is still the parts that matter. But if it goes badly, well, there is no more Swiss mode to really help you out in that regard.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing how this go. Of course, the top 4 players in this tournament, all of our players who make it all the way through to a finals, will be automatically qualified for the Pan American Championship as well, which, look, I'll admit, I know the name. Someone else is going to have to fill me in on some more of the details of when that's happening. If there's any other avenues for qualification, I would imagine there was some qualification through the South American Cup as well. But
yes,
I think whatever happens,
well,
4 deserving players are going to be sent today, because we have seen some really quick players. I mean, at times, I would say consistency for pretty much everyone we've watched has struggled a little bit. There's been some crashes here and there, some mistakes on corners that maybe we would not expect players to make mistakes on. But we have seen people clutch up. We've seen people go the distance when they needed to as well. And I think pretty much every player who's made it as far as this top 16 has demonstrated that at least some point today.
Definitely have. People have had plenty of moments of glory. Some more, some less. Some have had it a bit of a cruising freeline as well. If anything, I am more afraid.
For 2 hours.
Yeah, and honestly, if anything, I'm more afraid for people who have to face Lingo, because the problem with it is that he's just gonna play these tracks more and more and more. And one of the things that when I played against professional players as well is that they will just get annoyingly and progressively more harder to beat. That is, I think, the biggest testament to the best players, no matter how long or how long the tournament is. If it goes further and further into the tournament, they will just get increasingly more difficult to beat. And we'll see how that will pan out in this tournament as well. Because currently, of course, on the server, as you can see, we have NAC, BMQC, Thombern, and Random, who Random hasn't appeared a single time on the stream as well. We were sort of doing some mind-bogglingly good things that, oh, maybe we get Random and a Repster in the same match, but then the seats were changed a bit, and now we have to choose one. So we went with Random, because this match feels the most open in the air, in my opinion.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, look, obviously BMQC is here, having made it through the 3-0 bracket, looking very good. But, you know, it's been a couple of hours then since he's actually had to play any Trackmania. Thombern, I believe, made it through on 3-1, and then both of our other players made it through on just this on 3-2 at the last chance of asking. With that in mind, I don't know, I'm kind of wondering, is the difference in quality going to show? It certainly is in this first round. Or is the fact that, you know, the 2 players who did make it through at the very end, they're fully warmed up, they've been playing up until the last minute, is that an advantage? Does fatigue start to creep in? Plenty to answer. Lots of questions that will be answered pretty soon. Random is sitting in second place. BMQC is sitting in first. You've been saying C. I'm not sure. Is it C, or is it actually just the S that's sitting there? Is it a name change that I'm unaware of?
I've been saying
it is BMQS.
Maybe I've said sometimes BMQC and meant to say BMQS.
Okay, but, no, that's fine. I just listen. Players' name change so often, Creedy, that this isn't your fault. Okay, we're blaming it on the players.
I mean, in this case, I can't blame myself because I cannot pronounce the letter S for some reason, apparently. I default to saying BMQC for some reason, in many occasions probably as well. But for the time
being... Good news, Creedy. You're not going to have to say it this round at all because he's last.
Well, we still have to mention that he is
Nope.
last, but for the time being, we can mention the fact that Random, Thombern, and Nee are the ones that will be able to take full advantage of getting the 10 points, unless something goes absolutely catastrophically wrong, which on this track has definitely happened. Because
that's a catastrophe.
showcasing it perfectly there. Thank you for the demonstration, Random. We will give you the credits afterwards. But Nee and Thombern are the ones to survive for the time being, and we are going into the water section. With lower speed is perfectly fine, but if you want to push this section, can get a bit hazardous.
Yeah, that was a wild crash. I love that. This is getting close down to the end. We've seen lead changes around this final corner. Thombern is pushing, has speed, making it to the line just in front. 31 thousandths, and Nee feeling a little bit safer than he was, I think, at the finish line there. Didn't push as hard as he could. Giving up the 10 points, settles for 6.
Yeah, but there's another case for my rant beforehand as well. There's a reason why we have gates, and there's a reason if there was a gate, Random would still be in the game. But you know, we have those little black
I'm gonna
parts.
say it, Creedy. I think you're making an argument for the triangles right now, because that was funny as hell.
Yeah, I have an issue with the triangles and the little black triangles that those checkpoints have when they are on the ground. And many people have succumbed to the problem of clipping those
skill issue, Creedy. Skill issue.
Yeah, skill issue until you have a round where you need to win, and that black thing ruins every single dream that you've ever had.
Skill issue. Hey, this is a close round. Random sitting in third place at the moment, about a 10th behind, having lost a little bit of speed through those slalom sections in the middle. Nee is really pushing through this water, and it is neck and neck for first place. Less than a 10th between the two of them. BMQS holding on to the lead for the time being, as Nee is pushing around that final corner, goes wide, a little bit less speed. BMQS will clip though, and it'll be a first place for Nee. Random taking second. BMQS needs to get across the line at some point. He's not going to make it second, I'm asking. Thombern is here, and I think Thombern should take third, and BMQS first to fourth, speed run down that leaderboard, and only takes 3 points from the round.
Yeah, that is 3 points from the round. That was a perfect example of when you get too much speed for that section, you go a bit too wide, and he just clipped beforehand, and there is no way of making the risky if you clip that border there, unless you get the most miraculous sequence of bounces from the platform beforehand as well. You are glad. I will appreciate the fact that the man went he refused to go for the safe finish. He was like, I will get this risky finish. I don't care how many times I try. I will go for the risky finish. Safe finish there, never seen it. Not even bothered. Don't even have it in my peripheral vision. Only risky is what I'll do. But for the rest of the people, the only thing in their peripheral vision is the fact that BMQS is in the lead with them trying to chase him down. And nobody has made a significant fumble. It's just been a bit of a difference in pace at the moment.
Yeah, the Wolves are on his heels. BMQS runs and is successful for the time being, and they're running out of track in order to catch up. It is a very tight battle for that second place, though. I mean, as much as they'd love to catch BMQS, they'll settle for 6 points. It's going to be Thombern to the line, crashes again. Oh no, this finish line is becoming a problem, as that is a second round in a row in which there has been a large points fall off for Thombern at the finish line.
I will say this much, South America didn't have a single time that happened when we broadcasted. So just putting it out there for NA. I've seen that happen now at least 4 to 5 times. Didn't see it a single time happen in South America. Just putting you on the line, North America. Just saying.
South America has a functioning postal system. They know how to use the letterbox.
Could be. Well, it actually kind of makes sense, because given the fact, I presume that the postal service in America is probably the most horrific thing to deal with as well, for the companies and for the people simultaneously as well. But given how big the country is just to begin with, but you know. Yeah, so things in that as well, so that's the case.
This is true. The notes from production coming in that they do have a federal police department in the post service in America, so they got to be doing something right, because as we all know, I'm not going to continue down this line of commentary on this one. The points as they stand: BMQS in the lead, 27 points, Nee in second on 24, Random in third, 21, and Thombern only a single point behind that on 20. And I think it's fair to say, Creedy, Thombern probably should be a little bit higher. There were 2 major issues on the finish line there, and he threw away 7 points and then 3 points. He should potentially be on 30 points right now and have a few less points than everyone else in the match should have a few less points.
That is a very convoluted way of saying things, but we all got your point there. But we got there in the end, and for the time being, it seems that everybody is trying to get those points back at least. Thombern, well, not taking very much motivation from that big speech because he still finds himself in last position. But with that segment, pushes himself ever so closer at the moment. BMQS is in a comfortable lead. Random is second. Knee and Thombern are currently trying to chase them down, but it's BMQS is the one to falter first. Ooh. And Random is also the one to clip, and all of a sudden Thombern hears your cries. Knee hits the wall as well. Everybody absolutely destroys. Even Thombern decides to clip in the round. Everybody has a mistake, and if everybody has a mistake, nobody crashed in the end, because look at how close those times are, ignoring the fact that they are 2 seconds slower than the world record.
I mean, Knee had a bit of a mistake. I think, 6.5 seconds behind first place counts as something went wrong. But
happy little accident.
A happy little accident. Thombern picks up 10 full points, catches back up to Random, and this is close. I mean, overall, as much as there has been drama, as much as there's been players and cars and scattered parts all over the track, it's only 4 points separating first to fourth, as we are now like halfway through map 2.
Yeah, halfway through, we would. I was honestly thinking that BMQS would have a bit of a better time, but maybe, sitting on the sideline for such a long time, it kind of does beg the question.
Yeah.
It is something that also happened to some extent as well, like even with the World Championship that we had, for example, with Casey, Brennan Ota came from the lower bracket. They were constantly playing. It was Pack and Carl Jr., for example, who were just waiting for their opponent, and that can make a difference. BMQS has been sitting for a very long time and the rest of the field has been constantly playing, so you are not yet in the match mentality yet, but with his skill level he should be getting back to it. If anything is to go by, Thombern is using all of that possibilities to just yoink 10 points again, because he's very close to doing it again. But what a great race between Knee and BMQS. Knee actually gets his knee in front and takes the 6-pointer instead of the 4.
Yeah, that's clean. Thombern, though, I mean, has awakened a little bit here. Again, I do still think the argument could be made Thombern should be further ahead and is his own worst enemy at this point in the match, but has actually managed to fully regain the lead. Sits 5 points clear at the top of the scoreboard at the moment and is off to a good start now on our 3rd round on Koreon.
Yeah, could be a clean sweep. I mean, again, still in the lead. I mean, if he could make it a full 40 points, that would be a miraculous thing to do, especially on a map like Koreon as well. But at the moment, it seems that everybody's kind of fed up with that fact, and they want to get a slice of that 10-point pie for the time being. One of them being a Random, who has been kind of quiet on the end, a player that we haven't really talked about that much, and hasn't been on the broadcast as well, but still creeping alongside with everybody involved. But what a great exit by Thombern as we go into the final reactor sections.
Yeah, BMQS starting a little bit more inside though, and is going to be able to set up a little bit higher then for this second turn, managing to hold on to the speed, staying just in front of Thombern. Random is there to punish if anyone makes the mistake, as Thombern catches a little bit of airtime, but that was so quick. He manages to hold on. Random sneaking up from behind, not able to overtake BMQS, holds on to second, but the finish from Thombern there was lightning.
Yeah, and he's just running away with it, 3 out of 3. It's just clean racing is what it is. It was probably the worst start that he could have ever asked for on the first map, but now he's having probably the best start to begin with everything. Knee also has a bit of a fumble to begin with, so one less problem to worry. Random touches the light bulb, so there's only one remaining. It's as easy as that. Just win, and everybody else just dies as you go along the way.
Yeah, I'm reminded of the meme about Gabe Newell and Steam, of what is this business strategy called when you do nothing and all of your rivals just continually make mistakes in the marketplace. And hey, it's apparently a viable strategy in Trackmania as well. You just watch all of your opponents make mistakes and drive well. It's working. Nothing more needs to be said here, Creedy.
Yeah, it's working wonderfully. See, BMQS has a bit of a clip as well.
He's in their heads. Mind control tech.
Yeah, I don't see why other players are not doing this. I mean, it seems absolutely the most easiest thing to do.
Broken.
Just drive,
strategy.
and everybody else will crash. I don't see what the problem here is.
40 from 40 points, though, from Thombern. I mean, as much as we're joking about it here, has had a clean round. Oh, my lord, he nearly misses the finish. Has had just a clean map, frankly. I'm not going to say that they were the best time possible. The first round was messy from everyone. As you said, 2 seconds off the world record in that first round. But every single time, Thombern survives the chaos and walks away with the full 10 points, coming from 4th place after map 1 to a clear 1st place after map 2.
Yeah, it was basically, well, if we blink, everybody blinked in the first round, absolutely a flawless performance all throughout as well. I mean, and it puts him in a very good position. It's just a free gap for him to make sure that, I don't really have to, if something now goes wrong, I have a bit of a leeway now with a really good round as well. Could be his better maps as well. I haven't checked his times and PBs in the meanwhile as well, because at the moment I'm enjoying this match too much to even check, to be honest. But at the moment that is pretty good for him, and that's, if anything, that just sets him up in a position where, like, you know what, doing well, doing good. I just aced these mofos on the field, and I'm just gonna do it again.
Yeah, I'm going to take a brief second as we get ready to start off here on Saltare and let everyone know. Little fact about me you may not know, I have Canadian cousins, and one Christmas, for one of my cousins, we were doing a gift exchange, and we all had to make the gifts. So what I did is I decided I was going to make a pillow, which had the Irish flag on one side and the Canadian flag on the other side. And the point of this story is that the maple leaf on the Canadian flag, incredibly annoying to try and cut out of felt. Anyway, round is live. BMQS leads for the moment, but I'm not sure that's going to last, as Thombern is close behind and Random is even closer. They are, in fact, 100th apart going through that checkpoint, as it is anyone's race at the moment, except possibly Knees, who is starting to drop away from our top 3. And I think Random has made the mistake that will allow 2 drivers through. Thombern catches the edge there, maybe even gotten a little bit of a boost as he jumps onto the dirt, but is still sitting just behind BMQS. Final couple of corners to come up on this one. Thombern goes inside, and we've seen this dirt before. We've seen how it can work out for some drivers, and the outside line works for some. Nobody opting to go for it here in the top 2. Thombern a little bit quicker, heading to the line, has secured his lead, and BMQS will have to settle for second.
Yeah, and with that, the perfect story time as well. The story, if the fairy tale continues for Thombern now, 5 out of 5. And nothing looks to be stopping this man at the moment. Man has chosen absolute violence. He's now, if I'm gonna win, I might as well just keep doing it, you know. Seems like a fun thing to do, honestly. Everybody else, well, it sucks to be you.
I love that Thombern got to an even points total. That's actually, I've decided what was happening on the first map. He lost a couple of rounds, lost a couple more to make sure he was back on an even number, you know, a flat multiple of 10. And then he just started winning rounds after that, so that if anyone jumps into the stream now, it'll look like he's just won every round.
Yeah. Exactly that, and even the best part is nobody can check how many rounds we've had on this track until we actually do switch the track. Then maybe they can put 2 and 2 together. But who does math in Twitch chat? That is already a bit too high level in that regard. They're not there to do math. They're there to chat away and pepper point if somebody crashes, or, you know, have a quick laugh as well. But because at the moment we have a pretty good fight in the top end here as well. Who will get the most out of Thombern will have the better line here. Coming out of the exit, Random will chuck himself a bit wide, but here the streak will end. But what a great race in the end. Thombern finally gets speed in there, but with a great race as well. Nothing to really separate the two, only the literal final few turns.
Yeah, I mean, there was definitely room for anyone to go a little bit faster there. I mean, world record on the track at 56.8, 57.4 the winning time on that round. But that just, you know, I mean, you love to see it. All of these players driving to the level they want to drive at the moment. They have room to go a little bit faster, and that just kind of makes it more exciting. You know, they could push a little bit harder. And they're all just trying to make sure they make it to the end here. No mistakes definitely seems to be the name of the game.
Yeah, one thing I will say recently as well, the one thing I've always accredited to is the fact that what I call one-line maps, where basically this was something that I really... one of my small criticisms of many tournaments in the early time, because people just love to chuck every single block on the track, because there was more scenery on the track than there was track to begin with. But we have gone away from that and put it away, and a lot of these recent competition tracks have been absolutely sublime to drive. Some may argue maybe less or so, some people wouldn't want to have ice, but with clean rounds like this and another close race in the end, how can you argue that these tracks are not fun to drive and fun to spectate?
Yeah, Thombern third again. The gap is closing, not by much, but it is closing a little bit after we finish off this round on Saltare. As Thombern, the lead has slipped. Oh, I'm dying, Creedy. I'm dying. It slipped away a little bit. He's only 13 points in the lead.
Well, maybe he's now going, he was like, okay, I got now 5 times in a row first. Maybe I can go 5 times in a row third, you know. Maybe collect the trio of things, you know. Go for thirds now. Next map, I'll go for seconds. Hopefully, maybe wants to skip the fourth one. That would be a bit, bit shakier one, you know. Don't need that trio, no.
If he continues to, if he does that, I'm just going to say it, I'm pretty sure other people will reach finalist first and probably win before he can hit it.
Yeah, that is a fair point as well, indeed. But at the moment, if anything is to go by, maybe he was heard us as well and thought like, well, there was a bit of a hiccup in my plan. I'll just go back to doing the first position because he has a perfect round to do so. Because everybody has had a fumble to begin with, and Thombern has just a world of his own. Everybody's trying to sort of scramble and get to the points that are remaining, unless Thombern has a bit of a lapse in judgment, which he does not have. Point 1 as well, very solid time in the round as well. BMQS comes in second, Knee is third, and Random comes in fourth. And it is becoming a bit of a fight between BMQS and Random with all things considered. BMQS is, the Canadians do have a foot in front, but the Americans are trying to get into the mix as well.
Yeah, most definitely. As we'll head to our next map. It is BMQS sitting in second place for the moment. The gap isn't that big, though. Back to Random. Still definitely a chance to catch up on this one. Well, head to Emerald. One of the maps I've really been enjoying this pack. I do have to say, I think Golden Hour is definitely the one I've been enjoying the most in terms of spectating. It's just been very entertaining. Every round on that is a good time. But Emerald, plenty of fun as well. In fact, like you were saying, Creedy, I've been enjoying watching all these maps.
Yeah, it's been a pleasure as well, and the sharedness of it as well makes it even better because it just puts in the limelight as well. Because so far, almost every single world record is held by South America as well. So maybe want to get North America. Maybe want to get back on that as well. The one thing I still haven't checked off my bingo list is a world record in rounds as well. You know, it would be nice that we can get that crossed off the list as well. But I feel like I have a hunch that once we get even deeper into the single limb here, as Random gets ever so closer and deeper acquainted with the wall here, so much so alongside with Knee as well. It is the Canadians riding into the sunset, sunrise, whichever mood this track is built in. I'm looking forward to it because I feel like we are just going to get faster and faster, and we are always so close, especially on Emerald, to really getting into the field of world record pace, because it's a very easy map to drive, and I feel like a lot of people, at least the only problem is the ending part, the ending segments. Yeah, the quarter pipe is where you can lose and gain a lot of time, but they get very, very close in many regards. But we'll have to see if that comes into fruition on any other map.
Yeah, love that jump from Thombern. It's allowed him to catch back up and make this end close with BMQS. But BMQS first onto the platform, and I've said it before, I'll say it again. First onto the platform, usually going to be first through the line on this map. It's a good indicator. It's a good indicator this time around as BMQS takes the full 10. It's Canada in front once again. Random and Knee, they got to start winning some rounds. Knee in particular really starting to drop away from the rest of the field.
Yeah, it's he definitely has been not the best performance in that regard as well. But we gotta keep in mind as well that if memory serves me right as well, that of course BMQS and Thombern were the ones that came from previously, well, more higher seeded matches, I guess, with the 3-0 and 3-1, while Random and Knee had to fight throughout the entire Swiss mode to even get to this point. So in some sense they have a bit more pressure, and maybe less they have to push a bit more to get towards Thombern and BMQS. But at the moment, with BMQS having a bit of a struggle town as well, I mean, if anything, it just allows Thombern to make the point gap even bigger. And of course, since we are in a single limb pack, I don't even know if we mentioned it, the points limit is now 120, not 100 anymore as well.
Yeah, that's true. So still a little ways to go on this one, and we will be cycling back through the maps a little bit harder. As Thombern has taken full control of this round, Random a little ways back, and it should be an easy enough finish from here. Thombern crosses the line in first, 10 points. Random there as well. And that's a little bit more breathing room for Thombern as well, as his nearest rival BMQS will only take fourth.
Yeah, it's the lead has become substantially big. It's now 20 points, and that is a very comfortable lead. Of course, we did talk about the fact that even 20 points might not be a comfortable lead.
It doesn't feel that comfortable, frankly. I think you got to be on like 30 plus to really feel comfortable hitting finalist.
Yeah, but I feel like if you're more at the top end, it's a bit better if you can keep that, that top end performance going. But if you're more at the bottom end, then 20 points still feels like a thing you can catch up. But if you're like in Ni's position and you look at the point total and you're like, that's like 45 points. If math does well, that's like twice as much as 20 is. So maybe twice the much effort needed to catch that back up. But he's doing twice a good job at the moment. They're really trying to go for that first position.
Yeah, pushing hard up at the front. Thombern will drop just behind through that final checkpoint, and a full touch from Thombern allows Ni uncontested first place. BMQS is quick, but not going to be quick enough to catch to the line. Barring a mistake from Ni, doesn't look like there is one. BMQS will settle for second. Ni takes 10 points. It's important, and it is potentially the start of something special.
A start of something special. Well, it is a nice point total that he will get to, so that is one milestone achieved in this case. But there's plenty of work to do. If anything, he's getting closer to random, but it is still a very insurmountable gap to still get through. If anything, Thombern just naturally will get to that point, as we see both BMQS and Ni fumbling, trying to go a bit too inside there, so allowing Thombern and Random to take the helm here. And honestly, if anything, it's Random. Honestly, Random is the person that we have been, it has been kind of overshadowed. Yeah. He's just been there. He's just done the rounds. He hasn't really done many amazing things. Well, he does an amazing thing and give Thombern the lead now there. So, and these lines here can be quite tight, even Thombern having a bit of a struggle. BMQS does close the gap, and with that quarter pipe closes it even more so, but that is a very good line, so maybe with that third can get a bit better, but nobody really overtakes here unless you go for a really big bounce, unless my words are getting eaten. Exactly what BMQS does.
Yeah, I mean, hey, I'll give it to you, Creedy. I think that might be like the first time we've seen an overtake once players have hit the platform there all day long. But BMQS does the impossible, managing to snipe at the line there. Not the end of the world for Thombern, who's still sitting on 114 points. Only needs a second place to lock in finalist.
Yep, looking good still so far. I don't think there's, if I were to look at these point scores, I have 114 and my closest competitor is 100, and then the bottom two have 82 and 72. My brain would say, dude, you're in such a good position, just sort of drive through it. Probably Ni and Random will struggle on the track as well, and by just sheer usual chance, you should be able to close it out, even if BMQS somehow gets it done before you. By law of averages, you should be able to get it done based on your current performance. And I feel like Thombern is really getting into it. If he can beat BMQS, which we thought would be a shoe-in to take this one, and honestly, props to him.
Yeah. You were mentioning in the last round how, we hadn't maybe been talking as much about Random, and I do think it's because while Random is still sitting within striking distance of BMQS in this match, hasn't really been picking up the first places. It's just been chugging away, getting the seconds and thirds, decent point totals, and keeping in that touching distance. Could be a problem. One of the main things with Cup mode is you do need to win rounds in order to actually lock in your final position if you want to make it into that top two. And Random needs to actually find the positions, needs to find a little bit more in the tank in order to overtake BMQS in these later rounds. Because right now, Thombern definitely still feeling like a favourite to make it out of this match, especially picking up a potential win in this round. It's once again Random, just a small mistake, and it's the Canadians fighting it out at the front.
Yeah, the two Canadians who are getting the points, but Thombern needs minimum seconds, so technically he can give his fellow Canadian the 10 points, but he does select not to do so. Does take the full haul here, puts him in sole finalist mode now, and has a fair few chances, and more so if you look at the Random and Ni's perspective as well. So even if BMQS gets into finalist mode, they both have a proper meat shield and a half of points before it gets one of those segments where we think like, how long has that player been in finalist mode?
Yeah.
So we'll see about that.
I will say, I mean, look, we were also saying in previous matches in Swiss stage, 20 points didn't feel particularly safe. I would hope, I would expect that now we're in the playoffs, you do start to see players lock in a little bit harder when we hit finalists, that once they're there, they continue to win rounds as they have been the entire way up to that finalist mode, because Thombern definitely has a decently high percentage of winning rounds up until this point.
Yeah, we don't have any fancy stats to show that statistics, but you can just go by the fact you can just believe the two guys that are saying those things.
Gut feeling. Everyone knows gut feelings are as good as stats.
Yeah, honestly, can't go wrong with that. If anything is to go by is the fact that the fellow Canadian returns the favor and takes 10 points himself and allows Thombern to mellow in his ways a bit longer before he gets that first position. But if anything, it still works for them because at best at the moment Random and NAC are getting 4 and 3 points, which in the long run is a hell of a journey to get to 100 points.
It's gonna take a while, like about 10 more rounds each if they continue to go on that kind of pace, which is less rounds significantly than it will take if they are just getting thirds and fourths for BMQS and Thombern to actually lock in. Thombern though, big mistake on the ice slide, catching on the inside, losing the gear, and will be out of it in this round almost entirely. Well over 2-3 seconds behind. Looks like about 2 seconds at the moment. BMQS though is sitting in third place. That would be good enough to get to finalist mode himself, but it would mean a lot more points for both Random and NAC.
Yeah, they would love to have those points, especially Random. That 10-pointer would chuck him into 99 points. Now, all of this last segment usually is good, but with these last third segments, a wrong bump then and there can chuck you into the wrong wall. But in this case, they do not falter. NAC goes very wide, but still is able to get to the hole just in time. Very good time as well. A very solid time on Lockwood as well. A low 54, as I said before as well, is an extremely good rounds time as well. But all things considered, it's now the journey of Random and NAC having to deny Thombern and BMQS for the next minimum 3 rounds.
Yeah, and it is, look, picking up first or second does kind of matter, right? Maybe a slightly easier match in the next round if you're a first seed rather than a second seed. You'll be facing off against 2 second seeds and 1 first seed rather than 2 first seeds and 1 second seed. And with making it to the finals at all being your ticket to the Pan American Championship, it's relevant that you try and make your path maybe a little bit easier on the way there. So with 2 players in finalists, BMQS and Thombern, whichever one of them can pick it up first is going to be feeling a lot happier.
Yeah, and it seems that the 2 Canadians want to immediately make sure that one of them is going to go through here at least. Ooh, as Random clips the corner, it's so easy to go in a bit too early there and clip that corner. So at the moment, it seems that Thombern has the better end here at least, and looking with that line, BMQS starts to get a bit more speed, but that is not enough. A very nice time as well, all things considered. So GG to Thombern, gets that seed 1, or at least that first place seed going into the semi-finals, and what a deserved one as well. Absolutely brilliant match. Took a bit of time to secure that finalist mode, and leaves BMQS to mellow in his ways and have fun with the 2 Americans on golden hour of all maps as well.
I do think, unfortunately, we may be seeing Random drop out at some point in the near future. BMQS is feeling pretty confident with where he is. I just want us to take the moment to admire Random skin. I think that thing's sick as hell.
Random skin indeed. The Halcyon skin, I believe it is so as well. So yeah, it's I remember seeing
being a caster means taking the words that the producer says that the stream can't hear and making yourself sound smart.
Honestly, I've seen this Halcyon skin before as well, because I believe Callie, a person who has been a part of the Women's Racing League as well. But I don't know if she is still part of Halcyon or not, but she used to rock the skin as well. So that's where I know that from as well. But I do say that our producer, of course, much more well-versed with the NA scene, does feed us some valuable information as well, and also giggles with us every time he sees something funny as well. So it's always nice to have a third person with us as well, enjoying the humor and the fails and miseries and joys and successes of every player. And with NAC in the checkpoint, it is up to Random to deny the Canadian.
Yeah, season-ending surgery required. Patella has slipped. NAC is no weight to be put on it. It's not load bearing anymore. Random is also going to fall off. BMQS uncontested on the run to the line at this point now. Should be safe. Just needs to flick that HUD on for a second, realize the gap is big, and play it nice and easy to the finish line. Now, I wouldn't want to play it too safe on this finish. You're at risk. BMQS, you gotta nail it. Looks good, will be good. BMQS, second player to lock in their place in this quarterfinal, will be moving on to a semi-final. It is the Canadians moving on through over the Americans. Knee and Random will end their tournament at the top 16.
Yeah, so far Canada 1, America 0. So at least from the quarterfinals as well so far. We'll see if that trend will continue at least. I don't know regarding the other matches if they are actually still underway. I do see that there are 2 matches actually that are still continuing at the moment. I don't know if there's any reason to continue or to maybe to jump into one of them if there's any close affairs there as well. Maybe we can take a look at Berree as well. What's the no, Repster, not Berree. I don't know why I said Berree. Repster. Maybe we can jump into that and see if give him some spotlight as well, because he hasn't been on the stream at all. Or maybe we're just going to jump into the fact that he's going to lose a finalist mode or something, right?
I'll tell you, I've managed to jump into that match, Greedy. And right now, Nixotica, as maybe expected in this match, has picked up first place. Stokeine in finalist mode and currently leading the round. It is up to Flimsyelbow to deny as we round the final few corners on golden hour into the water. Failable for sure, but Stokeine holds onto the lead for the time being. Flimsyelbow closing the gap ever so slightly. But will it be enough? We've seen this finish failed in other matches. Stokeine holds the lead. Flimsyelbow pushes. Getting close, has it, will deny at the finish line, moving to 105 points. Stokeine will stay in this match for at least a round longer.
Yeah, I mean, this is a Flimsyelbow El Clasico at the moment. Man can produce when he's put up against the wall in this case, and he's done that several times where he's been, everybody else is in finalist mode, and then he's like, flick the switch. Time to get that first position, ladies and gentlemen. So we'll see if he can keep on going. And Stokeine touches the wall, gives Repster and Flimsy another opportunity. Oh boy, will our tournament organizer see absolutely red for the entire match, or will something actually change? Because for the time being, at least, he has to hope that the Americans will have a bit of a, maybe that Flimsyelbow comes into play and forces him to crash. And Repster, I guess that's a weird way of saying a red lobster is a rapster, or maybe a rapper. I don't know. I'm trying to make some correlation with it. I don't know why he's named Repster. I'm just trying to make something logical in my head.
That is a stretch. We're getting information from production. It is just a play on his name. That, sure, yeah. Stokeine is back. Hang on a second. It looked over. It's not over. Stokeine just needs to hit the finish. Has done so. And in a round that in should no way have been the final round of this quarterfinal, it is all over with Stokeine moving forward. Canada stays winning as a third player will move through.
Oh, thank God the script is still followed, and for some reason our...
Hello, Carl Jr. viewers.
Hey,
you've arrived just
Carl
in time.
Jr.
Perfect timing as Canada stays winning in the quarterfinals of the North American Cup. It is Stokeine, tournament admin, moving through from the quarterfinal into the semi-final. In quarterfinal D, we had BMQS and Thombern moving through. We have Lingo moving through alongside Oddass, another 2 Canadian players up in quarterfinal A, and at the moment we wait for quarterfinal B and the news from there. Raistlin, Tankrom, CD and Berree, the 4 remaining players battling it out in the quarterfinals.
Yeah, that's the only match left, but what I'm seeing from there as well already, it seems that will be sorted here as well. Tankrom got first, and Raistlin will be coming in second as well, so all is sorted. Canada, honestly, on a win streak at the moment.
It's kind of crazy. Has every Canadian player who was in the quarterfinals made it through to the semi-finals? Is that what's happened here?
If I have to believe so, I think as well, yeah, that should be the case indeed, honestly. Unless I'm forgetting someone's nationality.
Absolutely rigged. Absolutely rigged, Creedy. Just in time for the Carl Jr. raid. We have Canada just, hey, sweeping the quarterfinals, looking
Canada
great.
Guys, I'm repping the red as well for Canada as well, clearly for the reason, or not definitely the reason that all of this overlay is red as well. And I decided, you know what, I'll just rep my red Spider-Man shirt as well, just to be thematic in this case. But what a way to end the quarterfinals. And I'm looking forward to what will happen next year. Ladies and gentlemen, all of you have joined. First of of all, thank you for joining as well. Hopefully Carl had a fun time playing Deep Dip as well. I believe probably that was what he was doing.
It's a safe bet.
Yeah, that was a safe bet. Hopefully he got to floor 8. I know that was something that he was trying to get as well. I'm sure chat can inform me how well his attempts were, but in every regard as well, we'll see how things go, because we are going into the semi-finals in just a moment, so not much to go, to be honest.
Yeah, heading to the end of the tournament. And of course, places in the Pan American Championship on the line for the 4 players that can make it through the semi-final. We're only going to a quick break. If you've just arrived, don't go anywhere. The action will be back soon with the North American Cup.
Well, hello once again. A short break for us. The action doesn't stop as well, with so many people joining as well. How can we stop the action? We have plenty of players to watch here as well, as Canada is absolutely dominating the tournament, and Nixotica is absolutely mod-checking everybody. Where have all the Americans gone? But for the time being, he holds the hopes and dreams of America, and we'll see how things will go, because that is actually the match that we will be watching as well, and hopefully it will go all well for him. Because I believe he's definitely the hot contender to get into the grand final. It's more of the case, how difficult will the rest of the field make it for him?
Yeah, the rest of that field, definitely nothing to be messed with either. You have Oddass, you have Thombern, and you have Raistlin. All three of them been driving well today, as evidenced by the fact they've made it as far as the semi-final. But can they hold up to Nixotica, who has gone undefeated today, apart from a single loss to Lingo, a player we have not yet seen on stream. We've been actively avoiding him, I think, is the accusation coming through. I would argue that we have just been confident in Lingo's ability to make it to a grand final. We were going to be forced to see what was going on there, because it feels fair to say I think he's the raid boss of this tournament, is the player that everyone is gunning to take down.
Yeah, it will be absolutely the biggest target is on him as well, but that target will only come into fruition first. A, he gets into the grand final, which most likely will happen given his performance throughout the entire tournament, and B, well, it depends who will be able to face him in that grand final as well. I mean, Nixotica, I'm sure, would like to get there a second time as well, but it's an interesting part because we just saw Thombern have an absolutely good match, honestly, in all things considered. Maybe slightly fell off towards the end, but was able to pretty confidently secure it there as well. And now we have Oddass and Raistlin as well to join us the fray as well. So honestly, I'm excited for this. This is now just gonna ramp up in difficulty, and the times and the consistency needs to be even more so on point, because these players are less likelier to crash, but at the same time, it's still single elim, so you're not gonna get a double elim second chance as you.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought up consistency, because I think especially with a player like Nixotica in this lobby at this point, while we've seen, for example, Thombern in our last match have some off rounds to begin the match, while we've seen mistakes not be punished necessarily, at least one round that ended 2 seconds off the world record with Thombern still winning. You gotta cut those out of your game. Those are not going to be good enough now that we've hit semi-finals.
Yeah, and especially people who would love to just be like, oh, I'm just a tenth behind you and you touch the wall or hit the finish in an awkward way. Well, thank you very much. I'll just quickly yoink those points with the most easiest way possible. So definitely to keep in mind. But one thing to keep in mind at the moment is that there hasn't been many significant hurdles that have come about. It's been a bit of a pace difference. Thombern has fallen only behind simply because he's had to take a bit more awkward lines, but the rest of the field is really trying to push the front end, especially Raistlin and Nixotica. Oh, I believe Raistlin does clip there and allows Nixotica, and also now in the end Oddass does fall off as well. Raistlin has a bit of a clip, so Thombern comes in to take the second position, and Nixotica gets a kind of a free win in the end, as everybody else was trying to avoid every single bump imaginable.
That is the most first round to have ever first rounded in a semi-finals. That was, look, slightly off the pace, I would say. I think Nixotica in particular didn't really make any major mistakes, but was feeling out the pace, I think, a little bit here in the semi-final. And there were just minor mistakes creeping through for everyone else. Raistlin in particular, the most minor of mistakes, just exiting that reactor after the quarter pipe, just did not quite get the lineup that you need to get to shoot yourself off into those final couple of corners, and ultimately as well allowing Thombern through to pick up the second place. Thombern off to a much better start this time around. As we round the plastic, there are 3 cars in contention at the moment as Thombern drops back into the clutches of his challengers.
Yeah, he's definitely making full advantage of that momentum that he was carrying from the previous match as well, but everybody is getting very much into a close affair. Much different lines here. Everybody's going for their different approaches. Some go for the low jump. Thombern goes for a fighter jump, but wants to land as early as possible there. And we see another person getting falling victim to that sausage block there. Thombern gets into the wall as well. Goes a bit too... Oh, he doesn't even get to the finish there. Third time's the charm, fourth time's the charm, fourth time's the charm.
Greedy, what was I thinking? Here's me, I'm hyping up Nixotica. I'm like, yeah, you gotta cut those mistakes out. Consistency is key in these semi-finals. I should have known. I should have known. Here we are. We started the day as we meant to go on. Mistakes have come through, and it does just once again come down to get that car across the line, make the smallest mistake possible, because I think cutting out mistakes entirely still at the start of this match proving to be a tall order.
Yeah, it's so easy to just give away points at the moment, and somebody can just start running away with it as well, which is the biggest problem as well. If you have this close affair with the skill level, it might just come down to the finer details, and when at some point you might be all driving really good, you know, nothing to really take away from everybody, while Thombern and Oddass making a bit of a different case for that. But in most regards, then it becomes that 10-6-4-3 repetition becomes ever so punishing if you're just all the time ever so close. Nixotica is looking to get another win. What a nice slingshot from that reactor as well. But Raistlin is right next to him as well. Who gets the better bounce? I believe Raistlin will have more speed, better line, but not quite a good race in the end. But Nixotica holds on to that lead.
Yeah, I'm going to ask everyone to keep your eyes on Nixotica on the exit from that quarter pipe every single time. His line is great. He just gets the slingshot, as you called it, in that round, into that final couple of corners, because he hits the platform just a little bit quicker with the line that he's taking, and it's giving him an extra tenth or so in the finish every single time. Working out so far, Nixotica holds the lead. It's only by 4 points, and Raistlin is close. Won't be close in this round, though.
Yeah, from the heights and glory at the moment, has to give away that position and hopefully let Oddass and Thombern get a few more points on the board, because those are actually the players that are kind of falling away from the top end. Of course, we're talking about first map here, and anything you can change. We're still going for 120 points. We are barely a fifth of the way there, only for 2 players, so plenty to play for, but a lot can be done if you can get an early lead here going. Nixotica, if he can get another win on the board, would work well for him, but Thombern is trying to push it. That line, if you go too inside on that dirt, you will lose a lot of speed, and you can see the difference. Nixotica is maybe able to use a lot more advantage there, get a tenth away from them, and gets a really good time as well, all things considered as well. It's not the fastest pace we've ever seen on Emerald, but definitely 54.56 is where just the ballpark you want to get to if you want to win a round.
For sure. I will say, listen, I hype up Nixotica exiting that quarter pipe. It wasn't quite as clean that time around. Didn't quite seem to get the acceleration away as he ended up on the platform a little bit later. But this time around, he had a little bit more room to work with. Maybe wasn't risking as hard into that final couple of corners. We move forward from map 1. We head to Corion, a map named after Pokemon, but in French, which, I mean, look, it's being perverse. It's just doing it for the sake of confusing me at this point.
I mean, it is built by a Canadian who probably lives in the French-Canadian part of the country. What am I talking about? I'm thinking about Stokeine. My brain is melting at this point.
You're just making things up now.
Well, technically, I'm not making it up. I'm just living in the past of South America.
Making things up.
Because Stokeine made a map for that, which is Cerveza, but that's a completely different thing. Although two things combined, not the good thing, especially when it's 2 a.m. for you and you're trying to cast a very high octane Trackmania match with neighbors probably thinking, what the hell are you doing on now at this point, Monday 2 a.m. in the morning.
Oh, it'll be fine. What are neighbors good for except complaining anyway? Don't take that. Nobody listen to that. You should be nice to your neighbors. This is the start to a round that we were hoping for. All 4 cars within a couple of tenths of each other. It's Raistlin who leads, by which I mean he's at the back at the moment. He leads from the back, is not a saying. Nixotica sits in 3rd, Thombern in 2nd, but it's Nixotica gaining a little bit more speed through the middle of the track. Full crash from Thombern. Oddass leads, but is being gained on by Nixotica up at the front, and it is very, very close. Raistlin is there if the mistake comes through. Nixotica carries better speed into this reactor, around this corner. Definitely a chance to clip, but Nixotica just looks braver right now. Too brave as he finds a wall. Oddass pulls away into the distance as Raistlin slides into 2nd place. Only the finish line to go. It's crashable, but neither of them will. Oddass picks up the win. Raistlin takes 2nd, and with Nixotica in 3rd, it's a lonely 4th place for Thombern.
Yeah, it's a lonely place indeed, and with the points at the moment as they are, I mean, for Oddass, perfect. 10 points, getting ever so very much close to Raistlin's position as well, but it puts everybody sort of very much away from Nixotica at this point. And but it is a track at the moment. We've seen very many things happen that should not happen, especially towards the end. We've seen just everything go smoothly, and all of a sudden just one domino falls. It takes a second domino, and then a 3rd domino, and all of a sudden just everybody just gone, and there's only one person getting to the finish line in a reasonable amount of time. But for the time being, everybody is again looking very comfortable. Oddass does have a bit of... No, it wasn't Oddass, it was Thombern. Has a bit of a wider line there. Gets chucked into 4th position because of that. But look at that. Everybody's neat and tidy. But then we get into this segment and then all hell breaks loose.
The reactors turn on and the brains turn off. Thombern at the back at the moment. Can he make an impact? All 3 of the cars in front are within a couple of tenths of each other. Raistlin in 3rd place, looking for his opening. There it is. Oddass into a wall. Nixotica uncontested in 1st place. Thombern is gaining on Raistlin, but with only the finish line to go, I think it's locked in. It is. Nixotica takes another round win. Raistlin in 2nd, and it's Thombern in 3rd.
Yeah, That is a good time indeed. Of course, the world record on this track is 102.2. So we are so far the only track that we have even come close to the world record, I believe, is actually Saltaire. The rest of the tracks, they do fall about like 0.3, 0.4 behind the world record in most cases. The one person that isn't falling behind, well, is falling behind technically, is Raistlin, who has a pretty good acquaintance with that wall corner right there. Nixotica and Oddass are the ones leading the pack with Thombern getting in front as well. But yeah, we haven't really, you know, tipped our toes in times where we went like, oh my god, that is very close to the world record. People are driving fast, but it's been fast enough that those times are still more than sufficient enough. And you can see it, they really have to push just to stay in first place to begin with, to be honest.
Yeah, but it is Nixotica once again leading the way from Oddass. Thombern sitting in third, and it's a bit of a distant third based on how close some of these rounds have been. Oddass is really pushing now. He may have pushed a little bit too hard, has lost a little bit of time to Nixotica as a result. Rounding the last few corners, Oddass with a touch, a wobble, but with the reactor on, he's A-okay. Should still be able to hold on to second place, but that just means another clean 10 points for Nixotica, who's starting to grind out these 102.6s, these 102.7s. He is looking consistent.
Yeah, very much making use at the moment of Gorion being a nice point printer at this point for Nixotica, 20 points ahead of the next competitor, that is Raistlin as well. Oddass is on 35 and Thombern on 30, so healthy lead already to begin with as well. And given the fact that what we said, you know, consistency is very much the key point now at this point. Everybody has the pace, we know that. But to do that now consistently, now that's rewarding you, and Nixotica with 20 points ahead can reap the benefits of his hard work at the moment. Goes for a wider setup, but he gets a nice line here as well with good speed and catches up ever so closer. It's very nice to drive. The lines are just so much more sublime, and he knows there's thought in the lines that he's taking rather than just trying to survive and not hit every single light pole that is on the track.
Yeah, it's true. Driving to win rather than to survive. I mean, hey, Drive to Survive, it's worked out for Netflix. Maybe not so much when you're actually in a Trackmania race. Nixotica, once again, in the lead. I've seen this one before. Raistlin, though, this time around is close enough to maybe make a push towards the finish line. Great line, has speed, needs to go tight, but Nixotica is the player who has that line down. He's got his protractor out and the angles are clean.
Absolutely solid. Honestly, almost a clean sweep of the track part of the first round, I believe. So a very good point haul for him. 68 points, 44, 39, 33 on your screens. And moving forward to take a very huge step. But, you know, one step for Mankind, one small step for Nixotica into the grand final. You know, it is, at least he's holding up America proudly in front of the Canadians.
Looking good at the moment to at least get one member of the American squad into this grand finals. Of course, second place still very important in this semi-final. It does lock in your spot in the grand final, and along with it, a place in the Pan American Championship. I feel like I'm missing a word there. The acronym is PATC. It's the Trackmania Championship.
Yep.
It's been too many hours, guys. It's been too many
probably,
hours. Somebody take this microphone away from me. No, it is the championship. I checked that part, okay, Creedy? This is a cup. It is a championship. Listen, buddy, pal. I don't know.
Even the way that you outed yourself, that you said, I checked it, and then you've been saying...
I know. Okay, listen, let's stop making fun of me. Let's focus on the Trackmania. We're on to Saltaire, and it is currently Thombern with a lead.
Yeah, Thombern with the lead. I believe this is where Thombern actually had no, it wasn't this track that he had a really good run. This was where the run was actually broken, of all things considered as well. Now that to rustle my two brain cells a bit more and cut together there for a brief second. So it is everybody actually in a good contention. It is indeed Thombern that finds himself lacking in the back end, but everybody else, Oddass, Raistlin and Nixotica fighting in the front. It is Nixotica to take a nice lead, but now we'll see who will go. Nixotica will go for the outside line while the rest go inside, and we see now when it is pulled off miraculously, it is again a proper slingshot and a half, and works wonders.
That was quick. That's Nixotica showing why players have been going for that line. 57.1, solid time to kick us off on Saltare. Only about 3/10 behind world record, and I do feel like players have been pretty consistently in the low 57s at times today on this map. If we're going to see a world record broken, wouldn't be shocked to see it on this one. Wouldn't even necessarily be shocked to see Nixotica pull it off in this match.
Yeah, but I believe nobody has actually gotten, well, technically the thing is like the time to beat here is a 56.822,
Yeah.
Driven by Charles as well. So even if you get a sub 57 here, it's still not good enough for world record. You gotta push a bit more than that. So a long ways to go, but still, like I said, this is probably the closest we've been to the world record because this track just flows naturally so well. So keeping up to pace with the world record only by 2/10 is something that just comes naturally here, as we see Nixotica again on a good run in first position as everybody else is trying to catch up to him. Very reminiscent to the previous round, not gonna lie.
Yeah, as we'll see. How well does the slingshot work this time around? Where's Nixotica gone? Oh my god, he's in first place. Who could have seen this coming? As he will try and battle it out to the line, as it was Raistlin pushing so hard to try and take that win away. He went so far to the right, he ended up bouncing off the finish line and giving up a place to Thombern. It's another 10 points to Nixotica.
Yeah, on a hot streak at the moment, if anything needs to go by. And Raistlin, Oddass and Thombern have been competing, but this is where I mentioned before as well. Everybody's got the pace, consistency is where it matters, but now that those little few thousands that you lose to Nixotica, well, that's just 4 more points that he gets away from you. He's on 88 when the next person is on 54. That is 34 points. That is an incredible lead to have, especially in a semi-final situation as well. That's a cushion and a half. That's a proper, like, 5-star Amazon review pillow right there, if anything.
And news from the other semi-final, where Lingo has driven .036 away from the world record on this track. So
yeah,
it's under threat. Maybe not here. I mean, Raistlin and Nixotica, they're threatening each other right now. Once again, around the outside goes Nixotica. He has the speed, but does he have enough? I think he may have just given up the round win to Raistlin. The outside is risky, and there is why you need to nail it 100% to get any kind of advantage. And if you don't, you have just thrown away the advantage you had. It's a round win for Raistlin.
Yeah, but when you look at the bigger picture in mind as well, you look at the leaderboard, you're like, oh, he lost 4 points. Oh no. Anyways,
listen,
on,
Greedy,
because,
I want you to keep that in mind. I hope that Nixotica ends up 4 points away from finalist in this match now. I hope so.
Yeah, well, he's gonna now get in this round. He's gonna get 10 points, move himself to 104. In the script that I'm reading in my head as well, at some point he will get second position, putting him into an even point score. Then he will continuously win the next few rounds, putting him into finalist mode. Has a few rounds that he will struggle to close it out, but then he closes it out while somebody barely gets into triple digits.
Good script. We'll see.
Good script. I mean, it's a good storyline. It works really well.
Yeah, unfortunately, Nixotica is in third place this time around. He is just behind Thombern. He's just behind Raistlin. He's gone to the outside. Peekaboo! He's not close enough. It's not going to work out this time around. He does not get the slingshot. Raistlin will, for the second time in this match, give up a place by bouncing off that right post.
Okay, maybe like I said, maybe I'm paraphrasing the script here a bit, so do in mind keep my my script leaking to a minimum here as well. So maybe I jumped ahead ahead of the script here as well. So it wasn't like a perfect.
The script is leaking, but it's not that it's being released. It's actually just that it's broken.
Could be also the case. I don't know what is happening at this point.
Scripts, because, I'm just gonna say it. Most things shouldn't be leaking. Leaks are bad, actually. So if your script is leaking, take it to a mechanic.
I don't know how to respond to that, to be honest. I was trying to think of something, but then I thought I'll just let it simmer for a few seconds, and then we continue on with this match.
Oh lord, we've got a grand finals to go after this. It is broken midnight in Dublin, and I am fired up for this one.
Indeed so, and we haven't even gotten to triple digits in this map, so who knows where we're going with this one still. Maybe, well, Nixotica, unless he doesn't finish the round, should be getting into triple digits as the first person to do so. But we are on low quad, which is North American Cup's fifth map, the exquisite map, because South American Cup and North American Cup do share a map pack, but they do have one difference. Cerveza was for South America, and look what is for North America. It is a different track altogether, as a beast of its own, has its token ice slide, as we all say that no Trackmania tournament is quite a tournament if you don't have one ice slide in it. And look what does fit the bill for that, as Raistlin does hit the wall there and puts Nixotica in a comfortable lead, and only Thombern is the one maybe looking to deny, unless there's a few bumps that Nixotica hits and gives away that position.
Yeah, it's looking solid up front at the moment for Nixotica. It needs to get to the finish line here, and this is not a finish that has caused major problems. There is some room for maneuvering, some room to jockey for position, but really only if you're already within a tenth of your opponent heading around that final corner. It was not the case. Nixotica picks up another 10 points, moving to 108 and continuing domination in this semi-final.
That is looking rather comfortable indeed. He has kept to that 30-plus point lead now for a fair bit now at the moment, as we see a bit of interesting moment as Raistlin either releases just to avoid hitting something, or just forgets to maybe finger slip for a millisecond off the accelerator. But doesn't matter too much. He's able to now get a nice clean ice slide and get back into the mix rightly. So everybody actually gets through that ice section very nice and clean. So nothing much to separate, apart from the fact that Nixotica again still taking a very comfortable lead, but it's not as comfortable as it looks to be, because nobody has really fallen behind, and if anything, they're getting ever so closer, to be honest.
Yeah, it's a very tight round here between our top three, but Nixotica, he just finds those lines that accelerate him away sometimes, and he is now a couple of tenths ahead, as Raistlin had made a mistake as well, dropping a long ways back, and it is Oddass in fourth place. Nixotica will take another 10 full points here on Loquat. Thombern taking 6, and I do think we got to start focusing in on the battle for second at the moment, because that sure seems to be where the action is going to happen in this semi-final.
Yeah, that's where it seems to be, but you know, sometimes the biggest hurdle is the final hurdle, and what I said before is, no, you know, it's easier to do things more complicated. You know, the simplest option is Nixotica wins 2 rounds in a row. That's the easiest way to do things. What the more complicated way is to do is, of course, you get into finalist mode, which is gonna be happening anyway, but then you decide to hit this wall, and all of a sudden you now start to think that, oh, maybe I do not have time to finish, but the finish timer is so long that he should be fine. So it's the Canadians now that get the fair share of that 10 points.
Yeah, and it is the 2 Canadians out front at the moment. Well, 2 of 3. Thombern is a little ways behind, and Oddass and Raistlin are the 2 racing for first place. The player from Milky Way a little bit in front at the moment, but how long can he hold on to that lead? Because that's a great line from Oddass on the inside, and a little bit straighter then across the plastic. Gives you a little bit more speed. Around the final corner, Raistlin's wheel bouncing into the air. It's going to come down to the finish line. I think Oddass is just about going to take it, and it was by 6,000s. Nearly lost it to Raistlin, managing to go straighter to the line.
Yeah, he went a bit of a different way, as Raistlin went for the nice smooth slide with a bit of tapping, you know, keeping the skid marks away. Oddass decided to quickly flick back and try to smooth steer his way, get a bit of extra speed, and that just about held him in front there as well. So subtle little differences in lines can make a world of a difference, but we'll see. Nixotica is now finalist, and he has minimum 4 chances to get this thing done, assuming that Raistlin wins all of those rounds. Apart from that, it could be even more.
Yeah, could absolutely be more with how things are shaking out here. But I'll be honest, I think it's going to be 1. Nixotica has been in control of this match from start to finish, and he is fully in control of this round as well. Out to a lead already, several car lengths back to second place. Setting up a little bit more inside here, though. That's going to be a little bit slower around the outside of this dirt. The gap's shrinking now. This turn in particular, though, Nixotica has grown his lead on over the plastic time and time again. Not so good this time around. Getting a little bit of airtime as well. He's going to be going a little bit slower towards the finish line. Can Oddass capitalize? He's too far back. Nixotica, the first player locked into the grand final.
Yeah, and all of a sudden we now peel away the mask and reveal the true match that has now commenced, because with Nixotica out of the way, The wall has been shattered, and now the Canadians have to decide, because they're all on 80 points or so, and we still have to get to 120 to figure out who will be the second one to go through this segment. So Nixotica will have a nice long break now. Maybe he can take a look at how the other match is going as well, maybe scope out a bit, or maybe just entertain himself as he watches these people enjoy basically Electric Boogaloo number 2 of this semi-final.
7 Canadians entered the semi-finals. Only 3 of them will be able to leave, with Nixotica locking in that spot in the grand finals. And there is only one more spot up for grabs in that grand final from this particular semi. Along with it, that spot in the Pan American Trackmania Championship to go with it, and a little bit of a cash prize thrown in on top as soon as you guarantee your spot in the grand final. It'll come down to probably 2 more maps. The first of those will be back to Golden Hour, and it will be Oddass with a clean run through the first round, it looks like.
Yeah, it's looking very comfortable indeed for him. I mean, on paper, it should be Oddass to really take it. If we look at, just, your paper stats, the plain old view at the moment. But honestly, a lot of these players at the moment have been absolutely been overshadowed by Nixotica at this point. Nobody has really had those amazing moments on one of the tracks. It's been mostly just Nixotica having a good time, but now it's the case where Oddass should be the one to really jump in the lead. But we saw, for example, Thombern have a good segment. Well, not on this specific round, but a lot of these players have had moments where they just start to win. And I feel like all of these 3 are, in that position where it just can start happening, and there's nothing really that can stop them apart from themselves, as you rightly have said multiple times before as well.
Yeah. I will highlight, going back as far as the Swiss stage, Raistlin was one of the players that did qualify on 3-0 alongside Nixotica. Oddass managing to qualify on 3-1 for this knockout stage, and Thombern also qualifying on 3-1. So, obviously all these players deserve their spot in the semi-finals here. We're just kind of looking, at this point, it's kind of, can Oddass play above seed almost, manage to do a little bit better in these final rounds than he showed us during the Swiss stage?
Yeah, that is something we'll have to wait and see. At the moment at least, it's very hard to tell, because Oddass and Raistlin are the one that have been running away with it. But again, we see Thombern can just, that 10 points now is ever going to be so much more valuable. And if Thombern can get, 2 or 3 rounds in a row at 10 points, that gap of 20 will just melt away in an instant. We'll see how things go, because Raistlin will have a better line here. So they're going to be neck and neck. So that one final drift is where it will come down to.
Yeah, who goes first? Both of them go at the same time, near identical lines, but Thombern carrying a little bit more speed just needs to hit the finish. And there are the 10 points coming through. Thombern closes the gap just a little bit, and it is a pretty significant drop-off from first down to second, especially in battles this tight. That is a 4-point gain for Thombern.
Yeah, that is absolutely the creme de la creme that you're looking for. Thombern did so very well that if he wants to, he can go on a spree of victories as well. And I believe that at the moment with Oddass and Raistlin, being a more on the shakier end in this match, honestly. Of course, the pressure has been ramped up pretty much tenfold with everything in mind, because there's only one spot, You're either going to be second, or you're going to have to watch from the sideline the grand final that you could have been in as well. So it's something where I feel like this is where the best of the best come, the best of the best come to the top and make a difference. But currently Thombern and Raistlin has a fumble, so does Oddass, and this is where Thombern exceeds the best, just will start to rack up those 10 points.
Yep, that gap is suddenly looking very, very surmountable as Thombern is off to another win. Now, we've seen struggles at the finish line. It'd be a bad time for them to rear their head again for Thombern. He seems to have gotten it down. We'll call them mistakes in previous matches practice. He's managed to nail the finish now, and it is a great time to start feeling comfortable on Golden Hour.
Yeah, and that will just get ever so all of a sudden. It was just like around 20-ish points or around that mark, and now all of a sudden Oddass is looking, wait a minute, this guy wasn't 6 points behind me just a few rounds ago. But if anything is to go by, there's balance in the world. If he wins twice in a row, he can always give a win to the others as well.
Yeah, here we go then. Battle between Raistlin and Oddass, and this will put one of them pretty close to that finalist mode. Now, much better for Raistlin if he picks up this win. Would allow him to get first or second in the next round in order to hit finalists, and that looks like where we're going right now. Thombern will be happy, looking to pick up a second place, as Oddass's mistake has cost him dearly. Raistlin is just driving around this track, not a care in the world. Thombern is touched again and might actually be under threat from Oddass. Is under threat from Oddass at the back, who has snuck through into second place. We're just going to assume that Raistlin can do it from here, with Thombern sliding out as well. It is all to drive for Raistlin, and absolutely no pressure. You hear me? No pressure, Raistlin. He's okay. He'll cross that finish line totally safely as Oddass takes second.
Yeah, it's looking very comfortable. That is a very valuable win to take at this stage, and rightly so. It makes his life a slightly bit easier, because now he does only need first or second position out of 3 players. So you have a 2 in 3 chance that you don't screw it up for yourself.
I don't think that's how the math actually. I don't think that's how that probability
don't worry
actually
about it.
works
It's clear cut. It's 2 out of 3 chance.
We don't just roll a random number generator for these players every time a round starts. Although it has felt like it today, I'll give you that much, and be like, yeah, you've got a 66% chance of getting in the top 2.
Yeah, I think it's a fair percentage as well, and you know, anything can go wrong. Of course, with Trackmania, with a lot of variables as well, that percentage will go down in significant way. You have to take into account how many times you have been in first position, what the caps have been, who are you competing with, how many head-to-heads have you won, how many this and that and this and this. But all boils down to the fact that all you need to know is if he's last, he's not finalist.
Yeah, well, it's been pointed out in chat, and I agree with Name Unknown. For all of these players right now, they've got a 50-50 chance of making the grand finals. Either they will or they won't, and that adds up to a 300% chance that we're going to send somebody to the grand finals. Nobody checked the maths on that one, but we're off to a good start here on Emerald.
Yeah, and Raistlin is the one to take the early lead at the moment, but of course Thombern is looking good as well. Oddass, it's neck and neck racing here as well. You can have a very cinematic camera here if you're gonna follow all at the moment as well. You can just do as well as I get to do this in game as well. It's always fun to do. If everybody's close and nearby, you get to have a very nice cinematic view. If you move your camera with your right click as well around, you get to change the camera angle a bit as well, and it looks rather majestic because there's literally nothing to separate these players, honestly.
There is absolutely nothing. Who hits platform first? Thombern looks to maybe have an edge, but he's a little bit wider than the other 3. It's everyone at the finish line, and it's Oddass who picks up the 10, half a tenth, and that is nothing between all 3 of them.
Yeah, you drive an insane round, and Thombern is like, best I get 4 points out of it. Well, thanks a lot, game, honestly. But he sets him up for 101 points, you know. And if anything, he wins. If he wins the next 2 rounds, perfect setup for a finalist mode. But Oddass is now in a similar position as Raistlin. First and second secures in finals, and Thombern does touch the wall. So Oddass has to now basically ruin the dreams of his Stokeine, and with that line, he has to hope that Raistlin has some mercy in his back pocket.
Yeah, you're hoping for the crash right now. Somebody move those walls. You need to find something to mess Raistlin up, because right now he is in the distance. All you can see is a cloud of dust as you ride on board with Oddass or Thombern. Raistlin, can he hit the quarter pipe? First question, he will. Oddass won't. And Raistlin is rounding the final couple of corners. It's a victory lap at this point. It should be Raistlin. There's nothing in the way. Nothing can go wrong, as Raistlin will lock in a spot not only in our grand finals, but in the Pan American Trackmania Championship.
Absolutely wondrous scenes as well. Good stuff as well. Nixotica had a dominant performance, but now Raistlin made good use of that, was well ahead, put him in a perfect position to take full advantage of going into finalist mode early, and immediately goes for the killer blow and secures himself in the grand final position. Now, the question is, what is happening in the other match? Because I'm gonna quickly check and jump into it.
I'm gonna tell you, Creedy, and I'm gonna give you a quick guess.
Well, Lingo won, but it's more about who got second. But I already got a picture. It is Tankrom who got into the grand finals. Our tournament organizer is finally out and has to actually do his job for once, because he's been playing this tournament and not organizing it. Okay, I'm joking. He's actually been doing stuff as well, and actually driving at the same time as well. So multitasking at its finest.
Yeah, well, this is it. Your last chance before we head into our grand finals to head off, grab a drink, settle in with some snacks, because it is going to be popcorn entertainment from here on out. A grand final of Lingo, of Nixotica, of Tankrom, and of Raistlin. We're going to head to a quick break. We'll be back with the grand finals of the North American Cup. Welcome back to the North American Cup, where we are getting ready for our grand finals. We hope you enjoyed that brief preview of the maps to be played in the Pan American Trackmania Championship. Of course, all 4 players in this grand finals have qualified directly into that championship. The players who made it to the grand finals in South America as well will also be playing there. Looking forward to seeing how that one plays out. But before we get there, there remains one final question. Who is the best that North America has to offer?
Yeah, there is plenty on the line as well. There is one man who has still gone absolutely undefeated here. And as you rightly said before as well, an absolute raid boss. Lingo is finally on your screens, and he's not named Carl Jr. So everything's right in the world now all of a sudden. But it is pretty much, can anybody topple this man? He's been undefeated, invincible, untouchable. Can that be broken in the grand final? And we're here to find out if Nixotica can do it, or maybe Tankrom and Raistlin have something to say about it.
Yeah, I mean, I think eyes have to be on Nixotica as the player maybe with the best chance of doing so. Also undefeated on the day, except for the one match where he ended up against Lingo earlier on. It's a clean start for Lingo, up by a 10th and looking clean with it so far here on Loquat, as Nixotica sits in second place. Raistlin just behind at the moment as we round the final few corners. It is still Lingo in the lead.
Yeah, but Nixotica is putting up a fair good fight, but we can see what the difference in lines can make a difference here. Lingo is looking very much sublime. Nixotica having a fair few bumps, but that doesn't stop Lingo from going into first position, taking it with a 54.2. A very good time as well, and I keep on saying it, a low 54, perfect runs time, and Lingo takes the first win on the board.
Yep, clean with it in round 1. And I mean, it's round 1. You almost expect the times maybe to improve a little bit from there. That's a scary thing if you are anyone except Lingo in this lobby right now, because 54-2 is already a very, very tough time to beat.
Yeah, it's gonna be tough as well, but I mean, this is the track where the only world record that Lingo has is held, and it is this track, and I mean, I feel like this very much befits a style that Lingo would enjoy as well. And given how he's leaving everybody kind of in the dust at the moment, you can see where we have sort of left the best for last, and we try to avoid Lingo, because at the moment he's looking rightly so. Why? Because we knew he was gonna be here, but he's definitely showing why he's supposed to be there, because Raistlin is getting closer. Ooh. But oh my god, it's still not good enough. Even with Lingo trying to save a few more lines, he's still gonna go for a 54 low here, I believe. So 54-3, 2 rounds in a row, and we'll see if anybody can topple that.
Yeah, Raistlin nearly gave up second place to Tankrom that round as well. A minor touch on the outside of that final dirt turn, but it wasn't enough to lose the place. Raistlin looking comfortable so far. A big mistake from Nixotica early on in that round has cost him dearly. Now sitting 3rd overall, but there's plenty of Trackmania left to be played. The points limit for this grand finals rises again from 120 to 140. It is a journey, it is a marathon, not a sprint to the top of this mountain.
Well, it depends who you're asking that question. I'm sure Lingo would just like to make it a 14-round, technically a 15-round sprint, and not even see 2 of the tracks in this map pool, I believe so. Because I believe it's still 4 rounds, but I could be misremembering. I don't know if it changed it for the grand final, but we can see if we watch along. So that makes that problem solved immediately. But for the time being, Nixotica, Raistlin, and Tankrom are trying to get a few more points, as Lingo is making that lead increase. No. But he does hit that flagpole. I was waiting for somebody to fumble there. It's a very easy flagpole to hit if you're pushing too much, and it is so. But Tankrom hits the corner there, and he's the first one to finally fail this ends, which looked to be the most easiest thing to do in this world.
Yeah, and Raistlin once again actually touched on the outside of that dirt corner, but it's not really costing him. In fact, like, losing the speed there has allowed him to line up for more of an inside line, a straighter finish, and we've seen how powerful that can be on this end a couple of times. So while I'm pretty sure it's not intentional, it's also absolutely not the end of the world for Raistlin, as he's been making that touch on the outside. It really just goes to show you can push on the outside of that final dirt turn very hard and kind of get away with it.
Yeah, but that's where the Gear 3 dirt helps you out quite a bit. It's
Yeah.
slow, even a small touch, kind of still, yeah, it just sort of corrects your line, if anything. It just puts you in the right spot to just then get a perfect line out of that corner as well. So it's one of those, mutual benefits. You crash into the wall, but then the wall rewards you back for giving it a hug.
Okay, well, I was going to say what's the wall getting out of this, but just human affection, something we all desperately need after the COVID years, I'm sure. Let's not get sad with it. Let's focus on Lingo winning this round one more time, as he is just about in the lead. It could be close to the finish line. It is going to be a push, but not enough. Lingo's finish is clean, as Tankrom takes second. Nixotica got close, but not close enough to take second.
Yeah, in every other match, a 0.2 or 0.3 would be first position. In this match, well, there's one person who can drive just a bit faster, a 0.1 at the moment, taking a nice lead at the moment, 34 points out of 40. It was, of course, the map that Lingo has the world record on. Now we go on to the rest of this track. Of course, having Loquat as the first track as well, maybe may play into this game a bit later on, depending how generous Lingo can be. But we are on Golden Hour, which hasn't been much generous with a lot of pickle, because every single part of this track is basically a hazard, and I don't know how it got past the construction certificates and checks and everything, because a hazard every corner. I don't know if that's really allowed, but it's allowed in North America, so that's perfectly fine, and South America technically as well.
I'd be surprised if Hazard was allowed in either the North American or South American Cup, because as far as I know, not an American player, Hazard.
Well, there you are just trying to be a bit of a smartass, but I will give it to you there. That's a fair point of view. Unless Hazard has double citizenship. I don't know, maybe.
Whoa, I don't know either. I don't think so. But
that's true, probably.
Hey, we're live on Golden Hour. As I've said a couple of times this evening, I really, really enjoy this track, and I'm very excited at it being the second track to come up in this grand finals. I think decent chance that we see at least second position decided on this track then later on in the match with the 140-point limit. For now, we'll see how players feel as they start to feel it out in round one here. At the moment, very close between our top three. Around that final plastic turn there, it was actually Nixotica who was a little bit of the big loser. Sits in third place, having dropped away from Lingo and Tankrom, who are neck and neck around these final few turns into the water. This water, if you can line it up properly, is a place to gain big, and Lingo gains very big as he sends his opponent flying out. Tankrom felt he had to risk. He risked too hard, and Lingo just needs to nail the final corner. Post it through this letterbox. He's A-OK. That is a full 10 points for Lingo once again.
Yeah, looking good. If anything, it's just it's one of those cases with Lingo. I guess it ages like fine wine at this point, and it's the longer the tournaments go, the better it will get for him. And it seems that it's rightly so that he's in the grand final. Qualifications aside, nobody cares what your time attack is as long as you qualify the tournament. If you sweep everybody else, doesn't really matter in the long run as well. At least, in hindsight, Nixotica at least has the bragging right that, he got the better end of the seeding, but maybe not so in rounds at the moment. But it's a young match, there's plenty to still play, and at the moment, Nixotica is still on 29 points, and with maybe a one bad round by Lingo getting 3 points, you can easily catch up 7, and Bob's your uncle, and that point cap is half.
Yep. Raistlin has DNF'd after hitting that checkpoint. Interesting decision here in the grand finals. Maybe sharing some of your hatred for those black triangles on the edges of the checkpoints there, Creedy. Nixotica continues to lead, though. That is the important thing in this round at the moment, because he could just be beating Lingo on pace in this one. Around the final couple of corners, Lingo goes a little bit earlier on the drift, but that just means Nixotica is safe to cross the line in first place, collect the full 10 points in a solid time of a 57-4.
Hopefully, Raistlin didn't do the age-old moment where you intend to press the respawn button, but you end up pressing the give up button. I usually have them very much separated.
You gotta unbind it for tournaments, especially for grand finals. You gotta unbind that DNF button.
Yeah, it's one of those cases where I'm like, it can be a bit of a hazardous case. I don't have it binded, but my buttons are so far ahead apart that it should not ever happen, unless I'm thinking that I'm in time attack mode and I'm like, oh, I clipped the corner, I'll quickly give up, and I'm like, oh wait, admit it. But
Yep.
all things considered, at the moment, everybody's just falling into pieces, and Nixotica is reaping the benefits of it, because even Lingo is struggling to keep up at the moment with Nixotica and Tankrom in the lead. And to answer one of the chatters in chat as well, a point for is fast. For rounds, definitely it is fast. We are not reaching, of course, anything close to the world record, but getting low 57s or in that ballpark, absolutely phenomenal time on this track.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see what Nixotica gets this time around. Leads the way from Tankrom. The time is going to be a 57.382, new best time in the match. Lingo nowhere in sight in that round, nearly a second down after the early mistake. And that is Nixotica starting to pull back within touching distance of Lingo after golden hour.
Yeah, and I also see who's the person is who's asking. It's Jampee. I mean, if you, I will say, I will give you a bit of a hint, a bit of advice for your tournament. If you're gonna pick Lightning McQueen, do not take motivation from Cars 3. Would recommend to be more, you know, where he doesn't crash, you know. Just an FYI, and has a miraculous win. Just a fair advice. But maybe you're a fan of Cars 3, I don't know. But either way, regardless of that, at the moment, Lingo is returning to first position with Nixotica high on his heel. I think this is just going to be a big tussle match between the two. Who's willing to push more? Because Tankrom and Raistlin, well, going so well, but Lingo is the one that now suffers from it. And Nixotica in first position. If this stays, he will be actually taking the lead of this match.
And this is, again, remember, the second map in this match. If Lingo doesn't just pull away to an insurmountable lead, if he isn't massively in front, this could still be the map that decides things at the end. And right now, that's not looking like it'd be great news for Lingo in this match, as Nixotica picks up another first place, 3 back-to-back-to-back. Tankrom sits in second again in this round. Lingo takes third, and Raistlin, unfortunately, back and forth. A brutal respawn early in the track.
Yeah, it is a brutal one indeed, but there you go. Lingo is not anymore in the lead. Nixotica takes that by 1 point. At 1 point.
Everyone, hang on. Everyone in chat, point and laugh at Oddass for saying Neil at Neil F1. That's not the meme, Oddass. It's hi at Neil F1. Come on, buddy.
I mean, technically, you should actually be doing it, not adding him as well. You should just say hi, Neil F1. You don't need to add him. It's the perfect meme, you know. You don't need to add him. That's extra effort, you know. If you just say hi, Neil F1, that's just simplicity at its finest.
I've arrived into the North American Cup just to introduce bullying into it. I don't know how I feel about this.
Well, it's
not
been
great,
chaos
if I'm being honest.
anyway. I mean, literally, there was a player. Well, technically, Tommy was even asking for it. So you know. So honestly, it seems like these people are absolutely more than happy to get brutally beaten down. Well, at least Raistlin and Tankrom are by Nixotica and Lingo at this point. But we'll see how things go as we progress further in the match.
Neil's getting banned from the Pan American Cup.
I am just in that mindset of 2:41 a.m. For myself, so maybe a bit ruthless at this point.
It's late. It's late. Hey, we're on Corion, and Lingo is once again leading the way. 2 players just behind on Nixotica and Tankrom are chasing it down. Raistlin for a second round in a row has had a brutal respawn, over 6 seconds behind. Things can go wrong here at the back half of Corion, as we'll keep an eye on how these players perform. Lingo is starting to lose a little bit of ground, at least in Nixotica, and there's Tankrom with a great push, with a great line across the grass. He is now absolutely contesting for first place, goes early on the drift, and the other 2 players then will have a little bit more speed through this weaving section. And we're back to reactors. Who manages them best? Lingo looking solid on it. It's a full clip. Tankrom's gone. He is out of it as Lingo falls behind Nixotica. Second reactor. Nixotica still holds the lead. A touch from Lingo that looked to boost him forward, but ultimately slows him down. It's worse for Nixotica, though, who loses his line, and Lingo takes the round. Nixotica takes second, and it got messy at the end.
Yeah, that little corner there, just that little bit of a corner, is more than enough as well. It is also very much deceiving as well, because it blends in, the corner of it blends in together so well that you want to go a lot more inside than you actually can, and that has tripped a lot of players there as well. And Nixotica is only one of many who have succumbed to that as well. You just want to push that very limit, because it will give you a perfect line for the finish, but it can be very much detrimental. But for the time being, at least, it shows that Nixotica is very much in it to win it as well, and looking rather good. And everybody at the moment is looking very much in good contention. I mean, Corion has been a track that all the time mostly it has been very much clean throughout all the way until we get to the reactor part that always gets that, at least, well, for the time being at least, I say that, as Raistlin has a bit of a fumble getting it over that transition, so it leaves the 3 up in front to contest for those points.
Yeah, I'm going to repeat what I said earlier in the day. Reactor on, brain off has been the name of the game here on Cryon. And here we go then. Those reactors are most definitely on. Everyone looking a little bit cleaner through this time around. Tankrom, though, unfortunately, as I say, that has clipped and has fallen away. Nixotica and Lingo continue to be the 2 best navigating this back half of the track. This time around, no mistakes around the final corner. With Lingo in the lead, means another 10 points, and he's taken 20 from 20 so far.
Yeah, it's very much. We're going back to the first track basically, where Lingo was enjoying, as Raistlin is having a bit of. I'm telling you, those black parts, you know, even the finish spot is ruining dreams at this point. Of course, it doesn't matter, but he gets there in the end. Anyway.
You kind of got to drive a straight line in the end there. I feel like you probably need to hit that one, as Raistlin is starting to fall a little ways down this leaderboard.
Well, that's definitely putting. Well, it doesn't really help the case that if Nixotica and Lingo are getting the majority of the first and second position, that by nature of it all, that 4 and 3 points, it's just not gonna get you far, and that's why there is a very big gap, and where it seems to be going to be an absolute tussle for first position between Lingo and Nixotica. And at the moment, at least, Lingo is taking very much advantage of the fact that this track again works very much well for him as well. Nixotica may be able to get out into second position, but Lingo is not really giving an inch or a mile in this case, and making sure that he stays in front. But Raistlin and Tankrom in this round at least is trying to give a bit more headache, as everybody's getting ever so closer to each other into this final segment.
Yeah, this time around, Raistlin with no mistakes is very much battling for the second place. Can Nixotica keep it clean through this final reactor turn? Lingo looking good until he wasn't. He's clipped fully on the inside, and Raistlin has a clean run to the line. Nobody in between him and there. Needs to hit the angle, though. Raistlin holds on. Nixotica went close to the inside, looked for the snipe, but Raistlin, he ducks, he covers, and he dodges a bullet.
Yeah, what would have Nixotica done for those extra 4 points? Would have been equal with Lingo right now, but everybody else wants those points as well, you know, they're up for grabs, you know, and a very nice round, a great race in the end as well, and everybody's trying to push the very limits of this track as well. Lingo rightly so as well, has a few fumbles then and there, but I feel like that's only natural as you are trying to push more and more, so you're gonna run out of track at some point. I feel like if you're pushing every single round, then at some point the wall will just be ever so closer, but for the time being at least, it is actually Tankrom who's taking a very nice lead with Raistlin as well, and it's actually Lingo and Nixotica who have to watch from the back end at the moment.
Yeah, it's the players at the bottom of the scoreboard who lead the way in this round, and it's Tankrom sitting in first place. Now, Lingo is pretty close behind. Second time in a row, I'll say something about how he's doing well. He'll clip, he'll drop. He's all the way out of it in this round. Tankrom leads cleanly from Raistlin. Nixotica a couple of tenths behind as well. Should just be a procession to the finish line from here. I don't love Tankrom's line to get there. Raistlin, I thought he'd missed. He just about gets through, and Nixotica takes third.
Yeah, but in this position, you would be looking like all of these positions where Lingo is last, and you're like, I only got 1 more point than him. And if you're in the position of Nixotica, it's those are the rounds where you would like to just get away from him a bit, you know, just to get some distance from him. Of course, for Raistlin and Tankrom, perfect situation. They are at least getting some points on the board, making an absolute Mount Everest look a bit smaller at this point, but it's at least somewhat better than it was before.
But most importantly, Creedy, for Nixotica is, you know, you got to be fine with, on that last map, and potentially now in Saltari as well, trading away third and fourths with Lingo if Raistlin and Tankrom are slowing the game down, because that's what happened in that last round. It slows the match down, and it just means that we get a little bit closer to this match getting decided on golden hour instead, where Nixotica looked to have a pretty clear edge the last time we visited over Lingo.
Yeah, this track especially. It just forces people to like. This is the closest track, in my opinion, of this entire tournament that has been. It just everybody just gets ever so closer to this world record, and there's just no room for error at this point. One little mistake, and I think you're just out of the contention whatsoever. So you really, if there's any map you don't want to make a mistake on, is this one, because it just is brutal, because everybody's good on this track. Par some people maybe in the lower phase, maybe I don't know, maybe some people don't like this track, but overall maybe sometimes the tracks that are the closest are the most annoying to drive, because you know that you have to drive really good consistently, because otherwise the likes of Lingo and Nixotica will just make a beeline for it, as Raistlin and Tankrom are completely out of this.
Yeah, they are gone, and it's Nixotica trying to chase down Lingo. Do both of them go for the outside dirt? It's not really either of them pushing it super aggressively in this round. First round on the track, and they're happy to settle into first and second place and not overly risk it. Lingo gets the 10. Nixotica is exactly 2/10 down.
Yep, 2/10 down. A very good time still. It's still a .278 as well. If probably Noah saw what I was about to do as well, the hangout here. So I'm about to drink some water. Hydration is key, ladies and gentlemen. If you haven't gotten a drink yet.
It's true. Drink water, it's good for you. I was giggling at Twitch chat where Jampee is shocked at the existence of the outside dirt line and complaining that nobody told them.
Nobody told them. Have you checked any replays by any chance? Sir, do you have club access by any chance? Which is the only access you have, which gives you the ability to look at other people's replays. I know, shocking. The world record does the outside line. Mind-blowing.
Before we make too much fun of Jampee here, I think it is important, and it's a great time to clarify that yes, the outside dirt is a little bit faster if you do it perfectly, and if you get it ever so slightly wrong, we have seen players lose position from going for it and being forced to pull out, release a little bit, or just not absolutely nail it. So it is definitely a risk, and that is the excitement of seeing our top two go for it every single time around, because that is what I expect to happen in this grand finals.
Yeah, it's definitely one of the outside lines ever. It's basically make it or break it, but if you can fully send it, it works wonders. Lingo is going on a very good time as well. I can't remember what was a good split here. 56.992. We'll break the 57 barrier. It's not world record, it is 822, so 0.17 away from it, but sub 57, that just shows where the pace is.
Classic coaching advice from Yek. If it's faster, we go for it. Doesn't matter what it is. Doesn't matter how risky. And honestly, might be a grand finals mentality that you need to have right here. I think it's definitely a mentality that we've seen from Lingo plenty of times in the past. And it is definitely the mentality here. It's interesting. I think basically nobody going for the safe line in this grand finals. And in some ways, I don't know. I kind of feel like you might benefit if you're Tankrom, if you're Raistlin, for going for the safe line in that final turn. Because we saw even Nixotica losing time a little bit at times on that outside dirt at the end. Now, that's academic. I think we're going to see every player continue to go for the outside dirt.
Yeah, the rule and sentiment is always, you always go for the full risk, because that is the thing that you've been practicing consistently. So that the full risk is the most consistent way to drive this game. Anything else, your brain cells have to do double the work, because they have to figure out what is a different line you have to drive. But at the moment, the only line Lingo knows is to win every single round, and another sub 57. That is incredible. Round time is absolutely. It's very difficult to do this track sub 57, because you have to really push every fine line, and man does it twice in a row.
All of a sudden, kind of quietly, the end of this match is starting to sneak up on us. Lingo sits on 114, potentially only a few rounds away from finalist mode. Nixotica needs to start pulling out all of the stops to try and deny it, because while Tankrom and Raistlin are here, while they've been winning some rounds on pure pace on most of these maps, I think Nixotica really the only player who's come close to matching Lingo. That was true at least up until we hit Saltari, where Lingo has hit another gear. He's grinding out those sub 57s round on round. Based on this start, wouldn't be shocked to see another.
Yeah, he's just fully sending it at the moment, because I feel like he feels that maybe there's more to squeeze out of this match at the moment. Good round still by everybody involved. nobody's really far behind. It's like only a 10th at the moment, but with a good outside line, that can be made the difference. But Lingo has yet to falter. Raistlin is going for that inside line, but that is not the way to do it. But Lingo is going for a very good time here. That is world record. The bingo has been checked off, ladies and gentlemen. It is a world record in rounds, and Saltaire falls, and it is another world record for North America. That is an absolutely insane time. Not only is it like a 10th faster, it's completely demolishes the world record.
Oh, that's filth. Every other player in this lobby is saying, thank God that was the last round on that map, because Lingo owned Saltaire in this match. He is now on 124 points, has expanded that gap to Nixotica by to 23 points. There were points in the middle of this match where Nixotica had the lead, whether it was by a couple of points or more. It was always a battle. It was hanging on. Once Lingo has turned it on, it is over. It almost feels like he is unstoppable right now, and I think the only hope for Nixotica is holding on for another map, maybe two, get us back to golden hour and try and win there, because that is truly, I think, the only map where it has looked like Nixotica has had a clear advantage.
At this point, at the moment, I'm kind of afraid, because Emerald is a very similar type of map to Saltaire. Of course, it has its ending part a bit more RPG-ish, to define, to really stretch that meaning of that final part of the track. But if anything, I really fear for this track, because South America was able to get a record here in rounds here as well. So what's stopping Lingo for going for 2 for 2? Got Saltaire, next objective Emerald, I guess.
Yeah. I mean, maybe not this round unless everyone's on world record pace. We'll see. Lingo is sitting in third place at the moment. Tankrom and Raistlin are right there along with him, though, and Lingo has moved up now into second place. He's coming for first. The Jaws music is playing, but I don't know. I guess Tankrom and Raistlin, they're not afraid of sharks. Does Lingo jump low? He actually jumps a little bit higher than both of his opponents. Has dropped a little ways back, gets good speed out of that turn, but Tankrom standing strong in first place, holding off Raistlin, holding off Lingo, and looking to pick up his first 10 points in a little while.
And also with a very solid time as well. That is 0.1 away from the world record. The world record on here is 54.1. So that is probably the fastest time we've seen on this track throughout the entire tournament. They are really trying to just, you know what? We're in the grand final anyway. Lingo is so far ahead of us. Raistlin, Tankrom, maybe we'll just go for a few world records, you know. We don't get extra points for the fastest lap like they do in F1, but a world record would look very nice still in your repertoire, even if you don't win the tournament.
Yeah, that goes on the CV for sure. Lingo got so close to that outside wall, and he got a little bit too close to that inside wall. Will make a touch. Still in front of Raistlin, though, who's not having a great time of it here on Emerald. Nixotica sitting in second place overall, sits second place in this round as well, but Tankrom is flying on Emerald.
Yeah, he definitely had. There's a different switch that is flipped. You know, Lingo had it on the previous map, and then we flipped it around, and another Canadian is absolutely dominating a track. In this case, it is Tankrom, and it is again on a very good time. And I don't know, I didn't check what the previous checkpoint was for the previous one, but we'll see. This is a 0.6 and will end up being a 0.3. So keep that in mind in that regard. If you're getting sub 0.6 in that final checkpoint, we might be on to a proper banger of a time. But Tankrom all of a sudden just woke up out of nowhere.
Yeah, what the hell, man? He is so quick. That is consistent across 2 rounds as well. Can he pull it out for a third? Because those are looking like difficult times to beat from Tankrom at the moment. Nixotica needs points. He needs them badly. Lingo is within 10. For as much as he's not having a great time on Emerald, he just needs to get a couple more thirds and fourths here. It doesn't really matter. And he is going to be on finalist as we head into the next track. Nixotica has touched at the back. He's dropping away from the pack. He's down by 8 tenths as it is 3 battling for the lead.
Yeah, and this time Lingo is also in the mix, so let's see how this one pans out. Tankrom is also there as well with a better line, so he will get a lot more speed than the rest of the wheel. That Lingo is not letting up as well. Tankrom immediately commits to it, and look at that, everybody's still neck and neck. So Final segment here. Who's willing to push this third the most? Lingo will go a bit more outside, but that is a cleaner. Tankrom is sent wide with the little humps there, and Lingo is the one to take that first position there and secures finalist mode for himself there. Good rounds time as well. These have been probably the fastest times we've seen throughout the entire tournament, and of course it is in the grand final where they should be as well. But now Lingo has 3 minimum shots at winning this tournament, or he just, you know, decides to chill a bit until he gives others the chance.
Yeah, one more chance on Emerald to close it out. Tankrom's being quick, not quick enough in the last round. He won't be quick enough in this round, I can tell you that much for free. Hits the pole, spins out, and it is Lingo, Raistlin, and Nixotica battling for a lead at the moment, and it is Lingo who's gaining an edge.
Yeah, and Lingo is getting an edge with every single turn here as well, really pushing the limits here. Nixotica hasn't been really in the equation on Emerald at the moment. Has been a pretty solid map for him, but at the moment has not really been in contention. Raistlin also clips, and it only makes Lingo's jobs ever so much easier at the moment. Lingo is on a good run as well, but let's see what this checkpoint is going to be. It's a 0.7, not going to be a world record pace run, but it is a championship, or in this case, North American Cup winning round time, and congratulations to Lingo, undefeated and didn't lose a single match up until this point.
Yeah, it's a great run on Emerald there from Lingo. As much as we were focusing on Tankrom for those first 2 rounds, Lingo was only a 10th or so away every time. He was by far the most consistent player across Emerald. He's been by far the most consistent player across this entire tournament. Undefeated on the run to the cup, winning every single match that he took part in. A massive performance, especially from a player that we know maybe didn't practice as much as some of the others coming into this one.
Yeah, I mean, all the practice you need to do is in rounds, you know, and if you are very comfortable with your skill, you know, you just do a bit of discovery on the tracks, be like, okay, left, right there, then that, and all do it. Downloaded the information and go in, and Lingo just did the rest of the brack in rounds. But now we get to see what happens next. Of course, if it were reverse cup mode, of course, we would be still seeing Lingo most likely driving, or Raistlin and Tankrom suffering at the bottom end. But I think Lingo very much deserves it here as well. But now, second position, very much up in the air, because Nixotica hasn't been looking so hot, and if anything, it's Tankrom who has been looking at the more on the upper end of the scale here, and he's also in triple digits, perfectly so, on 100 points.
It's our last time seeing loquat tonight, Creedy, so I've got a quick fact for you. The fruit of the loquat tree, also known as a Japanese plum. I'm going to give you one guess. What country is it native to?
Now this is pretty difficult. One country.
You've got like
so
200 to choose from. Just pick one. Creedy, quick! The round's gonna end. Creedy,
it's probably gonna be probably has to be related to the country that you mentioned, but maybe that's a red herring there at the moment. I think it's Japan.
Wrong, it's China, you fool! Nixotica sits in first place in this round. Tankrom gonna make a push towards the finish line. He's not gonna catch him, and it is Nixotica who picks up 10 points.
I knew it! Damn it, fooled again. If it weren't for these meddling casters trying to fool me at the moment. God forbid. But Nixotica does get the win on 128 points now, 106 as well for Tankrom as well. And Raistlin does sit on 91. So Nixotica does have a very healthy lead still. Whether he can hold on to it is a different story. Of course, rightfully so, we gotta keep in mind that if Nixotica cannot close this out on this track, the next track, of course, is Golden Hours. So if all things is going well, Nixotica would very much want to prefer to do this, and he has the possibility to do so. If he keeps on winning, well, technically he has to win one of the 2 next rounds and be minimum. Well, actually, he only has to finish that round then, technically. But 1 first place is very much needed here, or 2 seconds even might actually work. So, and to give him one shot opportunity to close it out.
Do not drop your spaghetti on the floor. Raistlin is currently battling it out with Nixotica to try and deny one of those round wins. The gap negligible between the two. It's expanded all the way to 33 thousandths. What'll it be at the line? It'll be a Nixotica win, and it's by 42 thousandths. Raistlin unable to close that round out. Tankrom a little ways back from the 2 of them, and he will move to 110 points, but it's Nixotica, guaranteed finalist in the next round.
Absolutely so. Now, ideal situation would be for Tankrom if he gets this win at the moment, would be putting him in a very nice position as well. Now, of course, the thing is that the points are even, and the only one that is not very benefiting from that is Raistlin, because he's on an odd set of numbers. So he might actually end up in a situation if he gets to that point at 139 points. But of course, that's a long ways ahead, and it requires many things going right for him and many things going wrong for the rest of the field. But for the time being, Tankrom is doing exactly what he would love to do. Is sitting in first position, and Nixotica and Raistlin are trying to chase him down. Not the best drift there, and Nixotica going into the lead. Ideal position if he wants to deny some points from the rest of the field.
Yeah, we are still playing for second and third and fourth place. I mean, once we lock in third, by process of elimination, fourth will be there as well, because there's cash on the line. Raistlin is looking to deny in this round, but he's still not going to be sniped at the line. Tankrom picks up the full 10 points, and we are moving closer. Nixotica will be guaranteed, as we said, finalist after that, and he is playing for the $50 that come along with second place.
That will be a nice little, a nice little night out, I would presume, as well. Get together with the boys, celebrate the second position in the North American Cup.
This is the thing, Creedy. My understanding is in America, you're probably going to spend that $50 on a taxi just to get to a bar close enough to you.
Depends. Maybe. Well, it could be. Maybe you get a night out with the boys, and then one of the boys is like, you know what? It's on me. Maybe it's on me. Could be one of those nights. But it seems that the only thing that is on at the moment is the fact that Nixotica might be actually just getting it sorted, done and dusted in this round already. The only Raistlin is the one to deny it here, because Nixotica is in a comfortable lead. Tankrom is out of the equation unless some absolute shenanigans starts to happen here. But Nixotica seems to be very much comfortable on this track, and look what. But the Raistlin is creeping ever so closer. Those wheels are getting ever so closer to that spoiler as well. But this ending is very hard to gain any time, and Nixotica, even with those bumps, is more than happy to take that unless something goes absolutely wrong. Secures it right away, and Nixotica secures second position in the North American Cup. And now it is a 1v1 between Tankrom and Raistlin to decide who will be third.
Congratulations to Nixotica. Twice today he has finished second in a match, won every single other match that he's played in. Unfortunately, he's run into Lingo twice today. And that'll be it for Nixotica's tournament. A second place finish in the North American Cup is absolutely fantastic. While we have a quick break as we get ready to lock in third and fourth place. And yes, chat, if one of these players loses to the other, they will be fourth, okay? I understand. I over-explained. But I'm going to take a second and call you out, chat, okay? I want to be clear. Simon TM3, after watching Lingo play, I understand why Pack and Virtual didn't want to play. I'm not sure you understand how the concept of the North American Cup works.
Yeah, and I don't understand how you didn't miss a copy pasta that they are enjoying quite adequately, because somebody said that this is why is the reason.
No, I know it was a copy pasta. I understand that. I'm just to be clear, I understand that. Those are at least North American players.
Yeah. But, it's a good copy pasta, though. I will admit that, though.
That's true. Never get the truth. Never let the truth get in the way of a good story, Creedy. You're absolutely right.
Yeah, that's indeed true. But the one story that is still untold is the third position as well. And Raistlin and Tankrom, I believe, have met each other at least once. I believe there was a match that they probably by just, by sheer amount of games that they played, they have come together at least once. I could check this, but that requires effort, and at the moment my effort is pointing my eyes towards the screen and watching as Raistlin could be going on a run to deny Tankrom for a very long time here, because, time's money, but third place is also more money.
Raistlin and Tankrom were in the same quarterfinal, at which point Tankrom came out on top, won that quarterfinal, with Raistlin taking second place. So Raistlin, looking to set wrongs right, is in the lead going into his final corner with Tankrom touching Raistlin. Should be fine. They both crashed. Hang on. Raistlin goes for the safe finish. He's a genius. His brain is huge. He knew that he was going to be safe, as Tankrom will fail to make it through the risky fin the second time of asking. And it is a double safe fin with our two remaining finalists.
That is probably the first time and the only time you will ever see all of the contestants who are still in the running going for a safe finish as well. And one person had the better brain of pressing the respawn button a bit early and deciding, you know what, risky finish is maybe not a good idea to go again after what I just did.
Yep. Hey, I love to see good decision making. It's one of the reasons I love mini RPG as a competitive style, because it forces decision making a lot of the time in players, and I just think that's a decision. It's a skill that we don't see utilized often enough in Trackmania. It's something you were talking about earlier with selecting your lines and maps that allow you to choose a riskier line, to go for a safer line when necessary, and it's just a ton of fun to watch.
It is a ton of fun to watch, and it's also the fact that now somehow me and you are now part of that copy pasta for some reason, so all things is going well at the moment. Chat is having a great time, and so is Tankrom and Raistlin, who are doing a 1v1, and with that ending, Tankrom puts himself into finalist mode and puts Raistlin in a position where he has to deny now Tankrom 3 rounds in a row, no mistakes allowed whatsoever.
3 rounds, and at least one more map, if that is to be the case. But Tankrom could close it out here, get the better of Raistlin for at least the second time today, I have to admit. I haven't checked the Swiss bracket to see if they ran into each other there. They did! In round 3 of the Swiss bracket, at which point Raistlin actually came out on top in that one, taking second place and sending Tankrom into the 4th round of Swiss. So, Tankrom looking to right wrongs as well. They've clashed twice today. They're 1 each with the wins, and Tankrom is looking to make it 2-1 in the best of 3.
Yeah, but this is absolutely neck and neck, and one little fumble could be the difference between 3rd and the difference between 4th, and currently nothing really separating, with Tankrom going much more inside, and that is clean cut and served there as well. Tankrom looking to get that head-to-head in his favor, but there is one problem. He has hit this finish twice. Will lightning strike through?
No
what
way.
a man! What a way to take third position. Get this man off the stage. Admins, subtract those 10 points immediately. That man does not deserve to win. Honestly, disgraceful. How could you go in a safe finish in that situation? GG, of course, is a smart way to do it, of course, but absolutely seeds here.
I mean, look, I can't just talk about how much I love good decision making and seeing it rewarded in Trackmania and then be upset about how Tankrom wins 3rd place in this grand final, because the man was smart. He goes for safe in, he knew he had the time, and he crosses in 3rd place, beats Raistlin twice on the day. I mean, hey, what a tournament it has been. Congratulations once again to our winner, Lingo, taking home the grand prize, $120, and the title of the best player in North America that competed in the North America Cup. You gotta add the caveat, there's some good players out there. But hey, if they want to defend their title of best player in North America, they gotta show up first.
That is indeed true, but that's where we have another tournament, the Pan America Trackmania Championship, that will be around the corner. I believe that there are already some certain announcements soon to be made as well about it as well, to clear up what the map exactly is. There, as far as I understood, there will be 3 of the existing maps, of course, of the shared map pool, 3 out of the 4, and then the 2 new ones that you saw in the trailer, of course. So a bit more, a bit of dab of fresh spices there, and new maps to drive as well, and for Ski Freak to mastermindedly see how everybody will enjoy his track, which is absolutely true, factual, and not gonna be a misery for the players driving it.
And with that, we are coming to the end of our broadcast tonight. Thank you very much, everyone who's joined us for the North American Cup. Thank you as well to Carl Jr., who rated us here. And I will say to all of Carl Jr.'s followers, everyone who came over from that stream, drop a follow. As has been mentioned already, the Pan America Trackmania Championship just around the corner, where we will see the best players from North America and South America battle it out on this channel for the title of the best player in the Americas. Lots of great competition to come here. It's been a pleasure. And I mean, once again, you got to say congratulations to Lingo. A well-played tournament the entire way through. Shout out to everyone behind the scenes here making this tournament work. To Creedy as well. And I think that'll do it. I'm going to go to bed, and I'll see you all sometime in the future.
Yeah. Bye-bye, everybody.